Well, hey everybody. Well, hey. Let's see. How's this all sounding here? Well, hey. Okay. All right. All right. How's this all sounding here? I'm not real sure here. A little strangeness going on this morning or this afternoon. It's now 3:45 on the Pacific time zone. Welcome, welcome. We're here to glitch the matrix. Uh, let's see here. How's everybody reading me out there? I know a little strange technicalities going on here in the matrix. Let's see how we're doing here. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testes, testiculars. The tip of the tongue and the tip of the Schubeck. The glitch dash Thomas Schubeck. The rain in the Spain. All of it. All of it. Well, let's see here. So I'm good. I'm good. All right, let's do a little test of the Mr. Rogers Neighborhood Broadcasting System. Rogers Neighborhood Broadcasting. Well, that was awful. Worry about it too much. Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to do something here because I'm very confused. We're gonna try the headphones for a minute, just because this is Testing one, two, three. We're all here. Where the hell is Thomas? Thomas may be sleeping. Thomas the Glitch Dash. Shubeck may be sleeping, but remember, we will see him in the Matrix, so you don't need to worry on a higher level. We will see Thomas in the Matrix. Let's like check it, a check it, a check. Oh man, I'm all discombobulated. I'm all discombobulated. You know, I should be real. I should really be more bobulated before I start my before I start the shows. I thought I was more bobulated than I was, I think. Oh, let's see. So the latest we watched the Glitch Dash Shubeck this morning. Thomas Glitch Dash Shubeck. It was wonderful. It was inspiring. It was everything that we wanted it to be. Now, because of that, we're going to also well, we're going to glitch the matrix with that. But first, we got to welcome you in because it is a special morning or a special day, because it's what is today? Mhm. Today is let's say view actual size. Today is Dad Dash Glitchgate Search and Rescue Singing Sunday Fact Finding Family Evening and Quality Time, which I think you'll be excited about. So let's just join together. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Well, it's a neighborly day for a beauty, would a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Well, hi, neighbors. It's wonderful to see you on this discombobulated singing Saturday, singing Sunday. I'm sorry. Uh, Always happy to be with you here on the YouTubes. Remember, this is the Dead Dash Glitchgate Search and Rescue Singing Sunday. Uh, Fact finding family evening and quality time. The Dad Dash Glitchgate search and research. Singing Sunday, fact finding family evening and quality time. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mr. Rogers was great. Mr. Rogers was great. And Mr. Rogers had this idea that we all needed to be in the neighborhood, which was a pretty fine idea, most certainly. Mr. Rogers had some pretty good ideas about treating people in neighborly fashions, being kind to each other, uh, being open to different people, doing different things, having different thoughts. It was a wonderful neighborhood that Mr. Rogers was in. Now that glitch dash this morning, so the glitch dash and we collaborated on a project of glitching the matrix. Okay. Now, this is how it goes. This is very exciting. We're going to start off the show with the glitch of the matrix, which is American history. I know we got a slow start overall. I know I had some microphone problems. I have some glitchy pants going on in there, but it's going to pick up now. You can trust me. So we're going to find the right spot. Okay. Now, all right, this was yesterday. Okay, so we don't need to do a whole bunch. Let's see here. All right, all right, we're almost there. Okay, here we go. let's see. Holy moly. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Now we're going to do it. Are you ready? We're going to go share.
Like CNN
okay.
or Carlson
Now, here's what's going on. We are watching Thomas watching me watching him watching me. Wait. He's watching me and then I'm watching him watching me. That's what we're doing. Okay. Anyway, let's do that for a minute. He's just wonderful, that man.
Carlson
Airplane does, okay.
Yes, I'm a news channel. Thank you guys for finally admitting it. And then you said, well, look at it. Well, you know, the Hollywood gig news is us. Yeah, the people that go out there and do like the National Enquirer type. That's who you guys are. The Hollywood gig news. Yup said he has a whole section for us. But it's not just for you guys. Look, Pedro has appeared. Hannibal has appeared. Roy has appeared. The whole lounge has appeared. Eli has appeared. I appeared myself in the Hollywood gig news. I didn't put myself in the Hollywood gig news.
Grift Dasher.
Well, I do hope I make it
someday. I do hope I make it someday. First of all, now, Robert, I want to tell you something though. This is an interesting thought. These folks never take the opportunity to talk to us outside of their little closed environments, which is the strange thing, right? They seem to have all these feelings they want to share, but they only want to share them like between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning with vampires, which is kind of strange. I'm just saying that's kind of weird for me. But anyway, I'm going to move on from that weird thought. We all know that, nothing that happens after 2 a.m., awesome. Right? I mean, come on. Tell your kids, if you want to get shot, here, I'll tell you how to get shot. Important. You want to get shot, Robert? Just go to a strip club at 2:30 a.m., stand in the parking lot. You'll get shot. Every night, you can go get shot if you want to. Yes. Just go stand in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you get shot like a motherfucker every fucking night. Important, you get shot if you want to. That's just how it works. You got to not be in those spots. Now, see, the funny thing about Thorpe is he always talk about knowing your environment. So he shot his load yesterday in the lounge, and then he didn't know his environment because we didn't even watch his money shot later because he shot his load in the lounge. He gave up a surprise. We weren't like, I was waiting. I want to be decapitated in public, right? Torp ruined it for me. He ruined the surprise in the lounge, and then little birdies tell me, and I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, look, Torp stabbed me in the back today. That's fun. Perfect for Friday the 13th. It's a wonderful story. But now the funny thing, Robert, is that I did this when I met Torp. You've seen it. I did a podcast with Torp on my very own podcast as Jeff Thomas Black with Torp, and he was kind of crusty with me for the first 30 minutes, and then he's like, I think I like you. I think I trust you. I'm going to open up, and then he opened up for the next hour. It was real good. And so then the next day, he did a video, the next day he did a video like, man, this guy Jeff Thomas Black changed the way I think and everything, and it's rocked my world, and if that guy controls me, I'll quit everything else. Guess where that video is today, Robert?
I don't think so.
It's private. You can't watch that video anymore. It was so good. It was such a good video. Right. It's just like the same thing. This keeps happening to me, Robert. Listen.
It was like one of his family members. Like wasn't even a customer.
The man loved me, had me on things. Next thing you know, it's Friday the 13th. I'm in the shower. He's stabbing me. Dad Dash recommended my book for a year. Next thing you know, I'm in the shower. He's stabbing me. Now, the next thing you know, I'm out there. My good friend Torp, everything. He's like, Jeff Black changed my life, changed where I think. Then I wake up Friday the 13th, he's stabbing me. So, Robert, I'm having this like recurring, it's not a nightmare because I kind of expected it in this space of total shitbags pretending to be things they're not. Look, if Pedro's the king, you know how low the bar is, right? If Pedro's the king, you know that the bar is like so fucking low, nobody could limbo under a bar where Pedro the Lion King is ruling, right? That's a low bar. It's a bar so low nobody can get under it. It's like you couldn't not slide a piece of paper under that bar. So that's a problem. Now the funny thing though, so why did Torp take that video down? Why did Torp take the video down of the day after the podcast podcast where he talks for a half hour about how I changed the way he thinks. Why did you take that down? I just don't get any of this. Robert, here's
I got a question for you, though. I got a question for you about Torp. That bringing the video down, right, is one thing. My next question is, remember when he said, well, me and Jeff Thomas Black, we had a disagreement, we argued, we got into it, and then we made up. It was like, Torp said, well, all he had to do was just say it real quick. He had me watch the whole video and did all that. He said that, well, we did that and we were friends and all this other stuff right before he did this, though. So I'm trying to figure out, what little pieces of gold is he trying to go put inside a fake cave to have us go in there? Like, what is this?
So here's one thing, Robert, I've realized is that Torp is soaking in about 5% of reality. Torp's soaking in about this many percent of reality. Right. So Torp, he admits he got massive ADD. I'm not joking here. He's got massive ADD. I don't think he watches any of our content for longer than a minute or two at the time until he hears his name, and then he's off being torqued again. So quite frankly, Robert, I think he's a lot like Flex, where he's just choosing to be intentionally ignorant. That's what you call it. That's my theory. And I don't. And see,
but he feels that home at the lounge the whole time.
Yeah, because
he's been secretly trying to be part of the lounge.
Yeah, Torp's been around these dirtbag types for so long, he identifies with them, man. He obviously does, because he's sad and in his moment when he did his Chalky Baba, he needs his Chalky Baba, like that Glitch Dash Factory talks about. When Torp needs his Chalky Baba, he likes the Chalky Baba brand from Mr. Flex. He likes Mr. Flex brand Chalky Babas. And if you like yourself a Mr. Flex brand Chalky Baba, a Jeff Thomas Black brand.
The problem is that the Mr. Flex Chalky Baba came off the hind tit.
Chalky Baba's going to take like dog shit, because mine are real chocolate, and see, Torp's used to plastic chocolate. I got the real chocolate.
You got milked off hind tit, so there's not really anything there.
As far as I figured it out, Robert.
Hold on, I'm switching my I'm a.
Glitch Dash and Jeff Thomas Black are full of shit. Okay? They are full of shit. They have made me crazy in the background. But I've waited for my moment. I've waited for it. You gotta have patience to play this game. You can't just play chess with the best and say, I'm gonna beat you because I'm better than you. You gotta prove it. How do you prove it? Be patient. They have blasted their ass all over fake views, all over subscribers, talking about how good they are and how much facts they got and what they're looking at and how they want to tell you they're going to change the world, but they need your help. You want to change the world, you don't need anybody's help. You don't need to protest. You need a viral fucking video, which neither one of those little fuckers have. Neither one of them have that. Jeff Thomas Black, he's going to get his fucking butt hurt tonight. And so is Glitch Thomas. I'll tell you what. I watched this. Glitch Dash and Jeff Thomas Black are full of shit. Okay? They are full of shit. They have made me crazy in the background. But I've waited for my moment. I've waited for it. You gotta have patience to play this game. You can't just play chess with the best and say, I'm going to beat you because I'm better than you. You got to prove it. How do you prove it? Be patient. They have blasted their ass all over fake views, all over subscribers, talking about how good they are and how much facts they got and what they're looking at and how they want to tell you they're going to change the world, but they need your help. You want to change the world, you don't need anybody's help. You don't need to protest. You need a viral fucking video, which neither one of those little fuckers have. Neither one of them have that. Jeff Thomas Black, he's going to get his fucking butt hurt tonight. And so is Glitch Thomas. I'll tell you what. I watched this. Glitch Dash and Jeff Thomas Black are full of shit. Okay? They are full of shit. They have made me crazy in the background. But I've waited for my moment. I've waited for it. You gotta have patience to play this game. You can't just play chess with the best and say, I'm gonna beat you because I'm better than you. You gotta prove it. How do you prove it? Be patient. They have blasted their ass all over fake views, all over subscribers, talking about how good they are, and how much facts they got, and what they're looking at, and how they want to tell you they're going to change the world, but they need your help. You want to change the world, you don't need anybody's help. You don't need to protest. You need a viral fucking video, which neither one of those little fuckers have.
Oh, that was excellent. That was excellent. I love that. You got to admit that's an inspirational song. You got to admit that's an inspirational song. And if you don't want to admit it, I'm just going to call you a liar. I'm just going to call you a liar if you don't want to admit how inspirational that is. That was Torp's shining moment. Now, look, when you tell somebody you're going to have a shining moment, you deserve for the world to pay attention. I hope our dear friend Torp feels good about his shining moment, got everything he wanted out of his shining moment, and continues to shine on like a shining star, like a star that is shining. Now, we got some interesting search and research to do here. So, you know, I make fun of a lot of the characters of the global gig economy grift, and some of the characters I make fun of the most, well, one of them I make fun of the most is called Zach Drives Money Trains on impoverished people. He's also known as Zach's Payday Loans. He's also known as Zach Drives Triggered. He's also known as Zach Drives Fastly. Then you got Kim's Money Trains. She's also known as Kim Drives Friendly, Kim Drives Sweet. She's also known as Kim Side Money Plans. Kim Side Money Plans. Okay, but we're going to look at an important broadcast. So this is a broadcast that hasn't been shared with you that I'm aware of. I have not shared it with you, although I have talked about it. I have talked about it, and I think it's important, and I want to share it with you because I think it's important, and I talked about it. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to get this all queued up for you here. This is important. You're going to like this. So we've been talking a fair amount here. Remember to mop smarter with Swiffer. Remember, mop. Okay, so here we go. Let's start the show. Whoa.
What's going on, Kim?
Hey, Zach, what's going on? Happy Wednesday, everyone.
Happy Wednesday. We're grateful that you all are here with us today. How's the week been?
Crazy busy as always. How's your week?
I am on the tail end of being sick. Oh. So if my voice is a little raspy or something, that's why. So my son got it first, and then, of course, I ended up getting sick right there with him. I had it pretty bad. I couldn't walk like 10 steps without getting winded. So I'm glad to finally be on the tail end of it, and to kind of be coming back from it. So
keep your germs on that side of the mic, please.
I don't think you have any risk of catching it from like way over there.
No, Jaded Driver, thank you for asking. I neither all of the promises that I have received this weekend of being whacked off, number one, and of being butthurt, number two, neither have taken place. I'm disappointed. It's been a weekend of missed expectations and disappointments. I have to be honest with you. Thank you for asking, Jaded Driver. What do we have here? So, Torp wants to beat somebody up like a schoolyard bully, but only if he can draw an audience. And who did he target? Eli, the one he perceives as the weakest. Sad, really sad. Yeah. I think there's a lot of weird stuff going on. We'll talk about that. There's a lot of pop psychology that we could get into here with this. Talking about chess. Yeah, it's funny, man. You listen to it over and over, and his words are hypnotic because it's like, this is my shining moment. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I've been waiting to break out. We're playing chess. I'm the winner. I'm the smartest. I'm the best. They don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to do it. I'm evil. I'm good. I'm friendly. I'm not. It's all very confusing. Nobody plays that game. Well, that's true. I mean, well, not nobody, but it's probably not, the premier game of the modern age. And funny enough, Damian Blaze, you know what's real funny is that computer AI solved chess. Computer AI solved chess. So there's really no more chess to play, at least against the world's best computer. They solved all the moves. So that's the power of AI, right? People have been playing chess forever. There's been grand champions forever that have been human. Well, the grand champion's no longer human because chess has been solved as an equation, like the calculus of sociology of chess has been completely and totally solved. No, I ain't been whacked. I don't have a sore ass. Like everything that I looked forward to has been lacking. There's been a dearth of everything that I looked forward to this weekend, Jaded Driver. All right, so now here's the thing. One thing I do not want to do ever, because that's a tactic. This is a tactic over like the flexi plants and stuff like that. I want to take people out of context. So we're going to really watch this money hungry show here with Kim and Zach, and we're going to see, Jeff's been making fun of Kim and Zach for this payday loan scam. This Zach drives money plans. Zach drives trains on poor people. Zach drives money trains. Kim drives money trains. We've been making fun of them. So let's be fair. Let's see what they're saying for themselves. Let's watch their show. Let's sit here and watch it together, and we'll take this in and we'll see, is this a good deal for gig workers? Is this a good deal? Now, remember, to be fair, right? We want to be fair. This is all about fairness, and I'm not joking here. I usually joke about virtually everything, but I'm not joking here. This is a production of the Rideshare Guy. So this is a Rideshare Guy production. And Kim and Zach are Rideshare Guy talent, so they're doing a show for the Rideshare Guy. So you can also assume, it'd only be fair to say, maybe Kim and Zach could tell us this themselves, that they did not choose the sponsors. The sponsors were probably chosen for them. Well, that's how it works when you're an anchor for corporate news. This is kind of corporate news, or, we can make that decision for ourselves. This is ostensibly some kind of news. Now, Robert Reese is also the news. Is this the kind of news that Robert Reese does? Okay, let's just check it out.
So you might be that far away from me, but I think you're safe.
We're good.
I'm looking forward to tonight's show. We're fortunate enough to have our sponsor Wallet with us tonight, so we get to pick their brain and find out more about what they do for drivers. We're going to talk about more and more drivers getting deactivated, seemingly without reason or explanation. So we're going to have a conversation about that. Kim and I are going to speculate, and we're going to see what we can make of it. We are going to discuss new payment options for Uber Eats customers and what they mean for drivers. And we might throw in a little bit extra tidbit there about something else they're doing too, if we've got time. We're going to talk about a story about certain people getting accounts that they shouldn't be getting, and a article that went viral, in my opinion, for all the wrong reasons. We're going to talk about if students should be allowed to order to high schools and middle schools and whatnot. So that should be another interesting topic of discussion. We're going to show another crazy order, have a conversation about that. And we're going to talk about a driver who was charged after a little oopsie he had after following the GPS. So we're going to talk about who was in the right, who was in the wrong, and what that all means. So quite a jam-packed show tonight.
I'm so excited. So before.
Okay. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of search and research. So the theme of this show tonight, as you may have surmised with your eyes, if you can, in fact, read, the theme of the show tonight, I'm going to pull that up. This is, remember, because I can't. That's why you need to remember it, because I don't. Okay. This is the well, that's not good. This is very strange. Okay, there we go. Yeah, ULT loves Wallet. ULT probably loves everything with ULT is probably a big vacuuming fan. I don't know. I do not know. It's a little strange. Searching for willing hookers. Well, aren't we all? In some type of metaphor, searching for our own metaphorical hookers of our mind. This is the Dad-Glitchgate Saturday search and research, singing Sunday, fact-finding, family evening, and quality time. Now, look, I like accuracy, so I want to get this important. or get this right? There's a Dad-Glitchgate search and research, singing Sunday, fact-finding, family evening, and quality time. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of live search and research, and I'm going to tell you how my mind thinks when I look at these things that we're going to be looking at together. I hope that's fun for you. It may or may not be fun for me. We'll find out. I hope it's fun for me. Now, some of you may notice, like Dad Dash, you look a little cleaner today than you been cleaner. And I'm like, yeah, well, I got razors, so I shaved all the fuzzies up here. I shaved the neck beard, trimmed the eyebrows. I figured if I was going to be appearing here on the screen with Zach and Kim, I better look more dignified than I've been looking. I've been looking like a greenhorn on the deadliest catch that hasn't taken a shower in 3 weeks. That's what I've been. That's the look that I've been cultivating for you. Okay, so what are we looking at here? So the show, is from the Rideshare Guy. Okay, so what is the Rideshare Guy? The Rideshare Guy, and let's make sure we're at the right spot. We're 229. Okay, so the Rideshare Guy, that's a channel, right? That's a channel. That's a broadcasting network. Rideshare Guy puts this on. This show was done. This show is on Wednesdays. This Wednesday that they did it, why does it go right in? I don't really want it to go right into the thingy. Tonight. Oh, there we go. Now, is it? I suppose it's a matter. I screwed it up myself. See, I made the screen small. We're going to analyze this though. Okay.
Before we even bring.
So I don't want the chat replay. Why are you giving me all kinds of strange things? Let's see. Zoom out. There we go. Okay, so this was 2 weeks ago. That's what I was looking for. 2 weeks ago. You can see with all full disclosure, full dash closure, I gave it a thumbs down because I did not like it. Too much commercial, not fun. That would also be something I thought. Okay, now, so this is Money Hungry from the Rideshare Guy. So if it's from the Rideshare Guy, this is somebody with an interest in the business, right? Many what we would call conflicts of interest, right? There's many levels that are going on here because they're making money from broadcasting and advertising. They're also making money from the other end, like the corporate butt plug with the sponsorship and advertising, the electric corporate butt plug up the other side. So they're kind of inserting the tapeworm from one side. They're pretty much putting the butt plug up the other side. And so you got that closed system, and you can see from Zach's face right here, he's probably already suffering from testicular overpay. This is the whole look. This whole Joker thing that you're looking at right here. That's a outward sign of testicular overpay. Okay, so we got Rideshare Guy. We know this is corporate news. We know it's got lots and lots of sponsors, right? Look at this sponsorship. Woo-lee. Whoa, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. Okay, so this is the kind of fun you have when you're researching books. This is the kind of fun when you're having researching books. You're like, whoa, Nelly, this is really something. This is exciting for me. And you go like, okay, so what do we got here? We got welcome to Money Hunger Show with Kim and Zach on Wednesdays. Wednesdays, remember, are wacky Wednesdays. Some people think of them as a hump day, but it can't be a hump day if it don't start with W. Can't be Wednesday if it don't start with W. Dad Dash reminds me of a serial killer movie from the 80s called Stepfather, who just wanted a perfect family and kept jumping fences to never be satisfied. Well, that happens. I think we got, Kim and Zach are probably jumping a little bit of fences right here is actually what's maybe happening to some extent, right? They're attempting to keep their monetary businesses going. I don't like the way this thing's doing it. Anyway, okay, so let's see if I can make me smaller and that bigger. Let's try that. All right, me smaller, that bigger. That's a lot better. I'm not, I'm more of a professional writer than I am a professional broadcaster, but I'm working on it for you. Okay, so Money Hungry live with Kim and Zach on Wednesdays. Okay, sign up for Wallet. Okay, so it's not, I got the spelling wrong. It's Wallet. What is this Wallet? Wallet. Okay, Wallet. Very strange name. I don't like it. I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't brand it that way. It's really fucking strange. I don't like it at all. Doesn't matter. They didn't ask me. So on today's show, Kim and Zach welcome special guest from Wallet, Marianne Sons. Also on today's show, drivers say they are being deactivated without notice. Uber Eats to roll out new payment plan. Amazon Flex drivers being shot? Well, I hope not that often. Holy camole, are you being anybody out there been shot today? I told you don't go to the strip clubs at 2:30 in the morning in Portland if you don't want to be shot. I'm giving you the directions. Okay, Uber Eats driver warns against undocumented workers coming to your home. Oh my God. How long do you wait for orders? None. I wait for none. I wait none for orders. That's how much I wait for orders. Parents versus school on food delivery. Okay. Would you take this order? So this is a cavalcade of family fun that we're looking at here. DoorDash #1 delivery app. Dashers. Now let's see if this is accurate information that we're getting from the rideshare guy here. Now, see, we got to scrutinize this. This is good. This is. See, you guys. Everybody thinks, even I think, it's like I wake up in the morning and I go like, I know what's going on today. I know the details. I know my landscape. I know my. I'm like Torp. I know my surroundings. So check this out. Do we know our surroundings? So the rideshare guy, Harry Campbell, on the advertising, and Kim and Zach by extension say, Dashers, let's get Dad Dash's glasses so Dad Dash don't make no mistakes on the reading here. Dashers are regularly making $20 to $25 per hour. Sign up here, the rideshareguy.com DoorDash. So what they're telling you there as far as the research goes is that they're getting paid for people to sign up for DoorDash. Now, why would that be a problem for you or me or anybody in society? Is, well, this is the whole Pedro thing. If you go out, if you're making money on people signing up for DoorDash or using their red card or doing anything involved with DoorDash, then you're making money off the scam, right? Because DoorDash is fraud and a scam. So we can say, is the rideshare guy, is Harry Campbell making money off the scam? The answer the answer that I would give as a searcher and a researcher would be yes. Okay, become an Uber Eats delivery driver, the rideshare guy. Are they making now? See, this is something I would give to you. This is just called conflicts of interest. If I was going to write a book and I was sponsored by DoorDash, I would tell you before I publish this book, well, I've been sponsored to write this book by DoorDash. And then everything that I wrote to you in that book, you'd have to ask yourself, well, did this guy write this in the book because he's sponsored by DoorDash or because he believes this about DoorDash? And that would be very fair of you to ask that question. That would be very journalistic. That would be a very fair way to search and research what's going on here, remember? And so here, this is from September 27, 2023. It's only October 15th. This is only, 3-week-old material. So I think it's fair to hold them accountable for what we got here. Did you know the rideshare guy also publishes in-depth articles? That's great. I've read some of their in-depth articles. Sergio Vedian got some real good research on there. Let's see. You can also shop with Instacart. Many of you have been Instacart shoppers at one point in your life. Well, these people would make money if you signed up for Instacart off their thing. Have you thought about trying rideshare? Well, have you? I don't know. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But, they're going to make money off it if you have. Let's see. Maximize your delivery income with the Maximum Delivery Profits course. So they're selling you education. The rideshare guy, did you know that rideshare guy has education? You get 50% off. Look, 50% off. Let's copy that. We're going to put that in the chat for you. You got an offer. So we're helping the rideshare guy, right? We're friendly. We're all part of the same community. You can maximize your delivery income with the Maximum Delivery Profits course for the rideshare guy. What is that? I don't know. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Okay, the rideshare guy. About the rideshare guy. I'm Harry. I'm Harry. I don't believe his last name is Testicles, but it would be pretty funny if his last name was like Testiculars. I'm Harry Testiculars. Then we'd all laugh. It would be juvenile. It would be juvenile if we all laugh. It is a limited time offer, Jada Driver. You could probably log in about a year and it would still be there, but it is a limited time offer. Time always has its limitations. Always had its limitations. Okay, so you could maximize. What are we going to maximize? We're going to maximize our minimization, I'm sure. But let's say, okay. Too much tit biting on Instacart. Well, we're just baiting all over the place in this gig economy. We could be master baiters. We bait so much. We bait so often. Every single one of us could be a chronic masturbator. If you if you really think about it from a logical standpoint, we are baited, absolutely baited so often in this industry. We could consider every single one of ourselves, male, female, testicular overpay, no testicular overpay, corporate butt plug, no corporate butt plug, DoorDash, tapeworm, no DoorDash tapeworm. We could consider ourselves actually master baiters because we've been in the gig industry as app slaves. Okay, so Stephen Arrow saying there's a premium dick move. Well, so you should expect the premium dick moves from the rideshare guy, Stephen Arrow. Look, this is the corporate energy behind a lot of the interwebs. And remember, they don't seem to be hanging out with the Pedro anymore. But Pedro was a rideshare guy correspondent. The Pedro was. I don't know what happened to Pedro and the rideshare guy. If Pedro quit the rideshare guy or the rideshare guy quit Pedro, if they're just or if they're just separated and taking a break and dating other oligarchs or dating other grifters. They may be dating other grifters for a short while. But anyway, that Pedro was tied into this too. But I think Pedro's got his own payday loan scheme too. We'll look at that with our search and research too, because we're having fun. We're having fun learning together as a community. It's a community. God, I love communities. I love community. I just love me community. Okay, let's go back. Okay. I'm Harry Testiculars. I found the founder of the rideshare guy. I started driving for Uber and Lyft in 2015, the dark ages. Those are the days when Dino from Saying It Like It Was roaming the earth with his little teeny arms. Little Dino was running around the earth going, hey, I'm saying it like it was, and Dino. And so that was before Dino, before the asteroid, and before Dino left us. Okay. 50% markup off 800% is still a 50% discount, Stephen Arrow. You got to stick with mathular calculations. And eventually quit my day job as an aerospace engineer to run the rides. Well, okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so Harry Campbell did not go from being like unemployed and desperate and broke like you and me. Harry Campbell went from being an aerospace engineer to rideshare guy to run the rideshare guy full time. Well, so that's kind of like I wouldn't say that's a dick move. That's more like a privileged move. You got the privilege to go from one privileged area to another privileged area. So Harry Campbell ain't a gig worker. Harry Campbell ain't never been an app slave. Harry Campbell got in on the game early, so Harry Campbell's up there at the top of the pyramid, right? The top of the pyramid of the gig industry. Who God knows who he's got. I mean, Harry Campbell don't print his conflicts of interest. He puts them all over his page, right? He takes money from everybody. Everybody who gives money to Harry Campbell and his crew, fucking everybody. So who meets with them? Well, fucking everybody, right? They meet with CEO Dara Karashowski. They interviewed Lyft's president, John Zimmer, founder of Lyft. Well, he ain't even around anymore. They interviewed DoorDash CEO Tony Hsieh. Oh my goodness, they had access to the billionaire founder of DoorDash, the man, the myth, the legend, who makes sure that every single one of us makes $20 to $25 per hour. What a great individual. Hey, Tony Shu. Let's all say, we love you, Tony. Oh, yes, we shoe. We love you, Tony. And we are true. We love you, Tony. Shoo, shoo. Oh, Tony Shu, we love you. See, we sing that together every day because we don't work for DoorDash. We don't even know DoorDash. We're app slave for DoorDash. But God darn it, we love that Tony Shu. We think he's a swell feller. We think he's a swell feller. We think that he set up an industry that could steal the future of our entire world, and we're impressed by that. We're impressed by that. Okay, so look at this. I mean, we just looked through this before the broadcast, right? So we're before the broadcast. We ain't watched the broadcast yet. Okay. What do we know we're going to get? We know we're going to get 100% corporate news because they just told us that. They just told us that in the entire fucking description of the thing. They're going to give us news from Wallet. They're going to give us news probably from Huelte. They're going to give us news from Wallet's Mary and Science. They're going to give us Kim and Zach Smiles. They're going to give us the Joker. They're going to give us flags. They're going to give us kindness. They're going to make us hungry.
Our guest tonight.
Oh my! I mean, it's like a cavalcade. It's like a virtual cavalcade of gig economy unicorn banging. It's like a unicorn thruple gang bang with the corporate strap on. It's just amazing. I wish Vartan was here to see it. Okay, so let's watch a little bit of Kim and Zach because we set this up, right? We know the landscape. We know who they're working for. Like remember on the Dr. Evil. So Dr. Evil, the Austin Powers. Remember, like the "Who do you work for?" #2. Who do you work for? #2. Who? And while they're dunking that guy's head in the toilet, who do you work for? #2. So we got to ask that of Kim and Zach. We got to give them just a little teeny mini swirly, just like an internet swirly in the toilet, and go. We got to dunk him in there and go like, "Who do you work for, Zach? Who do you work for, Kim?" It's just like a slight bit of toilet waterboarding. It's like a mini toilet waterboarding. And if we want to be real kind, we could just go over to the Glitch-Shubeck's house and use a bidet. We could just use a bidet just a little bit more like a water fountain, so we don't really cut off their air supply. But we squirt them in the face with Shubeck family bidet. We squirt them in the face with the gym. We go, "Who do you work for, Zach? Who do you work for, Kim?" We squirting a bidet on you until you cough up the company secrets is what we're going to do. Okay, you see this is hardcore. This is business. This is corporate intrigue. This is corporate intrigue. Zip. Oh wait, my goodness, the gig economy. Woo, woo, woo. The gig economy DoorDash police are here. He putting Zach and Kim under arrest for being assholes. That's a shame. Look, man, all cops are bastards. We hate to tell you there, Brian. A cab, my friend. A cab. Even you. I just ain't going to throw my support behind you, police. Okay, you mean saying it's not. Okay, wait a minute. I got to read. Let me start over, Damian Blaze. That was my dyslexic side going. Okay, you mean saying it's not backing up anything he says or show when you got other channels actually showing things and saying it like it is. Yeah, something like that, pretty much. Yep. The stench increase the closer you get to those guys, causes headaches, runny nose, itching. Yeah, that I can confirm that. My nose is running right now, Stephen Arrow. Watery eyes, breathing problems, heart arrhythmia, blood clots, stroke, and death. That's right. Look, man, this is like testicular overpay. Even Kim, you can tell Kim got bit right in the vagina by testicular overpay. Right, you can tell Zach's raging with the testicular overpay because he's got that Joker look on his face. It's just all messed up inside. He looks like Torque. You can tell when somebody's got the testicular overpay. Officer Brian here. Officer Brian is here. Woo, 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 woo. We are a whopping 28 minutes away from the world premiere of Brian's new video from the DoorDash gig economy. Please, God knows what will happen when that happens. We praying for the DoorDash gig economy police that they are peaceful officers. Thank you, Brian. Arrest the woman officer. her assaulted me with her vocal cords. I understand. We're gonna have to be tolerant, though. We got to get our tolerance level up there. Az Prod. I'm gonna need you to think about our neighborhood, and that we, remember, there ain't nowhere to go from the sewer. We're down as low as we can go. It just can't go any lower. Now, I'm just not letting Kim and Zach have their fun. We got to let them have their fun. Let's go. We got to, and remember, we looked at what this is. We know they're money hungry, right? We know they got lots of sponsorships. We know we're going to have Wallet on here. Huelte ain't going to be on here as far as I know. I wish he would, because if we could have Wallet, maybe Huelte could actually be sponsored by Wallet. And Huelte could come up like, my name is Juan Huelte, and I'm sponsored by Wallet. Would you like a payday loan? And it would be hilarious. It would be funny. All right, here, let's go.
Being our sponsor, and they're going to be our sponsor again tonight for tonight's episode of Money Hungry. Before we bring them on, I'm going to actually play a video.
We should call it Money Thirsty. It should be called Money Thirsty, not Money Hungry. If we were hungry, we'd have food. We ain't going to get food out of any. This is like Money Thirsty. This is like thirst. This is like a thirst for money that we got here. So we're going to call us Money Thirsty. We got to help them out here. Money Thirsty. So thirsty. Okay. Money thirsty, so thirsty. Okay, come on, Kim. Sorry.
Describing what Wallet is and how it benefits drivers out there. Without further ado, I am going to put it up and get started.
Meet Wallet. We're a cash advance company trusted by over 90,000 drivers. We help drivers who need cash advances for paying insurance, vehicle maintenance repairs, gas money, and any of your business-related endeavors. We have an extremely fast application process, allowing you to have your money in 24 hours. It's fast, no impact on your credit score, and no credit checks. We approve your application based on cash flow from your rideshare business. Join Wallet today and never worry about being strapped for cash again. Insurance, vehicle maintenance repairs, gas money, and any of your business-related endeavors. We have an extremely fast application process, allowing you to have your money in 24 hours.
Sweet.
It's fast, no impact on your credit score, and no credit checks.
Well, no impact on my credit score. Well, that's fucking fantastic. That's fantastic. There's no... So that means, Brian, there's no impact on my credit score. That means I can probably get me like a tent loan to put up in the park over on the east side of town. Get me a tent loan after this. There's no credit checks. I'm excited about this.
We approve your application based on cash flow from your rideshare business. Join Wallet today and...
Wait a minute. Okay, so first of all, excuse me, I got to cough up a Pedro. Hold on. God dang it, Bob. Coughing up a Pedro. So first of all, there's an issue here of cash flow. Okay. First of all, cash flow is a thing in business. DoorDash drivers do not have that issue in their business. So cash flow is the amount of cash that you're taking in. Then you got to buy stock, and then you got to get that stock turned into more cash, and then you got to buy more stock, and so you got this constant flow of cash in and out. That's not the way last mile delivery works. It don't work on cash flow. There ain't no cash flow, because every time you move your car, you're causing yourself expenses in addition to earning any potential income. You're also taking on substantial risk on behalf of a global corporation. There ain't no cash flow to be had here. That's just a misused term. That's just a fucking misused term. They're just using a term in a hinky way. That's a clue to you. They're lying to you. They're lying.
Never worry about being strapped for cash again.
Okay, well, I highly doubt that. I think if you do this, you're going to be very worried very soon about cash again, okay? I think you'll be very worried. Yeah, coughing up a Pedro. Thank you, Matthew Arredondo. It happens to all of us, and I do ask your apologies.
Okay, so without further ado, before I do that, I'm going to actually put up... We're going to...
Mary Sands Wallet. Mary Sands Wallet. 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 Is it Wallet? Wallet. Paulette? I'm confused. All right. She looks like she's got blue hair so far, which I like. I'm a fan of the blue hair. All right, let's go.
No, we're being pretty good about this.
We've been better about it. So we would like to thank Marianne for joining us this evening. Why don't we go ahead and...
Hey, Torp! We're watching, Torp, we got payday loans for you. If you ever need to do any mechanics on your car, and like, let's say you need like yourself an extra $1,000, you got, you can go to Zach Drives Payday Loans, Money Trains, and he'll get you the extra money you need, Torp, to get all the mechanic products that you need. Thank you for checking in. It's great to have you here. Watch this, Torp. This is good. You're going to like this. You're going to like this a lot.
Bring her up.
Yep. Marianne, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, Kim. Hi, Zach. How are you guys doing?
Good. Thank you for coming tonight.
My pleasure to be here.
Why don't you give us a little bit of a background on Wallet, how you guys got started, what it is that you do, and how it can benefit drivers?
Torp, I'm not terribly sure I understand what you're saying here. Hold on just 1 second. Would you like to come on the show, Torp? Do you have something you'd like to say? Because you can come on the show. You don't have to wait till 2 a.m. You can come on the show if you want. You're a good friend. You want to come on the show, Torp? You want to come on the show? You want to come on the show? Hold on. I gotta do something. Well, hi. Stephen Arrow says, hey, Torp. Hey, Torp. Nice to see you. You want to come on the show, Torp? You want to make some news? Are you Torp? You got a Torp torquing? You been Torp? Hold on. I got to shut the door. I'll be right back. Let's let this play for a minute while Torp's thinking if he wants to come on the show.
Sure thing. So I'm the director of operations for Wallet, and Wallet is a company that began literally as a dream. Like our CEO dreamed about the idea of providing services and advances to independent contractors, drivers, and deliveries. And because they notice the need that the market has, like it's not easy for a delivery or a rider to go to a bank and get an advance or get loans and so on and so forward, because first of all, you need to provide a bunch of paperwork. You need to go through credit check. And most of the financial institutions, they do not work with gig workers because of the high risk that they represent. And so we noticed the need on the market, and we created Wallet to serve that particular niche in the market, to provide services for you guys. Something that we noticed, it's also what we came to call the driver, now the delivery paradox. So if something happens to your car or something happens to your bicycle, I've known of people that do delivery using bicycles, and their bicycles have been stolen or something happened to it. You need to stop working. So if you stop working, you stop producing money. So it gets harder for you to get the funds to either get a new bicycle or fix your car. So it's like that sort of paradox. You need to work for pay for the repairs, but you need to pay for the repairs in order to get back on track. So that's when Wallet come and feed the needs of the market by providing that advance that you guys might need to, as the video mentioned, to either pay for repairs or pay for gas or tolls or whatever it might come on your way.
So before we go any further, I see a comment in the chat. The link is in the description, so you can definitely check that out for a discount code. So a paradox is definitely the right word there, because it's kind of that vicious cycle, right? And I've had some situations where I've had something go wrong with the car, and I needed the car to make the money to fix the car. So I completely understand where you're coming from with that. And I think anybody who does gig work long enough will eventually run into a situation that's like, oh crap, what am I supposed to do now?
So a quick question. So what, like, if I am ready and I want to see about getting a loan through Wallet, like what's the process and how does it work for a delivery driver?
So it's not a loan, it's a cash advance.
Sorry, yeah.
There is slightly difference. And the process, as you're watching the video with the rideshare guy or Money Hungry, then you will use the code RIDE10. You will go to Google Play or App Store. You will write Wallet, UALETT, download the app, and add the code and complete a profile. So you just need to complete 3 simple steps. One, it's to verify your email. so we can keep open communications with you guys. Then you will need to add your bank account so we can deposit the funds and collect the weekly repayments. And lastly, you will need to verify your ID. It's easy. You just need to add an ID there. Could be a driver license, could be a passport, could be like any state ID that you might have. And that is just to secure that you are who you say you are.
Okay.
So that if you go through the underwriting process and within 15 minutes, you know if you're approved or not. And for new clients, you get the deal or the funds within 24 hours, maybe less. But if you are a recurring client, you can get the funds as fast as 5 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So
Like if you're a recurring client and you're in front of the gas station, you notice that something went wrong with your card, with your credit card, you just need to apply for a cash advance and boom, you will have the money there.
So I had a situation last summer where I got a flat tire and ended up having to replace two of my tires, and that cost me $500 or $600 or something. And it left me kind of scrambling to make rent on time because like that $500 was supposed to go to rent. So that there's.
Well, God help us. Zach drives money trains on impoverished people, is suggesting that you could pay your rent with a payday loan from Wallet. God help us. All right, Zach. Okay, so Torp, you ain't blocked. Do you want to come up here, Torp? You got to come up. You want to come up or what? You're welcome here. You're welcome here. You want to come up? I'd be great to come up, Torp. I mean, I know that you could make me butt hurt and absent you, but I'd rather have you butt hurt me in person. It'd be more fun for both of us. Probably be more entertaining for your audience. There you go, Torp. There you go. That's for Torp. That's only for Torp. Torp, come up here. Be Torp. Torp and I've had podcasts before. I love talking to Torp. That's a lot of fun. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play the. So let's see. We were last at the point where Zach drives money trains on poor people, is telling us how to pay our rent with payday loans. God help us. Thank you, Zach.
Definitely some real benefits to being able to just click a few buttons and have something at your disposal. So and you definitely hit the nail on the head with gig workers being underserved. I know drivers who have great credit who have been declined for car loans or other sort of financial services. So it's definitely a service that I think could really do a lot of good for a lot of drivers.
We have a couple questions. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, especially now that as you guys keep talking about it and on the comments as well, the fares for the deliveries are variable. Like every day you wake up to go out and work and you just do not know what you're going to face now. Like you can find a boost for $5, or then you might be stuck with only $2 per delivery, and depending a lot on the customers willing to tip you guys. So some weeks can be good, some weeks can be bad. And rent is there, paying the lease for the car is there as well. The need to add gas, especially with the increasing prices, is also there. So Wallet is like a fast and secure method for you guys to have those funds in advance, and then just need to make easily comfortable repayments on a weekly basis. So it's not that we're gonna eat out of whatever you do on a weekly basis. It's based on something that you will be able to afford.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead and pop these questions up here, Kim?
Yep. So the first question is, what is your business model and how do you make this work without constraints?
So
How do you make it work without constraints? Nothing works without constraints, Kim. Nothing. There's nothing that works without constraints. So if assuming you're as sweet a lady as everybody's saying you is, Kim Side Money Plans, you're asking really dumb questions, you're doing really dumb things, and you're saying really dumb things. Please stop. Okay, keep going.
merchant cash advances, which is MCA. And how do we work is that we advance a percentage of your future receivables as a deliveries or drivers, and we charge.
Okay, so first of all, Dashing Magnificent Friend. I got up at 4 a.m. this morning and was playing around on the Glitch Dash chat. I was up from 4 a.m. to like noon. It was terrible. It was like 8 hours of work. And so then I was all sleepy. I got so sleepy and I laid down and I just went to sleep. And I slept like 3 hours, 3 full hours. I can clean myself up. See, look, I got no neck beard today. I got no neck beard now. Clean myself up a little bit, a little less scruffy up there. So anyway, I took myself like a 3-hour nap. Now, see, probably I'll be up like, what is it now? It's like 5 o'clock. I'm probably gonna be up for like 7 more hours, man. I could drink me a whole pot of coffee and sleep. It's not a problem. I'm a lucky individual on the sleeping front. Yeah. I kind of do like a 2-shift thing. I do like a morning shift and an evening shift. I take a morning shift where I work, and then I take a siesta, a little nap or whatever, and then I do an evening shift, and then I sleep again. I kind of do like 2 sleeps. That's my pattern. And of course, we got the Cow Cup in honor of Matthew Arredondo of Brownsville, Texas. The population of Brownsville, Texas is Matthew Arredondo and cows. Matthew Arredondo's and cows. Yeah, I am a robo writer. You may have figured it out. I am artificially intelligent DMF. I could be artificially intelligent. Well, I'm awake, and gosh darn it, look, man, Torp's my buddy. I didn't got no problem with Torp. I'm just waiting, man. If he wants to come up here and like do the WWF, like Torp, you will not, yeah. If he wants to get up here and do WWF, I'm all excited for it. I'm here for it. You're here for it. We're all here for it. Come on, Torp, get Torp. Let's see it live. We always get the Memorex version of Torp. I want the live version of Torp. I want the real thing. I want the real deal. I want the Torp that's going to go like, hey, you will not talk about me on your YouTube, because I talk about everybody on the YouTube. I'm a good guy. I'm a bad guy. I'm playing 7D chess, and I'm running train on you. It's my shining moment. That's what we're here for. Well, hello, Mary Poppins. We are so glad. Torp's like fax machine with no paper. Well, we'll see. Maybe Torp will just click that. Maybe Torp will click the link. You never know. Maybe he'll click the link. Maybe he's preparing himself. Maybe Torp had to go get himself torqued off so that he can prepare himself to speak. He speaks better when he's Torp. Mary Poppins, what are you telling us from the Magical Kingdom? Fucking awful offering. Where'd my glasses go? God damn it. Bobby? Okay. Fucking awful offering these loans. I know, Mary Poppins. Look, man, people go, why you give Zach such a hard time? I'm not going to give him such a hard time because he's selling dog shit to the people. He's selling like terrible, toxic sludge and dog shit to the people. And Zach's like, stop being mean and trolling me, Jeff. You produce shitty content. I'm like, well, okay, at least, but I don't sell payday loans to people, Zach. I don't do that. So Zach's a confused individual. So is Kim, right? They're up here selling their people out for the man. It's disgusting. Let's see. Mary Poppins says, fucking disgusting. Seriously. Thank you, Mary Poppins. I agree with you. The Disney Kingdom has granted you great wisdom. Is Torp coming up? I don't know. You heard me invite him. I ain't going to get, he ain't going to run train on me in absentia. I ain't going to watch his silly videos. And he's going like, Jeff's going to be so butthurt when he wakes up tomorrow after watching my video. I ain't watching that. And it's not entertaining. If you want to play with me, you got to come and play. You got to get all nimbly-pimbly with me. I'm a playful feller. Torp knows I'm a playful feller. I mean, I gave Torp a shining moment. Torp gave a shining moment. I'm like, hi. That's great. I'm going to give it to you, Torp. You got your shining moment. The cows are doing well. Thank you, Matthew Arredondo. Please keep them delicious for me. Please keep them delicious. It's very important. Dumbest thing ever. Mary Poppins, I could not disagree with you. It is the dumbest thing ever to try and sell payday loans to people without paydays. Sell cash advances to people that ain't got no cash. Okay. So, they get a vicious cycle. Yeah, it'll put these people homeless. They'll be sleeping in their cars. Now, wait, it gets fucking worse. It gets worse. They're going to give you advice about how you can use this payday loan to fucking buy a car or something. It gets worse. Can you smell? Can you you smell what Jeff's cooking, Torp? Can you smell what I'm cooking? Thank you, DMF, you dashing, magnificent friend. It's time to talk smack. It's time to talk smack up in this house. Where's that Torp? Torp, yeah, it's like the 1968 cage match between, dang it, Pedro. All right. Yep, Mary Poppins is on board with how awful these people is. I like that. Let's get it with Mr. Real Wrong. Yeah. Torp, what the hell did you jump ship? We don't know. Torp just gets torqued off, Mary Poppins. None of us understand it. None of us understand it. We just watch it. We just watch it. We don't understand it. It's okay. Jeff the Rock Black. Just bring it, jabroni. Just bring it, you jabroni. It's like a jabroni conference. Boy, ain't right. He ain't gonna show up. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Okay. All right. DMF Dashing Magnus friend. Is the lady trying to explain the benefits? I think so. She was. She's trying to explain the benefits, but the benefits are not for you. The benefits are not for you. Maybe better to ask why what? Why what, Torp? Ask why what? I don't even know what we're talking about, Torp. If you want to talk about something that's intelligible, let's just talk about it. I don't know what we're talking about because I don't know what you're torqued off about other than the fact that you don't like emojis. I know you fucking hate emojis. You fucking hate popcorn. That's okay, Torp. I hate emojis too. I think they're silly and ridiculous. But that means I kind of like them because, you know, DoorDash is silly and ridiculous. Torp, you're kind of being silly and ridiculous. Quite frankly, I wish you'd come up here and talk to me, old friend, because we've been on before. I never hurt you. I never bit you, Torp. Did I bite you? Torp, have I bitten you ever? I have not. I have not. For one thing, though, just think of all the people that will not pay on these loans, just quit gig work. Yes, that's exactly right. See, this is the thing about a payday loan with no job. When you take a payday loan in the past, right, they attach it to your paycheck. But see, gig work ain't a paycheck. That's just independent contracts. And so they're going to attach it to an uncertain future. You got no future, but they're going to attach it to you. So they're just going to be like a mobster, like chasing you down on the street, whether you working or not, I guess. I don't know. And well, so Stephen Arrow suggests that Torp may be out of his league. He may be he's probably out of his weight class. I'm guessing I outweigh Torp at least by quite a few tens of pounds, Stephen Arrow. I think I might have like 60, 70 pounds on the Torp. I don't know. I don't know. But we may be in different weight classes. We may be in different weight classes, and we do want to be fair. Torp, there you are. Thanks for the input, Dad. You bet you, Torp. We love you here. Just say, okay, we got Mary. Just say it, Torp. You got a big mouth on everything else. Quit being subliminal. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. I mean, Torp, you go on and talk to like Roy the Car Puncher. You talk to Roy the Car Puncher, you won't talk to me. I mean, I've been nicer to you than Roy the Car Puncher's ever been. I ain't mad at you, man. Let's see here. Like a mad dog with rabies. Yeah, that's true. Torp says, huh? Torp says, what? All right. Well, Torp, you got the link up there, son. You need me to put it again? Here you go. I'll put it again for you. It'll be the 1968 cage match. Torpino against Jeff Thomas Black. Torpino against Jeff Thomas Black. Torpino. Click the link, Torpino. Click the link. Click the link, Torpino. The people need you. Come to your people. Come to your people. Let's share 420 together. Oh, no. You got to be kidding me. Look, if I have to go find myself another lighter, I'm just going to be upset. Okay, well, wait a minute. Now I got myself a problem. I lost my lighter. I'm not going to speak to Torp without a lighter. That's just not going to happen. I have my boundaries. I do have my boundaries. All right. Well, we're going to have to watch Zach and Kim's run payday loan money trains on you for another minute. Here we go.
Charge a flat fee. So it doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. It doesn't matter if you need to reschedule or pay upfront, it will not change. And that's how the business works. So since the beginning, before you accept the cash advance, you will know for how much you have been approved, how much is the fee going to be, and how many weeks you have to repay, which the driver or the delivery can select in how many weeks you want to pay. and you will see the amount for each of the repayments there.
Okay. Kim, do we put the promo code in the description?
Should be.
Yes, I can see it there. It's RIDE 10.
RIDE 10. Okay. RIDE 10. And it's all capitals,
right?
right?
I'm going to actually put it right now. It's going to be under me, but I'm going to put RIDE 10. I'm going to pin it.
Okay. So this one was kind of already answered. But if you want to talk about like the fee a little bit more. So OGIG said, is there a percentage or a transaction fee? Can you elaborate, please?
No, it's just a flat fee based on the amount that you can approve. So, and the fee will depend on the amount that you get approved, for which you get approved, and also the amount of weeks in which you want to repay. So you don't need to pay it up front or on your last repayment. How it works is that we split it amongst all of the quotes or all of the pays. Let's say that you select to repay in 10 weeks. We take the flat fee, we divide it among the capital, and then you have a specific amount that will not change every week till you complete the deal.
Okay. All right, cool. And what are your, so talk to us about the minimum and the maximum that
Well, of course I'd be nice, Torp. I'm always nice. I'm always nice. You don't got to worry about me. I ain't here to attack you. I don't want to have, I don't like to fight with anybody, especially my friends. Come on up, Torp. Come on up. All right, here we go. I got my, had to go get myself another lighter. See, this is the problem. This is a problem. You get old. Get yourself old, like you go up and you like do something, you go like, where'd my lighter go? I can't find my fucking lighter. And then you got to go find another lighter. It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. How am I supposed to get my work done if I can't find me a lighter? What we got going here? Torp bitched out on Roy when Roy opened challenge. Okay. I don't know anything about that. Shut up, Torp. You don't give a fuck. Get up there. Mary Poppins is our enforcer. Torp, you don't want to face Mary Poppins. Torp, you don't want to face Mary Poppins. She'll just, I'm nice. Mary Poppins will fucking tear you apart. She'll give you a spoonful of sugar and make that medicine go down. Torp, you won't like it. She'll shove that medicine right down your fucking throat. Mary Poppins is a badass. Mary Poppins is a badass. Ever notice how these people only advertise to the poorest people? Of course, this is a poor people scam. This is called poverty pimping. This is called, pimp my ride. This is pimp my poverty. This is pimp my poverty, and Zach and Kim is money pimps. Harry Campbell's a money pimp, poverty pimp. Mary Torp needs another can of courage first. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Torp says, thanks for you being you, Stephen. We love the Stephen arrow. We love the Stephen arrow. We'll take a flat fee, then we'll shove it up your ass. That is true. Very far up your ass, Arizona Prod. Further than it's going to be comfortable. He's doing the same exact thing with bitching out again. I don't know. Please don't bitch out. Whatever that means, please don't bitch out on me. I am sad because I really like Zach. I've been a subscriber with him since first video he put out. He actually not a bad guy. Well, that's what I thought too, Mary Poppins. But Zach's been a little bit crusty when we ask him to tell the truth and be good to his community. He gets a little crusty. And so we started calling him Zach Drives Triggered. Actually, that was a Glitch Dash patented. I don't want to take credit from the Glitch Dash. I think Glitch Dash called him Zach Drives Triggered. I called him like Zach Drives Money Trains. Zach drives money trains on poor people. Zach drives money trains on people in poverty. I called him all kinds of stuff, but I think the Glitch Dash called him Zach Drives Triggered, which is a good one because he's very easily triggered by the truth. Now, when you get easily triggered by the truth, here's a problem. You get easily triggered by the truth. That just means you're into the corporate shenanigans. And, Zach is just kind of a corporate shenanigans guy, I guess. Probably doesn't make him a terrible guy. Might be a nice dad, nice person, probably a good guy to have a beer with. I don't got nothing against Zach. He's fucking up, though, and I told him he's fucking up. The problem is you tell Zach he's fucking up. Go, hey, son, you're fucking up doing bad shit. And Zach comes back like, well, fuck you, instead of like, oh, let me think about this for a minute. Yeah, I could be doing payday loans. Maybe that's bad for my reputation, bad for my community, bad for people in poverty. I can make people homeless. Maybe I shouldn't do this just because Harry Campbell said I should. Well, that's a choice that Zach's got to make. That's a choice that Kim's got to make, isn't it? They got to make that choice whether they want to be honest and have integrity and represent their community, or whether they want to be sellouts working for the corporation that's enslaving their community, along with the DoorDash corporate tapeworm, the electronic corporate butt plug, and then, you know, the testicular overpay. And again, you look at Zach, you never seen a worse case of testicular overpay than Zach. He got the tapeworm terrible. He got the butt plug way up there. And then he's got the testicular overplay is raging to the point he looks like the Joker from Batman movie, but without any makeup, by the way. He just naturally looking like the Joker because it's up there so far. He's just like, anyway. Stephen Arrow says, Torp, I still love you, you son of a bitch. Okay, that's good. Chow Show says, next time Dash and Trader goes live, I'm going to go in and say, hey, Trader, you tweaking, bruh. And that would be hilarious. And I'd give him some popcorn, gave him a little bit of salt with the popcorn. Now we got all the tubers in here lurking. Well, of course they're lurking. This is going to be a smackdown. This is like the 1968 Torp JTB smackdown cage match for family fun time. This is like as good as it gets. This is as good as it gets. Let's say, what we got? Torp rather be in the lounge, be played more badly and disgracefully, having no respect. Well, you know, I mean, people go where they want to go. I can't force anybody to come on the show. You know, Pedro had the opportunity to come on the show, and he came on the show like a little weasel and came on and went like, you're crazy, but you can come on my show. And I said, fuck you, Pedro. That's what happened with Pedro. I think Torp will do better than that. I think Torp will do better than Pedro. Pedro is coward, right? Pedro pretends he wants to talk to people, but Pedro don't want to talk to anybody. Pedro just wants to mute people. Pedro muted and kicked Torp right off the air for talking. I ain't gonna mute and kick Torp off anything. If Torp comes on here, he can say anything he wants. Say anything he wants. Just Torp come on here, speak like Torp, get all Torp. He can be mad at me. We can talk about the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. We can talk about the 90s. We can talk about the 2000s, the 2010s. I miss Cherry. God damn it. Well, I understand that, Mary Poppins. Cherry was a very interesting individual with a very powerful voice. A very powerful voice. Dashing edit his own videos, not bad. Yeah, Dashing Trader, Dashing Q. Yeah, Dashing Q's got a lot of skills. Dashing Q is very into editing. He's very excited about doing a lot of editing, doing some more videos. He does lots of ride-alongs, and then he's been editing those up. He's learning, right? He's learning. He's going to get better and better. He's going to be a better and better broadcaster. Hey, Timothy Slaughter, nice to see you here. Triggered by facts and figures is never good. It's not good, Timothy Slaughter. That is correct. If we get triggered by facts and figures, or triggered by our sponsors, like somebody says, hey, you're being sponsored by Wallet, a payday loan company. That's pretty fucking nasty. And we get all triggered. That's not a good sign, Timothy Slaughter. That's not a good sign when our sponsors trigger us. Not a good sign. Well, some of them girls will fight really tough. Mary Poppins might be a scrapper too, though. I don't know. I do not know. But remember, this is usually a sausage party. We don't usually get the girls in the fight so much. Usually a sausage party. Torp likes it that way. Torp likes a sausage party. What do we got from Stephen Arrow? Torp, we got happy as cool group over here. That's where you fucked up. That is true, Torp. You're missing the good party. We got the better party over here. We have the better party favors. We got honesty. We got integrity. We got community. We got friendliness. We laugh. We cry. We sing. We got ourselves a Thomas Litch-Schubeck with popcorn. Even if you hate the popcorn, Torp, it ain't that bad. Like, popcorn ain't gonna hurt you. It's not like what with popcorn. Popcorn ain't like fentanyl, right? You can't get exposure to popcorn and then just like have to empty an entire school because there's exposure to popcorn, Torp. Well, I would like to see Torp. I would like to handle his ass. I've always thought about handling Torp's ass. I've handled it a few times, but Q's a smart hustler. He is. Q's a smart guy. He hustles, and he does it honestly and cares about his community. That's what I like. Q is hustling, but he's doing it honestly and caring about his community, and that's what I like about the Dashing Q23. Torp got to stop lying. Well, we'll see. Does Torp telling lies? I don't know. I'd like him to come on the show and we'll clarify anything that he might be lying about. Anything he might be lying about. That loan shit through, oh my God, what are they doing to these drivers? I'm just appalled. Me too, Mary Poppins. I've been scarred. I saw this 3 weeks ago, and I've just been running around smashing my head into walls ever since. I've been so upset, Mary Poppins. No woman, no cry. Boom, dun, dun. Oh, dun, dun, dun. Boom, boom. No woman, no cry. I can't sing and smoke at the same time, AZ Prod. You're messing me up. You're messing up my show. Torp, you're punking yourself. He is punking himself, but we're not leaving. We're not going anywhere yet. We're going to be here for him. I'm going to shove a tapeworm up Zach's ass and Kim's. Well, you can do that, Brian DoorDash Gig Economy Police, but tapeworms really prefer the other side. Tapeworms prefer the other side. They like to go from north to south, not south to north. It's kind of like, wipe, 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 always front to back. The worms sing like parasite, 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 always mouth to ass. That's what, parasite, 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 always mouth to ass. That's what they sing in tapeworm school, Brian. I'll beat his ass, Damien, at 61 years old. Well, Mary Poppins, I do believe you. I would not fight you, Mary Poppins. I would not fight you. Mr. Flex, Flexi Pants. Torp is too scared. Torp's going to come on the show if he wants to, Flexi Pants, but he don't normally like to. But we're trying, Flexi Pants. It could be entertainment for you. It could be high entertainment. It could be the entertainment of the entire weekend for you, Flexi Pants. I watched your ride along, and I fell asleep. You was just driving around in the car, and I was looking at your mail bucket, and I was just like, I don't know what your show is, Mr. Flexi Pants, but like watching you drive around in a car just ain't very entertaining. Hi, Flexi Pants, says Mary Poppins. We love you, Flexi Pants. See, Flexi Pants, we don't got no hate for you here. We like your Cobb-Tune Subaru. We like your Cobb-Tune Subaru. There's a Momo, okay. Okay. Well, we got the large Momo plan. You got the large Momo plan, the LMP for DoorDash. Now you got to get yourself invited to the large Momo plan. If you don't know how to do that, you probably got to go into the lounge somewhere between 2 and 4 a.m. Between 2 and 4 a.m. they creep up, and between 2 and 4 a.m. that right in there will give you the large Momo plan instructions. Getting ready for torque. Getting all ready for torque. I'm getting all excited. All right. AZ Prod. Don't worry, Mary Poppins is an old school G and can whoop Torp's ass, make his ass famous. All right. Well, there's a lot of butt hurt in this space, Damian Blaze and AZ Prod. And if Mary Poppins, one of our few of the female genders in this sausage party of our space, she can whoop some ass. Man, that's great. That's great. That just makes her, she's like Kill Bill. She's like that sexy chick in Kill Bill. Hey, Mary Poppins, you got one of them yellow jumpsuits? You got one of them yellow jumpsuits, like a one-piece yellow jumpsuit? Because if you got one of them, well, you're going to get interest. You're going to get a lot of interest from the sausage party. That's all I'm saying. It's a good show. It's a good show. You put that tall blonde female in that yellow jumpsuit. It's a good show. It's a good show. Timothy, let's see. Flexi Pants got to guess. Let me guess. Jeff is a torpedo. No. I love the torp. I love the torp. You got that wrong. You're a bad guesser, Flexi Pants. You're the worst guesser, Flexi Pants. God dang it, Flexi. God dang it, Flexi. Mary is the man in the situation. Well, AC Prod, Vartan makes himself some corporate strap-ons that could make Mary Poppins the man in any situation, if you know what I'm saying. Vartan, he's linked in tight with the relationships in the corporate strap-on industry. He's one of our connections out there in this global gig economy. That Vartan can help Mary Poppins, let's say, strap up and get ready to roll in almost any situation. Well, I hope Flex did. I hope that Torp didn't jump ship yet. I hope he didn't jump ship. Wrong. Jeff loves Torp. That is correct. Jeff Hart's Torp. But here's the problem. you send a message like Jeff hearts Torp. Torp hates them emojis. So you send Torp like a heart emoji, like Torp, I heart you. Torp's going to go like, fuck you, you asshole. Because Torp hates emojis. Mary Poppins has our respect. It is excellent to respect all of the. No, ain't been pooped on, Flexi. Ain't been pooped on. Torp had a shining moment. If that's what you're talking about. If that's what you're talking about, Torp had a shining moment. We loved it, but we want Torp to come on the show here. Everybody's voting. I mean, look, put a 7, a 5, or a 3 in the chat. Put a 7, a 5, or a 3 in the chat. We've been plugging your manufactured wares, Vartan. We've been plugging the corporate strap on. Mary Poppins been using one of those things this weekend. Vartan, you might want to get with her for a corporate sponsorship. I do not hate Torp. That is true. There is no hatred between me and the Torp. See, Flex loves Mary. Mary loves Flex. Someday Flex is going to love JTB. Someday Flex will love Dad Dash. Someday Flex will love us all, and we will love Flex back. That's the day that we are all working for. Flex, what's up, girl? Yeah, that's right. Flex, Flexi Pants. Hey, I'm Pedro. Now, look. Pedro's welcome on the show too. If anybody knows Pedro, Pedro's live probably isn't for like 2 more hours. If anybody knows Pedro, you give Pedro a call and say, Jeff Thomas Black said you should come on his Sunday show because you like to talk on Sundays. You just give Pedro a ringy dang. You give Pedro a ringy to go, hi, Pedro, Jeff Thomas Black's talking about you, said you should come on his show and that you's a coward. That's what, go tell Pedro that. Somebody call Pedro and go, hey, Pedro, Jeff's talking about you. You should like go on his nature trail. Okay. Allow me, let me entertain you. Let me money scam you now. Let me money scam you. Looks like your ship is falling apart. Whose ship? Pedro or Mr. Flex, sorry. Flex. Ha ha ha. DMF, yeah, okay. Get up there, you crook Torp. Well, see, Mary Poppins is taunting Torp. Mary Poppins, you get Torp. You know, he'll talk about you. He'll be on there like, listen, there's this fucking Disney character, Mary Poppins. She's pissing me off, and she don't know her environment. She don't know the condition she's in, that Mary Poppins. Well, that's what Torp's going to do. Let's see, what does Damien Blaze say? Mr. Flex, you mad late. Go watch from the beginning. That's true. Your new fucking future protege just got his ass handed to him, and Bow Wow left the room with his tail between his ass. That is true. That is true. Many people have said that, Damien Blaze. I've heard that many times today. Flexi Pants. Flexi Pants. We love everybody, but you need a spanking. You're going to get it. That is true. We don't believe in the corporal punishment in the real world for the real kids, but Flexi Pants, no, Flexi Pants is an adult, and if Flexi Pants ain't going to stay in the baby corner with his chalky baba and keep, you know, learning and listening, we could have to give him a little spanking, Stephen Arrow. Eli fucked up my shit. Well, hardly, Mr. Flex. That's about the silliest thing I ever heard. Flexi, your boat don't float. Yeah, Flexi got holes in his boat, that's for sure. Oh, Mr. Flexi Cakes, you need to go 90 nights. Well, he might need a chalky baba on Matthew Redondo. He might need a chalky baba. Oh, well, that's good. DoorDash Gig Economy Police made $700,000 in 4 hours today. $700,000 if you move that decimal point. 3 spaces. DoorDash Gig Economy Police made $700,000 in 4 hours today. Yeah, Flex tends to drive her around to nowhere and be an app slave, glitching to not have much of a life. 100% the truth. Well, I watched that show. It's not a very good show. Maybe Torp's getting all stoned or something to get himself ready. Torp may need to prepare himself chemically to get together on the interwebs. Torp decided he needed 3 cams of courage before the bang. He can bang. That's fine. That's fine. Look, man, it takes energy when you're 55, and you gotta get into the big unicorn bangs there, Stephen Arrow. No jumpsuit. Mary says no jumpsuit. 5'1". Well, there ain't nothing that says 5'1" can't look long and lean and sexy in a yellow jumpsuit, Mary Poppins. That's all we're saying. I don't know about your wardrobe advisors in your Disney kingdom. My good market, DMF, real easy to make $700,000 a day. Well, that's why Brian's a billionaire, is because he makes $700,000 a day verified on DoorDash. $700,000 a day. Stephen Arrow, that's what I'm talking about. Stephen Arrow made $1 million in 4 hours. $1 million, because this is in thousands. You didn't read the key, but this is in thousands. So if he goes 1,000, that's 1,000,000. So Stephen Arrow is telling you he made $1 million in 4 hours today. That's amazing, Stephen Arrow. Well done, sir. Well done, sir. You represent the community well. Vartan, nice to see you. I hope everything's going well at the factory. DMF, our dashing magnificent friend, says what? Okay. Damian Blaze said, Flex, you need to get over your basic instincts and desperate obsession with Eli. He's already taken and ain't thinking too much about you, bro. That's probably true. Many people have said that, Damian Blaze. Many people have shared those sentiments on the interwebs. Sounds like a fib, bud. A fib. Like, yeah, there's lots of fibs. Trevor's deliveries showed Brian how to rake in 700,000, but see, Brian's nothing compared to the Stephen Arrow who's raking in $1 million. Excuse me. God damn it. It's Pedro's creep up on you. What I miss you? Well, you didn't miss much, but see, there's two things. There's two exciting things. We could have two special guests tonight. Number one, we're hoping Pedro shows up. Pedro, DoorDash, Glitchy Pants, Depends Poopy Pants Santiago may be showing up. I have heard through reliable sources that Pedro, DoorDash, Depends Santiago could be joining the panel on this very show, which, as you know, is the Dad Dash Glitchgate Search and Rescue Singing Sunday Fact-Finding Family Evening and Quality Time. So we're waiting for Pedro. Pedro, the lines are open for the Pedro. Lines are open for the Pedro. The lines are open for the Pedro. Okay, and the lines are open for the Torp. The lines are open for the Torp. The lines are open for the Torp and the Pedro. Now, I've heard through reliable sources that Torp has been in the audience. I have also heard through reliable sources that Pedro has been creeping around, lurking in our chat. So everybody say hi to Pedro. Say hi, Pedro. You're in the chat, Pedro. We know you're there. We heard Pedro's there. We're going to say it 3 times. Thank you, Drone Days. Drone Days did it for us. Now, we ain't in the bathroom with the door shut and a mirror, but we're going to say Pedro. We're going to go Pedro. 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 Okay. Everybody put a 1 in the chat if you want Pedro to jump out of lurking in the chat and join us. So put a 1 in the chat so that Pedro knows that you love him and that you want him to join us on this. Said Pedro, everybody, and if you know Pedro, you send him a text or a chat, you can mention to him in the thing, go, hey, your live doesn't start for like a couple hours. You come over in Jeff Thomas Black's chat because we heard you there already. And you just jump right up there, Pedro, DoorDash, Depends, Poopy Pants, Santiago. And we want to know what your plans is for the future. Mary Poppins says 0. That's very digital of you, Mary Poppins. We assume that 0 means that you'd like to have both Pedro and Torp up here. That Pedro and Torp would come up for 0. Pedro and Torp could come up together. That'd be some fucking fireworks. We'd have the most watched GigTube broadcast in the history of GigTube broadcast. If Pedro and Torp came up here, we'd have some combustible energy. Torp, Pedro, where are you? I beg you, I plead with you, come join us. Well, you never know. If Pedro comes up here, we might learn to love him. Pedro might be able to tell us what his new plans are for the future since DoorDash bores him. I'd like to know. Pedro might tell us what he thinks we've been lying about, because Pedro says, well, people lie about me. People lie about me. I'd like to know what Pedro thinks the lies are. Pedro, 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 Pedro. Pedro likes to talk on Sundays. Pedro likes to talk on Sundays. Come on up, Pedro. Come on up, Pedro. Where's Pedro? Hey, Flexi Pants, why don't you give Pedro a call? Hey, give Torp. No, Torp was already here. Torp's just probably pre-gaming. Probably Torp's pre-gaming. Here, I'm going to pre-game with Torp. Here we go. We can do a hippie speedball. You ready? So a hippie speedball. This is what you do for your hippie speedball. You got to get yourself some nice fresh weed. You got to crush it up between the finger and the thumb. Okay, the hippie speedball. Okay, then you like this. You go. Okay. Now, see, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's tasty. That's tasty. It's very tasty. That's a hippie speedball. It's a hippie speedball. And you may or may not like them. I like them a lot. Well, hello. I dropped a little bit of weed in my coffee, and I got myself a stem in my coffee. That's nutritious. That's organic. That's organic and nutritious. You chew on it, it's good for you. It's not going to hurt you. It's organic. He's Pedro-fied the man up. Well, hello, Red Pills. Another one of our favorite members of the sausage party that is not a sausage party, native, if you will. One of our vaginular population. We appreciate all of the female persuasion that join us in the sausage party. We need them more than they know. We need them more than they know. Well, they probably know how much we need them more than we know. We need them more than we know. Those women, man, I'll tell you, we get this sausage party going. We're just all confused. Wieners everywhere, just flipping, flopping around. You got to have some of them. Got to have some of those women to like tamper down the sausage party a little bit sometimes. Mrs. Torp popped into the Glitch Dash live last night. I saw something like that, but I didn't know if it was the real Mrs. Torp or not. I didn't know if it was the real Mrs. Torp. I never believe anybody's real unless they say they is. Like that guy, Steve Askin 13, that Steve Askin for 13 sluts. That guy never shows up anymore. Where the fuck that guy go? Never shows his face. He's never on any lives. Where the fuck did Steve Askin for 13 sluts go? Is he asking for sluts like all weekend? Does he not have any time to do the gig economy anymore? Does he just hate us all so much? He insulted us all so much. Now he's got to go find a new population of people to insult. Wow, that's great. DMF made $150,000 today in Hawaii. We need a bell. We need a bell so we can ring some fucking bells for this gig economy when we hitting all our lotteries. We hitting all lotteries and we just ring the bell. We need we're hitting the lotteries. We're getting all rich. We're getting all rich. Yeah. So I assume you got that golf course condo still ready for me over there, Brian. Gig economy, DoorDash gig economy police. Pedro the Glitch Pharaoh. Pedro the Glitch Pharaoh. Well, look, Pedro's now Mr. Double Down, Mr. Bet on You, the Lion King. He took a whole lot. Look, Pedro's got 9 names now, Red Pills. You weren't in this morning, but he's got 9 names. Listen. Pedro, DoorDash, Depends, Poopy Pants, Santiago, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago again. That's 9. That's 9. And it's not only just 9, but I remembered all 9. Pedro, DoorDash, Depends, Poopy Pants, Santiago. And then you got to go for the second half. You got to go Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago. That's how it works. Okay. Well, look. Pedro Double Down, Dark Dealer. You saying Pedro's dealing from the bottom of the deck there, Stephen Arrow? You saying Pedro's dealing from the bottom of the deck as a former gambling industry aficionado? All right. So that was just a Pedro came up there. Now listen, I guess since we're waiting for Torp and we're waiting for Pedro, we're going to get back to the payday loans, where we're running money trains on people in poverty as poverty pimps of the rideshare guy. Here we go.
The driver could receive.
So a minimum right now is $550.
Okay.
And the maximum can go over $2,000.
Oh.
So we're talking like fix a major problem with your car.
So $500 and something dollars to $2,000 and something dollars. That's very specific. Okay.
Our type of money.
So we have been talking about this with.
And Zach's recommendation is the Joker. Zach's Joker recommendation is that you could spend that money. You could spend that money on fixing your car. You could take a loan to fix your car. But here's the deal now. If I had taken a loan of $2,000 to fix my car when my water pump and timing belt needed to be replaced, if I'd taken that $2,000 loan, I'd have never been able to pay it back ever. Because DoorDash just took a giant shit between when my car went broken, and by the time I got it back, DoorDash just took a giant market shit on me, and I never would have been able to pay that money back. Never, ever, ever. Zach's giving you mighty toxic advice right here, Mr. Zachy Pants. Mr. Zachy Pants. Mr. Zach Drives Triggered. Here we go.
Harry, the writer guy, and on back and forward conversation, and within the realms of what we can advance, it covers every possible need that a driver can have.
I mean, that's even like down payment for any.
Like, listen, $2,000 covers every possible problem a driver could have under $2,000, right? Your wife gets cancer, $2,000. Your car breaks down, $2,000. Your kid breaks their arm, $2,000. Your kid wants to play school sports, $2,000. $2,000 will fix everything. Just trust Marion Sands, Director of Operations. Wallet. Remember, this is called wallet.
New car.
I'm even saying you can buy a used car, like a really beat up, used car. You can probably get a good used.
Oh, that's great advice. So Kim's chipping in, going, you could take one of them cash advance payday loans and buy a shitty used car with it. And then if anything goes well with that car, you ain't got no money to fix it. Then you got yourself a paperweight in your driveway. You got yourself a giant paperweight that you just bought with a $2,000 payday loan, but you ain't got no payday. Does anybody see a problem with that? Does anybody see a logistical, financial potential issue with taking a payday loan when you ain't got no future paydays guaranteed for a car? This is the craziest, dumbest thing I ever fucking seen right here. This is the craziest, dumbest fucking thing I ever seen. They should recall this show. Harry Campbell, the rideshare guy, should recall this show and just go set it to private, set it to deleted. Delete this show, okay? Everybody should probably send the rideshare guy a message going, this show's dog shit, man. What are you fucking doing? That's what I don't know. I might have to send myself one of them letters.
Car for $2,000.
So
quick story. We had one of our deliveries that he started with a bicycle. I mean, he started with a scooter. Then with the cash advance, he was able to go into a bicycle to escalate. And now he's doing deliveries on a car. Because the more cash advances you.
Okay, so he escalated from a bicycle to a car. I don't think that's what escalate means. Marion Sands of Qualit, Director of Operations. He didn't escalate from a bicycle to a car, but whatever. You're using words strange. Qualit's not helping anybody become financially free. Can we just say that Qualit's not helping anybody become financially free? No, Mr. Flexi Pants. See, you don't listen. This is called a payday loan. This is a cash advance loan on your gig working. And yes, there are lots of places, Mr. Flexi Pants, where somebody can't get themselves $2K. Not everybody's got a Cobb-tuned Subaru like Mr. Flexi Pants. Not everybody's got a Cobb-tuned Mr. Flexi Pants Subaru. Mr. Bet on pay me first, of course. Well, DMF. That's very fortunate for you. You must be in a place where you can make $2,000 in 4 days. I can tell you Thomas Glitch-Schubeck cannot make $2,000 in 2 days, and he is in fact a man. He got testiculars, he got pubic hair, he got a penis, he's got the whole thing, Mr. Flexi Pants. Thomas Schubeck, as far as I know, could even be a top fucker. I don't know. Arizona Prod says this is funny. That's true. Stephen Arrow says, "Hey, Arizona Prod, I'm laughing. Last week, made $460 in 14 hours on Friday on DoorDash DMF. That's the most I made in one day. 4,600 in. We just moving numbers everywhere. I don't even know what's going on." Flexi Pants is a 40-year-old virgin. Well, we don't know. We do not know. There are people that have said that in Community Arizona Prod, but I do not have any information on those issues. Mr. Flex is always talking about money, 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 but never family life with needing it more anything. That's true. That's true. Mr. Flexi Pants just does not put a full picture together of who he is for us, his audience. Well, hello, DoorDash Ricks. What are you talking about, Damien? Pedro? Thank you, Flex. When did Pedro start using Depends? Pedro took the Depends sponsorship right around the time of Glitchgate. It may have happened. I think it probably happened when he got demonetized on the U-Rubes. When he got demonetized, I think he was out looking for extra sponsors, and that Depends undergarment sponsorship probably just jumped up right into his hands almost. The payday loan road to ruin. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. Payday loans are always a road to ruin. And if Flexi Pants don't know that, that's because Flexi Pants is very ignorant. Flexi Pants is what you call intentionally ignorant. Wallet will be out of business in a few years after they don't get paid back. But maybe the gig apps will have fewer drivers after they quit, so they won't pay it back. Terrible business. It's a money laundering. This is a money laundering scheme, Mary Poppins. This is all part of a scheme to offer lower caste people banking services that will help to enslave them in a money laundering and labor laundering scheme so they never get out. This is the old, I sold my soul to the company store, 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. Oh, my soul to the company store. Woke up one morning and Flexi was there. He was driving his Subaru, combing his hair. He was Flexi Pants high and Flexi Pants low. And he said, "Now what do you know? I'm Mr. Flex and I have a show, but nobody watches and I don't care." Okay, that's it. That's all I came up with. The song's not finished yet. It's not finished yet. Flex is a private guy. Well, our privates are all private, Mary Poppins. Our privates are all private. We try and keep our privates private. Flexi Pants. Yeah, Flexi Pants. We call him Flexi Pants because we love him and we laugh at him and we can't really. I mean, I called him what I call him, shitbag or something like that. Shitbag, I think I kept calling him, or dipshit or something. I don't like being that mean to Flex because he's kind of a sad character. He comes into our chat all lost and confused. So I thought Flexi Pants just suits me better. Flexi Pants just seems friendly. It gives us room to grow. It gives us room to evolve our relationship. So that's why I call them Flexi Pants. Yep, payday loans are a scam. Thank you, DoorDash Ricks. Flexi Pants says exactly, Damien. Yep. Okay, so Flexi Pants likes it too. See, that's good. That's good. Get paid and run, cheat to win. Well, that's a very good motto. Cheat to win is kind of one of those. Yep, Steve. DoorDash will be looking to sue Wallet for losing all the drivers. Well, look, man. In the gig economy, this is just an orgiastic congregation of losers in the sewer here. The losers in the sewer. But see, we could just make our own community in the sewer of losers and just leave out those other people. That's the little trick. They don't know. Like, they don't really, like, they're not in your house. They could say they have a mortgage to your house or they rent you your house, but they're not in your house. And at some point, like, you may not have any money and they may say, like, "You got to get out of my house." And you just go like, "No, I'm not gonna. And what's BlackRock gonna do? BlackRock gonna come, BlackRock, we need your house back. And you go, fuck you. And they go, BlackRock, we need your house back. And they go, fuck you. That's what's going to happen with the money tanks, right? When nobody's got any money. When nobody's got any money and they all want to toss us out on the street to be living in tent camps, we're going to be like, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to be app slaves in tent camps and have cell phones shoved 3 feet up our anus with a corporate butt plug and a DoorDash tapeworm. We're all suffering from testicular overpay. Woman can't even walk down the street without testicular overpay jumping up and biting her in the vagina. It's awful. Is that true, Walt? DoorDash gig economy, please. Can we get a fact check on that? Is Wallet owned by BlackRock? Is Wallet owned by BlackRock? And if Wallet is owned by BlackRock, remember that's Wallet with 2 T's, and that's WealthBay with 1 T. WealthBay. If Wallet, no, wait a minute, it's 2 U's, 1 E, 1 L, 1 T. I can't find my home base. Now, it's Wallet and WealthBay. Wallet. Oh, shit. And WealthBay and Wallet. What's Vartan have to say? Well, remember, Vartan is an executive in the corporate strap-on industry, so we got to pay attention when Vartan speaks. He's a C-level executive in the corporate strap-on industry. DoorDash is a losing proposition. You've already lost money the moment you turn on the ignition. That is true. That is true, Vartan. You know, for a man that's working in the corporate strap-on industry, you're a mighty smart fella. No, I ain't going on your silly lounge. I invited both you motherfuckers on my show. You ain't gonna fucking come on my show, Mr. Flexi Pants, and invite me on your dumbass show. Fuck you, Flexi Pants. Don't do that. You know, your buddy Always Cherry, rest his soul, who juiced himself. Always Cherry has said, "Fuck you, Flex. You don't go on somebody else's show and invite them on your show. You fucking prick." That's what Always Cherry would have said, Flexi Pants. My bedtime is too early for you, Flexi Pants. I'm an advanced age individual. Jeff, you're welcome to come in if you're not scared. Flexi Pants, you're being stupid, man. I invited Pedro and Torp on my show. I didn't invite you on my show. WealthBay. Where's that WealthBay? Taking secret videos of people in suicidal conditions in the rideshare. Man, I stopped watching that WealthBay. He upset me. I stopped watching him. I just did. I just took him out of my life. It's not that I don't like the kid. I think Ryan WealthBay's a young, interesting kid, but I don't support what he does, and I ain't watching him no more. And that's the real truth. I ain't watching him no more. I am not paying attention to anybody that's doing this nefarious rideshare sharing of taped customers. I find it distasteful, very distasteful. Well, I assume Torp. I hope Torp's pre-gaming. I hope Torp's pre-gaming there, Arizona Prod. I hope he's getting himself real high or real low or real drunk or real happy or real sad or real torqued off, real torqued. I hope Torp's doing something that we can all appreciate because we're all Torp fans. We're all big Torp fans. I'm a Torp fan. Why doesn't he hit the link? We've all asked ourselves that question, Arizona Prod. Why does he not hit the link? Why does Pedro not hit the link? We know why Flexi Pants don't hit the link because Flexi Pants ain't invited. Flexi Pants don't have an affinity for the truth. So Flexi Pants ain't invited yet. Flexi Pants has to invite. Vartan knows dynamic sex. Yes, he does. Vartan is a very educated individual. I also believe, based upon his picture that I've seen, he's a top fucker. I believe we can get actual genetic confirmation that Vartan may be a top fucker. Flex Pants, that's Pedro's dick move. That is true. That is Pedro's dick move. Thank you, Stephen Arrow. That's a very good point. That is a critical point that you just made, Stephen Arrow. That is a Pedro dick move. That is a Pedro dick move to go into somebody else's chat and pretend that they're going to come into your show and contribute while they're live on the interwebs. That is a very much a Pedro dick move. Thank you, Stephen Arrow. I knew there's a reason why I kept you at the top of my Rolodex. It would be. It would be entertaining. It would be entertaining. We hope they're going to come in. We hope they're going to come in. What does Damian Blaze have to say? Mr. Flex, I don't like your actions with those people, but I tell you one thing. If you think Robert is a problem, then you don't know nothing about me to make your life a living hell on what you're doing. Well, that's fair, Damian Blaze, right? Because this is a public place, and Mr. Flexy Pants is putting himself out there for public scrutiny by being a public dipshit. Right? If you're going to be a public dipshit, you're putting yourself out there for public scrutiny. Or if you're going to be a public flexi pants, you're putting yourself out there for public scrutiny. Right? And so flexi pants is out there for public scrutiny. It ain't going so well so far for the flexi pants, in my particular opinion. But flexi pants might just think he's doing great. Flexi pants may be over there in the lounge telling people he's winning. You never know. Mr. Flex, so I suggest you treat those people right because I'll be watching you if you do anything wrong to them. Well, that's true. There's a lot of people watching you, Mr. Flexy Pants, kind of wondering what you're up to because all of us here in this side of the aisle, if you will, to use the parlance of my friend Thomas Glitch Schubeck, that bastard. All of us on this side of the aisle, Flex, we just waiting for you to say something of substance, man. You just don't say anything of substance. At least Torp gets all torqued off and he's fun to listen to. He's getting all pissed off at emojis. You don't even get pissed off at emojis, Flex. You just out there just twisting around in the wind, gaslighting people with your silliness. I mean, I want to see Torp all pissed off, get Torp torqued, and have an argument with somebody, Flex. You're not even fun to argue with, man. You're just not fun to argue with. Well, if they want to use me for views, I'm right here. I give them permission to use this on their channels here. I give you open permission. If you come on my show, I'll give you open permission to use all of it on your channels, and you can advertise it and you can sell it. You can put it in shorts. I'll give you my full permission. You can just do whatever you want. There you go. Everybody's happy. Jaded Driver says, sad part is a lot of customers think the driver gets that fee, Bartend. That is true. See, this is the problem. This is the problem, though. They keep us divided because they have always kept this fake rivalry between consumers that are being gamblified and lied to and gaslighted, and restaurants which are being gamblified and lied to and gaslighted, and drivers, app slaves that are being lied to, gamblified, and gaslighted. So of course we all hate each other because we all being lied to, gaslighted, and gamblified. Like we're working in this fake world, and we wonder why things don't add up. And we keep doing our additions. Like why does 1 and 1 keep equaling 5? Why does 3 and 3 keep equaling 7? It don't make no sense, and that's because it don't make no sense. There's no rules. This is not the calculus of sociology that DoorDash is running here. They're just running a train on you. They're just running a money train on you like Zach Drives Fast and Kim Side Money Planes. They're just running a money train on you. And Kim and Zach, they're the engineers. They're going, choo, choo. We're going to run a money train on you with DoorDash and Harry Campbell. We're up in the engine. Choo, choo. We're the engineers. You just stoke that coal. Choo, choo. It's a money train. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Well, see, I wish that worked. See, I tried that drone days. I went into the bathroom, I turned off the light, and I said, torp, 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 and nothing happened. Nothing happened. Torp don't appear in the mirror. Now you go in the bathroom, turn the lights off, you go, Pedro, 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 with the door shut, of course. He goes, hi, I'm Pedro. He just appears in the mirror, just ring. Hey, I'm Pedro. So, I appreciate you saying, and I hope he shows up in our chat here because, as far as I know, old Pedro's probably got an open schedule on Sunday. Pedro loves to go on the lives on Sunday, and we're hoping he's here. He's bored of the gig economy. Don't forget, Pedro's very bored, and he don't like you, and he don't like DoorDash. He says, fuck DoorDash, and then his name's Pedro DoorDash Depends Santiago. So I get very confused. Like if my name was Jeff DoorDash Thomas Black, I wouldn't go around going, hey, fuck DoorDash Thomas, fuck DoorDash Thomas. Like, that'd be weird, right? Like, why are you fucking your own name, Pedro? I don't get it. I think you're very confused. Now listen, he may be Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down the Lion King now. If that's true, and he left the DoorDash behind, and he's no longer Pedro DoorDash Santiago, he's like Pedro Depends, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down the Lion King, Santiago, then we got to know that if he and DoorDash got a divorce, we need to know if he's getting divorced from the DoorDash. That would be top line Hollywood gig news in the parlance of our friend Hot Facts with Robert Reese. Mr. Flex, I'll be watching you. So tread carefully. Yep. Thank you, Damian Blaze. We appreciate those eyes in the sky, those eyes in the walls. The walls have eyes. The eyes have walls. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. The eyes have walls all the time on the gig tubes. Always watching, always listening. That's true. We got ourselves our own. We got ourselves our own police force here in the DoorDash gig economy, and fortunately, we find them to be a trustworthy organization so far. Their fraternal brotherhood seems to be family oriented or community oriented more than your local police, if you will. What do we got here? It looks like some breaking news from our dashing, magnificent friend. I heard the FBI dropped all their important cases because they want to see Jeff and Torp work out their beef. That is true. That is true. The FBI is obviously tuned in. Steve Johnson, and I'm not. This is not a joke. Steve Johnson, Hod Sheriff said the FTC watches all the things we do, and that there's a federal investigation. I'm not joking. Steve Johnson said this 3 months ago. Steve Johnson, Hod Sheriff said that David Piccarell, the CEO of Para App, this is not a joke, David Piccarell, Para App, was contacted by licensed ID showing federal agents from the Federal Trade Commission regarding his broadcasts and the gig economy. This is coming from Steve Johnson of the Hod Sheriff. Okay, so as far as we know from Steve Johnson, Hod Sheriff, there's at least one federal investigation from the FTC already regarding RICO, Organized Crime Act. Okay, so that's just from Steve Johnson, Hod Sheriff. I didn't say it, Steve Johnson did. I'm just saying what Steve Johnson reported as news from his side of the aisle, if you will. Now, Steve Johnson's a little bit of a nefarious character. We don't know the veracity of Steve Johnson's but if the veracity of that Steve Johnson is anything worth paying attention to, well, there might be a federal investigation underway right now for all we know. Oh, Flexy's a lol cow. I guess Flexy could be a lol cow. We could do a lol cow show on Flexy. Matthew Arredondo. We might need Matthew Arredondo's expertise. Matthew Arredondo takes care of most of our cows. I'll check with Matthew Arredondo offline, and we'll see if Mr. Flexy Pants is somehow qualified to be a lol cow. I doubt it. I don't know. Restaurants were never meant to deliver. Well, that's absolutely true, Vartan. It's not a viable business proposition, right? Before the pandemic, of course, I've said this many times, and we learned this from our good friend Tony Hsu, the CEO and one of the founders of the DoorDash gig economy fraudulent scam. We learned that from the Tony Hsu that 99% of retailers and 85% of restaurants never had delivery before the pandemic, and that even then, those small percentages mostly were in big dense cities, right? Nobody delivered pizzas 20 miles in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There was nobody that did that. Literally nobody in the history of man has ever had a service to deliver pizzas 20 miles in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Do you understand what I'm saying? You understand how significant that is? That's not a business proposition. It's not a business proposition. That's a trick to get you into app slavery is what that is. Just like this payday money loan scam and everything else. There ain't no business proposition to fucking take Happy Meals and pizzas 20 miles through Grand Rapids. There's none. There never was, never is. Those people, if they want to get pizza from Grand Rapids, they're going to have to hop in their own car and go get it. Or they're going to have to shop for it and freeze it and cook it on the weekend. Or they're going to have to do something other than have it delivered on demand at their house at 3 times the retail price. They're just going to have to. And here's the other thing. Consumers can't afford that pizza. They can't afford to now buy a $25 large pizza and have it cost $70. There's not very many people that can afford to buy a $25 pizza and then have it delivered for $75 in Grand Rapids. It's just a terrible business proposition all around. It's terrible for the pizza place. It's terrible for the driver. It's terrible for the consumer. Why are we doing it? Why do we have this DoorDash tapeworm in our system eating up all our nutrients doing nothing? Well, because they fed it to us and we swallowed it during the pandemic. We was desperate and they said, here, eat this. And so we did. And now we got a tapeworm. We got a DoorDash tapeworm. We got a corporate butt plug right up our ass, just right up the other end, plugging up the system. You get testicular overpay like Zach. You end up with, look at this, look at the face on Zach. This is what, right here, This right here is what testicular overpay looks like. This is what you're going to look like if you get yourself all smashed up with testicular overpay. You're going to end up looking like the Joker on Batman. It's not a good thing. Your girlfriend won't like it. You're going to scare your kids. You're going to scare your children. It's awful. It's awful. We got a countdown to the DoorDash gig economy police premiere. Flexi Pants says he's a keyboard warrior. Yes, sir, Flexi Pants. We know you are. That's wonderful. We thank you for being there. You're our warrior, Flexi Pants. We consider you, Flexi Pants. We consider you our cob-tuned warrior. We consider Flexi Pants our cob-tuned warrior. You're so tuned. Hey, what's happening, Torp? Is he coming on? We don't know, Matthew Arredondo. He could have gotten lost. Torp could have gotten lost, but we're going to stay here. We're going to stay here. And if Torp comes back, we're going to be ready for him. I'm ready for Pedro. I'm ready for Torp. I'm ready to take all comers. I'm ready to take all comers. I'm ready to give Torp his shining moment. I'll play his fucking theme song if the man will come on. I love myself some Torp. I ain't mad at the Torp. I ain't torped. He may be mad at me. I ain't mad at him. But that'd be all the more fun. If he's mad at me, I'll go like, hey, what's going on? You want to meet me on a nature trail, Torp? We'll like have a 1968 WWE old man throwdown is what we'll have. We got to check our weight classes. I'm afraid I might be in too big of a weight class for Torp. He looks all nimbly-pimbly. He looks more nimbly-pimbly than I do. I'm afraid I might outweigh the man by 60 pounds. I don't want it to be unfair. I don't want to beat up on the Torp, I want to be nice to the Torp. Torp's my friend. I don't want to hurt the man. Torp. Pedro. Thank you, Arizona Prod. That is an excellent point. Many have shared those sentiments. Let's watch a little bit more of these money trains being run on us here.
Take the higher the amount that you can unlock. So it's like you can unlock a new level. He was able to go from beginning on a scooter to now being doing it on a car, which is more secure for him in the area that he drives.
Nice. There was another question here, Kim. Are you able to put up the one about Dasher Direct?
Well, thank you, Red Pills. Flexibility is one of the hallmarks of the global gig economy scam, right? Flexibility, that ability, like Mr. Flex, to put your ankles up behind your ears. And, Mr. Flex can put those ankles up behind his ears. He's so flexible in this global gig economy. Mr. Flex can put those ankles behind his ears. He takes that corporate butt plug so deeply. Because Mr. Flex is all like imagine these were Flex's ankles. I'm not as flexible as Flex, but like if these were my ankles, imagine them like behind my ears, and I'd be like, oh, that's corporate butt plugs. Wonderful. That corporate butt plugs. That was my impression of Flex with the corporate butt plug. Flex, did you like that? You fart sniffer? Flex, you fart sniffer? You have a choice, Flex. Think about it before you lose it all and labeled as a predator for life. That is true. Damian Blaze. Flex has an opportunity. Mr. Flexi Pants does have the opportunity to join our community with a clean slate. And he's missing that opportunity. Damian Blaze, you are a smart individual. You're a smart individual. Now, see, Arizona Prod, we'd like them to show, but see, they only like to call people cowards. They don't like to actually show up in person and do anything about it. They like to go on at like 2 o'clock in the morning. They like to go on to Flexi Pants' lounge where nobody's watching. They like to go on and punch cars with Roy. They like to go on with Roy the car puncher with nobody's watching. They like to go on with Psycho Tommy when nobody's watching. Like Tommy with the big old long beard, all laying back in his darkened abode. And they like to go that. They like all this nefarious stuff. They like the dark of the night. They like the vampiric necro positive environment. That's where Mr. Flexi Pants feels most comfortable. That's where Mr. Flexi Pants feels most comfortable. It's where it's where Torp apparently feels comfortable too. I wish Torp would feel comfortable in our community. I want to welcome Torp on here. Torp's a good friend. We're going to welcome Mr. Torp, and we wish Torp would join us. Yeah, someone pissed in his cornflakes. Well, that's true. Flexi Pants leaving us. Flexi Pants is leaving us. He says we's a bunch of weird fucks. Well, now Mr. Flexi Pants. We might be a little weird. We might be a little weird, but we got ourselves a community, and that you don't have, Mr. Flexi Pants. You lost your place in your community. That's sad for you, Mr. Flexi Pants. We welcome you back to your community, but you're gonna have to leave your little. You're gonna have to leave your the safety of your little Flexi Pants lounge. Your little Flexi Pants lounge ain't doing so hot. Listen, Flexi Pants lounge is losing its membership. Yep, I agree with you, Arizona Prod. Mr. Flexi Pants is acting like a predator and a troll. Yep, he's using people for views. That is true. He's using people instead of helping them. I do believe that. Do it, I dare you. I don't know what that means, Flex. Who should do what, Flexi Pants? Who should do what, Flexi Pants? Do it, I dare you, UPSSY. Another's Robert Reese. Flex, man, you got to type in fucking English, man. I don't understand a word you're saying, Flexi Pants. Come on, man. Okay, maybe is this a Flexi Pants? Flexi Pants is like telling Damian Blaze, make my day. Make my day. Yeah, don't make me pull this car over. Mr. Flexi Pants, you just doing all so much nefarious stuff. Yep, we'll just wait. We'll just wait. That's right, Mr. Damian Blaze. That's right, Damian Blaze. The eyes have walls and the walls have eyes. The eyes have walls, yeah, on the YouTubes, right? They just do. They just do. They just do. And we ain't got no tolerance for the hate speech is the thing. We ain't got no tolerance for the hate speech. Yeah, I'm pretty positive Damian Blaze and Robert Reese ain't the same person. I'm pretty good, pretty secure on that. Pretty smart on that. Now look, I love me some cry night, cry night. Look, the gig economy wars. You got cray night. You got the red. You got cray night. But see, here's the thing though. I like cray night and I like red. And cray night came on. She thought I was making fun of her saying cray night just because I like her name so much. I said, oh, that's done with love. I ain't making funny. She said, can you say my name for real? And I said, yes, cray night. Cray night. I like you very much, but I love saying cray night. Cray night. I hope you're listening in. Cray night. Let the peace begin. Let's sing Kumbaya. Should we all sing Kumbaya? Kumbaya, cry night. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, cry night. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, cry night. Kumbaya. Oh, cry night. Kumbaya. That was. I hope that meant as much to you as it did to me. I hope that meant as much to you as it did to me. Cray Night, that was sung with love. We hope you's well tonight. We hope you's making money. We hope you driving money trains and money plans, and everything is as you wish it to be. That's what we wish. Now we're going to have to take just this little. We're going to have to take just a little bit of a viewing break from the rideshare guy corporate Sunday news hour with Zach drives money trains triggered, and Kim drives money plans on impoverished people with payday loans. We're going to have to take a break on the hungry money, thirsty money show from Harry Campbell. And we're going to have to check in on this DoorDash gig economy place and see what's going on. We're going to simulcast this bastard and we're going to see what's going on. This Brian, he's been sneaking around with the eyes having walls and the walls having eyes all over the place, all nimbly pimbly all day. Flexi Pants left us. Yeah, that's sad. It's sad. It's sad. I'll catch myself saying her name while I'm dashing her name, Bill Clinton. That's right. That's right. That's very good, AZ Prod. That's very. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Cry night. Cry night. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. That's very good, AZ Prod. That's very good. Bye-bye, Flexi Pants. We will miss you. We will be watching you. We love you, the Flexi Pants. What do we got? Torp doesn't exist. That is a theory that we may have to go with. Now we're getting excited. Hold on. We got a premiere. We got yourselves a world premiere. Oh, no! It's tongue in cheek. Oh, my God. Oh, goodness. Oh. Oh, Thursday. What's the plan? What? Dead yet. We're going to see what happens.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to another
Brian.
video here on the DoorDash Gig Economy Police channel. I want to welcome any new and all drivers who come here to the channel. If you're a delivery driver, rideshare driver, you drop off passengers, you pick up food and deliver it, please take the time to hit the subscription button, the notification bell, and the like button so you won't miss any more videos. I also have been around for 2 years. I have another channel called DoorDash Sucks. And I also have another one called Gig Apps Exposed. But for the meantime, for the next month or two, I'm going to be posting pretty much on this channel. And you can find all my videos basically over here. So, but I definitely highly suggest you go over to my other channel and go back to even my very first video. Scroll all the way down to the very first one and kind of scroll through those videos and watch videos so you can keep up to date on why my channel really started. So I expose the lies, the fraud, the manipulation of the gig app companies trying to get drivers better than fair wages, and I do fight as an activist for you in the field, folks, in behind the scenes. And I also expose the content creators who have been lying to you for a lot of years, telling you things that aren't true, telling you things that you cannot achieve. And then we come to find out back in August of 2023, there was a exploit that was within the DoorDash app. And there's many exploits on lots of these apps, folks. It's not just DoorDash. Uber has one. Instacart has one. They all have them. But knowing and finding out what they are one thing, because that information was hidden by many content creators. They kept it amongst themselves. They told you one thing, acceptance rate matters. You should be top dasher and all this stuff while they were fleecing you. I mean, DoorDash was fleecing you because you were going out trying to achieve what these drivers were getting, and you couldn't do it because they were pulling a glitch. And it usually takes about a half a day or one full day to glitch up to 100% for a lot of these people. And basically, if they just kept over 70%, you had a better chance of getting offers, and that's what we found out. So that lid was blown wide open. So fast forward now into October. I think the dust has settled slightly, but the investigations are still going on. And sorry about that siren in the background. I am dashing today. It's a Sunday.
That siren in the background sounds like Brian's just at the main headquarters of the DoorDash Gig Economy Police. You hear those sirens in the background? There's like police activity everywhere around that, Brian.
Sunday, it's around... let's see, it's about 12:30 in the afternoon, and let's see, 12:44. So I wanted to just kind of go over some of these crazy screenshots that I took the past couple of days over this weekend. But I want to start out with this order here for $7.75 going 3.6 miles with 10 items, okay? says catering bag required. Now, this happened to me 2 other times, and it's going to happen. But see, a lot of drivers, what they do when they see catering bag and you see 10 items, you're like, oh, this got to be a huge order. And sometimes it does pay off. Like, for instance, my friend Pat, who I bumped into on Friday night, I think it was Friday night. I thought it was Saturday, but it's Friday night. He said he got one for $12.50, used the catering bag, was going like 10 miles. He ended up making $58. He got a $58 one. So there are times when DoorDash hides that, but this is why this whole scam, and believe me, folks, the gig apps are a scam because they're a gamification system. It's like the ball going around the roulette wheel, and you want the number, say 10, and it goes to 36. And how many times you think that your number is going to come up? It may never come up. So you have to take these based on the money. Now, that's basically what I did. But so $7.75 for 3.6 miles is just about almost even money. I mean, 1-to-1, right? Or $1 $1 per mile going out, $1 coming back. So I knew that going into it, and I also took it to test it. So I get to the person's house, fairly decent house, $200,000 or $300,000 house. I could tell they were, they're not well off, but they're middle class people. And the lady was nice. The guy was kind of a jerk at the door, but I mean, and so I saw this coming, what was coming. So her name was Brenna. I said, hey, Brenna, how are you? Oh, good. Oh, thank you so much for delivering, right? They tell you how happy they are to receive their food with their full bellies, which was going to come up soon after that. And, it was a heavy bag, not too super heavy, but a lot of stuff in it. $117 bill showing on the receipt. And God knows who knows whatever other fees that were charged, but I had to drive, I can't remember, it was 3.6 miles, total miles, and the order was ready. So after I got towards, I dropped it off, started walking towards the car, hit confirmed. What do you think happens? Because they were already inside. Comes through as $7.75, $5 tip, and $2.75 on the base pay. I was so pissed. You know what I mean? Like, because I felt like turning around, knocking on the door and going, would you tip your waiter or waitress that inside if you had $117 dinner, you're going to sit there and give the waitress or a waiter $5, right? I wanted to do it, but I didn't. I was pissed about it. And, you might say, well, you got paid for the miles. No, first of all, how do I know that DoorDash didn't, maybe there was a $20 tip. Maybe they stole it and took it. I never had the conversation with the lady, right? Because, it's at that point, the door, she already closed the door. She was inside. And then, I have to be in the right kind of mood to do it. And, it's just that we got to start putting these people in their place, folks, these customers, seriously. Anyone that thinks that in 2023 that it's good to give a driver $5 as a tip is out of their friggin' minds. Now, on the flip side, we know that the shenanigans of DoorDash and these other companies, that they love to manipulate, steal, cheat, do everything they can to put more money in their pockets. So, bottom line, all right, so let me show you the other picture here. Okay, so this is when I completed it. $7.75, $5, $2.75 tip. Yeah, $2.75. Isn't that wonderful, folks? Right? So again, on this order, right? It says catering bag required, folks. If you're in the large order program, note that whatever it says, you better be working off of exactly what it says and making assumptions that way. Do never assume that you're going to get more money or whatever, even if it said 150 items. Don't ever assume that, because of course, most of us, if we see really high item counts, and by the way, they love to hide the item counts in a lot of ways. And by the way, I didn't mention this because I didn't take screenshots of it, but they did hide the items up until I clicked on it, and it also was showing just customer. It didn't show the customer's name. So now I figured this out, by the way. Most of the time when they're not showing a customer, when it says customer, that's usually from a customer who literally is a horrible tipper or does this continually when they order food. Because by me picking up that order and not confronting that customer and not telling them, how dare you pay me $5 for 170, I mean, if it was like $20 pizza or something like that, it would make sense. I wouldn't be bitching. Even if it was $50, I would be a little upset, but I'd be like, okay, $5. Do you realize that I got only less than 3% of the money for that? I mean, seriously. So if I told that person, hey, would you do that to a waiter? Well, you're not my waiter or waitress. You didn't serve me. Oh, I didn't serve you? I'm taking a delivery, paying gas before I get to your house. Okay, now you might say, well, gas is high. It's almost $4 a gallon. Now, that's a short trip, right? And you might say, well, you got paid for the miles. No, I want to get paid for the gratuity that I should be getting, a fair gratuity. This is why I've always told everyone out here that listens to this channel is that we need to fight to get a 20% mandatory minimum tip. Now, we know that DoorDash is never going to accommodate us. We have to force them through the force of law. We have to try to band together and do what we can. A lot of people just, you'll never fight City Hall. Look at this terrible order coming in. 11:58, folks. 2 deliveries going 13 miles. And you're going to see, this is live as I'm doing this, but in a few minutes I'm going to switch over to my screenshots that I took. This is what comes in pretty much all day long on Uber Eats in my area. It is absolutely atrocious. I hate to say it, but Uber is the worst app in my market, at least. In my market, it is the worst. DoorDash is second to that. Or actually, I would say Instacart's second to that, and then DoorDash, because DoorDash has the market cap. And sometimes you can have some good deliveries, but it's very rare. And there's way too many drivers. The market's oversaturated. And by the way, I know lots of you have heard this over and over again, but this is for the new people that come to this channel, folks. So, and if you know any drivers, turn them on to my channel. Have them come over to DoorDash Gig Economy Police channel and my other channels as well. So I'm talking to the new people out here. If you're new in the gig economy, you have to know that you're being lied to, manipulated, you're being cheated and stolen from at every level. If it's not from the companies, it's going to be from the merchants, because the merchants can rip you off as well. They can have an order that came through on their app or their store, and they call up a driver, and the lady, they say, oh, would you like to have a tip? And the lady says, yeah, put in $25 for me, will you? So the owner puts it in, right, a private business. Then they call up the driver on the app, and what do? They either put no tip in there or $5 or $10, and they keep the rest of the money. So you never know that money was taken from you, because all they have to do is hit call for driver, and they don't even have to add a tip in there, but they can do it through the tablet, the merchant tablet, folks. So keep that in mind. A lot of times, so now you're getting fleeced either from DoorDash, or you're getting fleeced from the companies. And then if that isn't bad enough, then we have to worry about the customers not tipping you properly. Okay, let me see what's coming in here for DoorDash. Oh, here's a beauty. $3.25 for 1.4 miles. I don't take anything unless, a $5.75 occasionally I will take if it's going like a half mile or a mile. And then the item has to be ready. So if I pull up to the store and it's not ready, I just walk right back out. If they say, oh yeah, it'll be a few minutes, I just walk right back out and I unassign it. But again, I'm going to mention something real quickly. Did you know, folks, that over in Minnesota, and I didn't know, but shout out to Dashing Q channel, Dashing Q, if you're listening to this, shout out to you, because I guess you did a video with Jeff Thomas Black. Jeff Thomas Black is a writer, and he has a channel called Jeff Thomas Black, and he also has full dash closure over at Substack, audiobook and podcast. And I highly suggest you look these two gentlemen up, because they're great. Jeff Thomas Black is writing, just almost completed with a book, and will be out shortly. And you guys need to read that book and buy that book or get it at any cost to read it, because there's so much information in there that the average Joe needs to know, and it should be Dashing for Dummies 101 that I almost would have, maybe a second book will be written for that. But the whole point of it is we're just getting screwed. And I had to spend some time on this one with the catering bag. Do not get tricked into this. If you are in the large order program, folks, don't get tricked into these crazy orders, because DoorDash is doing this because they know that most people will think, oh, this will be a high paying order. And now they're screwing the driver. It's bad enough they hide all this information from us because they know that most people would never take this, knowing that it was a $117 order. So these people suck. They just suck really bad. And the thing is that we need to hold these customers accountable for. We have to tell them, because if you don't say something to them, if you even have another chance to see them again, which hopefully you won't, but you need to say, hey, I delivered to you. You ordered $117 worth of food and you left me a $5 tip. So that person goes on the shit list, because I have a book. As a matter of fact, I'm writing down the name just as we speak right now, and I'm going to put it down in the book. Let's see, and I got to put the town down. And when I go back to the book, so I this is how I check to see if it lines up with the person I'm delivering to. Then I just unassign that order from when I get in there, because I'm not gonna go through that. Now, again, people would say, well, you did get paid double the miles or whatever, but why are the delivery apps, folks, treating the deliveries as if they are rideshare rides? And rideshare is terrible too. Well, the easy answer to that is all of the gig apps are all in cahoots together because they're owned and controlled by the same corporations, the same CEO. Well, they rotate the CEOs out like chess pieces. You know what I mean? That's why when David Risher came into to Lyft, David Risher was brought in to Lyft because Logan Green and John Zimmer really screwed that company up and fleeced everyone. So they had to get him out of there because they would have been, there would have been a big revolt. So they thought, oh, David Risher is going to come in to save the day. Now, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, there's a really good channel called Quit Working for Less. If you want to learn about Lyft and Uber, and mostly Lyft, go over to Quit Working for Less's channel and let her know that I sent you over. Because she's an excellent channel, and she makes just great videos, and she really cares about the drivers. She's basically a female version of me, folks. She's awesome. So definitely check her out. But David Risher has just, doing the same stuff. He came from Amazon. He was second in command at Amazon. Okay, this one, let's see, 6 miles. I hate to take this, but I'm actually gonna take this one because I do not like sitting. So I will be to your pickup at PJ Mart. I will be back shortly, folks. All right. All right. I decided to chat a little bit as I was going towards the location for the pickup, folks. And anyways, I was speaking about David Risher of Lyft. I kind of got off a little bit because we started jumping into rideshare. But you got to understand that the rideshare, they're treating the delivery companies are doing the same as the apps are doing. And in most cases, they're giving you less than 50 cents per mile on a lot of these deliveries or rideshare, and it's designed to do that. Where is the individual merit for a person to make, like, say you deliver something to a person, but they liked you, they thought you were a cool person, and I'm going to give you a $50 tip. Here you go. And they might pull it out of their pocket and give it to you. Like, I got a $10 tip yesterday, and it's very rare to get cash tips. That's why everything's run by AI. and everything's digital because they don't want the customers to give cash tips. They actually highly recommend that the customers don't give tips, and if the customers have that in their mind, then the customers are less apt to do that. We should all be getting cash tips, not through the apps, because anything that is taken in by a third party can always be manipulated, folks. Remember that. And this is why, like, you look at Deliver That, right? Deliver That, they say, oh, we pool all the money together that comes in. And I've talked about this many times over at my DoorDash Sucks channel, about the tip pool, where one company could say put a $500 tip in. It may be a huge order. It may have been $10,000 worth of food, right? That was offered, right? 10,000, right? I mean, to get the food to a corporation. It might be a big banquet they were doing. And let's say, what's 20% of that? Geez, isn't that, yeah, that's $2,000. I mean, all right, that's probably unrealistic. But let's just say they left you $500 in there, and it goes into the tip pool. But another company orders, and they put in, $20, right, or whatever. So they're supposedly, they're trying to say, oh, we're going to be the nice guy, and we're going to make sure everyone gets a little piece of the pie, so you never have to worry about a tip. So their basic deliveries are like between $25 and $30 to try to make you feel good. But if you have to drive a long distance to go and get it, especially if you're driving 40 miles away to deliver something, then how worth it can it be for you? But again, I'll mention this on my other channel when I mentioned a friend named Chad that did a lot of these catering orders, and he told me that he used to get $100, $150, $200 tips all the time. The very same people who were using DoorDash, because DoorDash kind of got away from the catering side and now is partnered in somehow through Easy Cater and Deliver That, okay, to try to get, it's all, folks, they're all basically the same company. They're just different offshoots. They're being run by the very same people, okay? Now I have a delivery coming in here, and I haven't even picked up the other one yet. See, this is a terrible one coming through. $12 for $12.25. I guarantee you that there's no tip in there, and if it is, it's just completely horrible. So, and the area I'm going to is terrible on for cell service here. So, anyways, like Cracker Barrel's another place that I hate to go to. There's only one around this area, but it's just terrible offers coming through, and I'm sick of taking one-to-ones. You can't take one-to-one orders or less than one-to-one because of the state of the economy, folks. You'll never stay profitable or prosperous, and these companies want that. They want you broke. It sounds strange, doesn't it? But there's a big agenda, and it's part of Agenda 2030, the goals, sustainable goals of the United Nations, sustainable development goals, right? It's all part of the global warming scam, too, by the way. You probably didn't know that. But that's all wrapped up like a nice little, neat little bow tied up as a present for you. And that's where going green and doing this, the electric cars, they want everyone to be in electric cars and everything. They basically want you to burn your own car out, and they're also, Dara Khosrowshahi said by 2025, if people don't have an electric car, you will not be able to be on the platform. But they'll probably extend it to 2030 because it's not realistic. These cars cost a lot of money too. But I've done a whole series of videos on the robots and the whole nine about all of that, folks. You know what I mean? So, that's what you need to know. Anyways, hold on one second. Okay, so I just picked up the order. You have to have the eyes in the back of your head, folks. There's like people that are just like driving, not even looking at the street. They're looking down at their phones in their car. They're doing stupid crap. And almost got sideswiped by a car, like, and they just look at you like you're the one that's at fault. It's crazy. So you be careful out there, folks. So anyways, continuing on about the apps, how the driving apps are basically mimicking what the delivery apps are doing. Again, it goes back to who owns and controls the companies. And that big question is, there's a big company called BlackRock, and they own pretty much everything. They have a stake and a claim in all facets of corporations. I mean, they would love to get a hold of private businesses. That's why when the shutdowns happened, these companies ate up and bought all the small companies that were basically going under from not being able to, to operate. And they were under the threat of tyranny from the GOV if they tried to operate outside the parameters. But what are the companies who stayed open during all of that? Was Walmart, Target, I mean, all of the big, food places and stuff like that. And then the small companies had to shut down. You don't think there's something strange about that? And what flourished during all that time was the gig apps, right? Instacart, DoorDash, Uber, right? I was doing rideshare at the time. So when I was doing rideshare, no one was getting into the car because they thought they were going to die from something that didn't even exist. And we're not going to get into that in this video, but I know a lot of things because I researched them for a long, long time. So I could debate anyone on that. I could they wouldn't have a chance debating that scenario. But anyways, all right, so where is this video leading to? I mean, obviously I told you a bunch of things that I think that you all need to know in a general sense, but a little later on in this video I'm going to get into showing you some screenshots from the past couple of days from Uber Eats and how unbelievably terribly bad that Uber Eats is really in my market. It's horrendous. And this is a trend that's been continuing. I mean, I don't even know why I turn them on anymore. Occasionally, like this one I just took, that's like hitting a gold mine, $10.61 for 5.6 miles. That's like hitting the lottery for $1 billion in my market, because when compared to the ones you guys are going to see, when you see the one, I can't wait to show you these because they're absolutely insane. But it's just the way it goes, right? I don't see how Uber can really operate. Although, remember, Uber started out as a rideshare company, right? And then they later on DoorDash was doing delivery first, way before Uber. Uber was just rideshare, and then they got into the Uber Eats thing. But it's I think that I know for a fact they're trying to get a lot of us to just quit, to send us one. How can you not be considered a slave if you're taking deliveries or you're being offered deliveries that can never make you profitable? I mean, it's crazy. Like, if you're not getting paid to stay profitable, how can you stay in business? Well, the whole point of it is that these companies were never meant to last. They knew at some point, folks, that the people were going to rise up and say, hell no, we ain't going to take it no more. So then they had a whole bunch of backup systems. Some of those a few of those backup systems are as follows: bringing in AI robots, autonomous cars, electric cars only for the very few that actually go along with the scam of it. Then the other thing is to flood America, especially America, with all foreign people that come into the country and are desperate for jobs, and then even to the point that they would even allow these people to rent cars to go and do the job, and then their background checks get bypassed somehow. I don't know how that happens, but I know a lot of it does happen. And it's easy to get on these delivery apps, pretty much. And they can cross-reference who the people are anyways from their own country and do that kind of background check to enable for them to work here in America. But I mean, it's like that all over the place. Now, DoorDash is in, 27, 28 countries now, right? And so they have a big market share. So even if they lost America, that would be a big chunk of change for them to lose, but they could still operate the scam outside the U.S. But eventually all scams come to an end, just like Jeff Thomas Black was telling us, right? And that's true. They really do. Now, I'm going to be dropping off this order in a second, so I will get back to you guys in a few minutes here. Okay, folks, so I'm back. A couple of weird things happened. So, I'm running both these apps right now, Uber and DoorDash. Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. It finally initialized. So I'm running both, right? So I'm dropping off the alcohol delivery for Uber, and I get to the house and I go into the DoorDash app just to pause the dash, just to pause it once. One pause. What do you think happens, folks? Now, I don't have it on video because I was dropping off the thing, right? So they ended my dash, right? But they let me go back in and dash now because it's kind of busy, right? But then I went in to try to make the dash because I was supposed to dash from 11 to 8 p.m. After this dash ends at 2 o'clock, the one that I'm on right now, I'm actually going on another Uber one, which I didn't want to take. It's 11 something for 9 miles, and I'm taking a chance. Possibly there'll be a little bit more money in there. And I hate doing it, but I'm not out here for nothing. I need to make some money. And the thing is that, obviously we sometimes take deliveries we don't want to take, right? And it sucks. But I didn't expect DoorDash to end my dash. But DoorDash wasn't even doing anything. Like, I wasn't getting many orders, and the ones I was getting were terrible. So they ended my dash. Now, do you think that that's being an independent contractor when you can't come back on and dash now? Oh, you can dash now if you become a top dasher, right? And you accept to get your acceptance rate up and all of that, right? But here's the thing. What bypasses that? The glitch. The glitch that everyone was using, right? All the content creators using the glitch. So if you're using the glitch, you don't never have to take any of these bad orders again, because you can just decline all of them and just use the glitch to glitch up and just take the cherry-picked orders. Because if you're at 100% and you decline, you're still going to get good orders because it's designed to give you anything past 50% and 70%. Remember the videos over on my other channel on Gig Apps Exposed that we showed the UDM content when he was talking about that? Because they spilled a lot of information in that video, and that was truthful stuff. I mean, they lie to us all the time, but that information was they were talking amongst themselves. But the point of it is if you're up in a high acceptance rate, you have nothing to worry about, because who cares if you decline, because you can always glitch out again. But someone like me that doesn't use the glitch and I'm doing everything normal and regular, I mean, I'm kind of in the doldrums, aren't I? And then the old answer is, oh, well, just quit if you don't like it. No, because I don't want DoorDash continuing to do this to all the people around the world. It's a scam system. So that's the reason my channel does exist, folks. These channels to try to help you guys and to motivate you also to get out and be an activist and start trying to change the world. Because nothing's going to change unless you try to make it change, folks. You have to get active. And that's one of the things why I love Thomas Schubeck, because he did get active and he created a channel. And his channel has surpassed mine. He's over 2,000 subs. Congratulations, Glitch Dash, and he puts a lot of time and dedication into it too. And he deserves to get paid, that guy. I don't do it for the money, folks. I don't, never have. Not one day did I ever do it for money, except when I'm driving. When I'm driving for these apps, I definitely want the money when I'm driving for the apps. So, anyways, I'm heading to this delivery right now. It's 11:50 or something like that, 11 something, and it was showing. I didn't get it on camera, I don't think, but it was like 9.5 miles. But I had to come back this way So in other words, sometimes you really have to think where you are, like, and go, okay, it's $11 for 9 miles, but I have to go back that way anyways. So it's only like 4 miles back, and then eventually it'll turn into a 5-mile delivery. Because, in other words, you want to get paid, if you can, coming back to the area that's the ideal thing, right? Isn't it? Getting one going somewhere and getting another one coming back into the area, so you're getting double the money, you're getting double paid. But it almost never happens, right? So now I have to improvise because they shut my dash off. My dash is still operating until 2, but I have a half hour, and then I can't come on until 6 o'clock. They allowed me to set up a 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. And I have to work tomorrow, and I'm not staying out that late. I'll go out for a couple hours, but like usually Sunday you can count on some decent deliveries throughout the day. But now I can't dash now. I can't come on unless another schedule dash comes up before then, or unless it gets busy enough for them to allow me to come on. And I mean, right there, like, you could sue them for this stuff, folks. You can. Any of you can. I suggest a lot of you that are getting fleeced like this is set up a small claims court lawsuit. But you have to opt out. That's another thing. You need to opt out of the arbitration agreements from all of these delivery apps. And the opt-out option allows you to do private lawsuits. If you let them opt you in, then they use arbitration. And who do you think is going to win that argument? The company, because they pay off the arbitrators to make the decisions go in their favor. Remember that. That's how it goes. So anyways, I'm going to pause this until I'm able to settle down in somewhere where I can start showing you some of these Uber and even a couple of DoorDash ones. But I really focused on Uber's offers that they gave me in the past couple of days. It was just totally horrendous what they were sending me. And I screenshotted these consecutively, one after another, as they came in. I didn't cherry pick taking the screenshots. I screenshotted them as you might even see them randomized, but I took them all in 2 days. And I only got 4 deliveries probably out of, like, I want to say 40 or 50 declines. I mean, 4 that were, and they weren't great. They were just half decent. Half decent being maybe a $10 one going, 5 miles. A good one would be, $30 going 3 miles, and you could brag about it, But again, what does Uber do? Uber does the same exact thing that DoorDash does, with the exception of, there is no exception. They all do the same thing. They give you low ball orders, and they try to give you one-to-ones, like as if you're getting paid per mile. They act as if it's a mileage thing. Yeah, it is a mileage thing, but we should be getting additional money on top of that from customers who do want to tip us. But who's the middleman? Who ends up controlling what you get is the algorithm. It's programmed to steal from the drivers, Did you know that, folks? It's programmed to, even if it's, I don't know what the amount is, or the amounts, or the percentage of times, but let's say it's 1 out of every 7th driver, okay, it steals, even if it's 25 cents or 10 cents, or it could be $20. It's probably all randomized because they know that if they did it to every person in every order, that they would get found out quickly. So they have to do it strategically. And this has all been programmed in the algorithm to do that. And most drivers are like, shut up, I don't care about that. I'm just going out and driving like a bunch of idiots. Let's just go out for 10 hours and just pick up everything randomly, not care where we're going, not how much gas you're spending. I mean, it's ridiculous. And the wear and tear on the car and everything else that we've talked about in the past, right? All right, let me pause this. I will get back to you guys shortly, and I'll be showing you some of these screenshots. I did want to report something real quick. I just picked up the Dunkin'. It's a Dunkin' Donuts order. There's only like, I think, one drink in here in this bag. It's one of those Dunkin' Donuts delivery bags. I'm willing to bet that this order is only going to pay. Well, I mean, it's supposed to pay what it says, right? But the thing is hold on one second, folks. Okay, again, you got a bunch of idiots driving on the road. So this girl's trying to pull out. I'm behind her, right? I'm at a gas station where the Dunkin' Donuts is. There's a whole bunch of cars driving, and it's fine. You can't pull out into traffic. But now, after those cars go, there's a huge gap for a quarter mile, and I beep the horn, and she raises her hands like, "What do you want me to do?" Right? I want you to pull out when it's cautious and safe to do. And these people are so stupid, you know? Holy crap. It's like they're brain dead. And now I got to turn around because I noticed I went the wrong way. Unbelievable. But that's all good, though. So anyways, hold on. I got to do a bang a Yui here, folks. All right. Now I'm back on track. Okay. Man, I'm telling you. It's like, you really, really got to pay attention, and you got to try to drive safe, because there's so many pitfalls and so many risks that happen to you when you're doing this job. I mean, like, Jeff Thomas Black had always brought up the fact that, like, what did he say? Like, 1 in every 5 drivers have been or will be in an accident with during their time of being a delivery driver. But I think it's probably may even be 1 out of 3, because doesn't that include rideshare? Because I did rideshare, and I was in 2 accidents when I was doing rideshare, and I was in another one while I was driving doing delivery. But I mean, when I got in those accidents, those accidents, there was only one that was my fault. The other 2 were not my fault. And it's just, you have like these idiots driving around. And the thing is, the problem is you got all of these other drivers who are doing rideshare and delivery, right? That really convolute the world of driving, because if you got so many of these drivers and they're all anxious trying to deliver something, a lot of them are speeding, a lot of them are distracted because they're looking down at their phone or whatever, and I usually keep on my navigation, but while I'm driving, I never look at the phone. I mean, I might glance at it real quick, but like, that's another part of it, all these risks that all these drivers take, and it's just totally insane. But to get better into that, please go over to Jeff Thomas Black's Substack channel, full dash closure audio book and podcast, to watch his numerous videos that he's done and interviews he's done in the past 2 years. I mean, there's so many of them. I'm going to be bringing a bunch of those videos to the channel here, just so I can promote his stuff, because a lot more people need to see it. And he was right on the money about everything that he researched, folks, because I can back it up with my research, at least some of it. He really got really specific into DoorDash. I mean, he knows everything there is to know about it, folks. 5,521 deliveries. That's a lot of delivering. I have almost 5,000 right now, but I have overall over 24,000 deliveries doing all the other gig apps, folks. Now, I'm not trying to brag about it, but that's just a fact. 24,000 deliveries between like 7 or 8 different apps. And that's a lot of deliveries, in a short amount of time, in 5 years, 4 years, There's only a few other people that can actually do it or have done it. But in order to do a channel like this, you have to have expertise on a lot of things that you talk about, because then otherwise, what are you talking about, right? All right. So I got that out. And again, I will be back shortly. I'm going to pause the video again, and I'm getting aggravated because, folks, I haven't fixed that seatbelt thing because I've been so busy doing so many things, working crazy hours, and I'm getting aggravated with it. So, aren't you? All right, folks, I'll be back shortly. Bye. I'll be back. I had to jump back in real quick just to say I'm just about to be pulling up in a quarter mile to this house. I'd be willing to bet that this is pretty much all base pay, this delivery. I've done enough deliveries to think that it probably is. Well, we'll see. I'll be checking back with you. Geez, look at the milestone that I hit with the deliveries. 1,500. Huge milestone on Uber Eats, just for deliveries, not the driving. I stopped doing the driving, folks, a while ago. There's no way I was going to continue to do that. Anyways, let me go into the earnings here. Okay, so it paid so far $670, right? Now I'm at the mercy of this person that I dropped that order off to, because I don't know how long they were waiting for that order. They could have been waiting a long time. So let's just round it off to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So a $4 tip. Is it likely that they'll pull back the $4? Probably not. But it does happen, and they do tip bait and stuff like that. But like, that's a 9.5 total miles to take that to this person for $11. And I only did it because they ended my dash on DoorDash, right? And by the way, just to let you know, I was able to go back into the schedule and reschedule at least from 4:30 to 12, and then there was an additional one in there from 2 to 2:30. So the one that's ending at 2, there's another one starting, so I can at least come back in and work a half hour, and then I'll just turn Uber on. But right now I'm going to turn Uber off, and I will be back. Okay, so I have the DoorDash app going. I ended my dash that was for the half hour going to 2, because there's only 4 minutes left to 2 o'clock. And then I started it again because 15 minutes before the dash that you're going to start, you can dash now, right? So I did that. So I only have a half hour dash. Then the next dash isn't until 4:30, because I tried to get one between like 2 and 4, but there's nothing. Plus the fact no one's really doing anything between 2 and 4. There are football games today that are going on, so a lot of people are either doing house parties or eating in it at the house. Because I noticed during the games, it's not very busy until after the games are over, and at night, tonight will probably be very busy. So I managed to get back on from 4:30 to midnight, which will be fine with me. I came on at 11 thinking that it would be busy. It was not busy, but I got a few deliveries in anyways. So what I'm going to do now, folks, is I'm going to go park this car, and I'm going to go through these crazy deliveries so you guys can see. So here we go. Okay, folks, so here we go. You ready for this, folks? Look at this one. All right, I'm going to go through a lot, well, hopefully a lot of these. These were taken over the past couple of days, okay? Look at this. Look at this one, folks. $7.01. This was on the Trip Radar, by the way. $7.01 for 40 minutes of time, it says, but it's longer than that. It'd be probably an hour. 14.5 miles for Cracker Barrel, right? Look at that. That's like, what does that come down to? 15 cents per mile? 20 cents? I don't know. Whatever. It's like, who the hell would take that? And of course, they probably, I don't know. Do they raise it up? Well, we'll see. Let's, okay, look at this. This is Cordova. Sometimes they'll send ones back to back, and I'll take the screenshots of them. $8.01 for 21.7 miles. Are they out of their friggin' minds? Now, this is going to an area called Taunton, Mass. So I know the clientele and the people who live over in that area, and it's all low income housing and everything else. So this is probably who ordered from it. $8.01 for 21 miles. I mean, really? Are you going to be that stupid to take something like this? I mean, we do know that Uber hides tips after $8, but would you take a chance with that? It's only Cordoba. It's only a Cordoba restaurant. It's not going to be much money, and you don't know if it's not a catering order. I know that. All right, let's see. So this one was like just this was a liquor one that the guy ended up tipping $10. It was $4.40 or whatever. Okay, look at this. This is so this is one that I got before that 801. So this, remember I told you sometimes it's double screenshots. So prior to it being 801, it was 761. It started out at 761, folks, at 21.4 miles, but then it came through. You notice how it was 21.7? That's because I was continuing to drive like a quarter mile, and it came through again at 801, like this one right here, right? It's the same one. All right, look at this one. $13.53 for 16 miles. So remember, folks, normally you have to drive back. I mean, if you're going to try now with Uber, you can ride anywhere. You can go anywhere with Uber. You could drive across the state. So it's not like you have to jump back into a zone, but you still have to drive back those miles to where you were. So remember, if your car is only getting 20 miles to the gallon and gas is $4 or $6 or whatever it is, you got to factor all that in. So right off the bat, I'm losing $4 just going out there, right? That $3.53 turns into 10 because it's 16 miles out. So it's basically a gallon of gas. Remember that. All right, here's one for Jersey Mike's. Look at this. This was a DoorDash one, $13.75 for 10.4 miles, but it's two different drop-offs. It's Tasty Bagels and Jersey Mike's, and two different customers. It's not going to the same house. This was 3 times. Okay, I forgot about that. Let's go back. Remember the 801, but it was 761? It actually started at 763, but they dropped it down 1 cent. 2 cents. 2 cents. 763 for 21.4, folks. Here's one, $8.30 for 12 miles. $8.30 for 12 miles. It's not even paying 1-to-1, folks. This is insane, isn't it? Look at this. Same one. 701. Actually, guess what? This was 4. I forgot. This was 4 screenshots. 701, 763, then 761, and then 801. I mean, they upped it a little bit, but who the hell is going to take that? Look at this. $5.09 for 7.8 miles. $5.09 for 7.8. It's a KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. All right, this one was decent. This was a catering order. This turned into $37 because the guy, $37.61, because the guy pulled out a $10 bill and gave it to me on top of that. So this was actually a good one for 12 miles, and this was 6 items, but it was from a really good restaurant. So yeah, I made $37 on 24 miles because I had to drive back, but at least I got paid for it, and it was really 3-to-1. It was 3-to-1 ratio. That's a good one. Look at this one, $3.20 for 5.3 miles. $3.20 for 5.3, Panera Bread. Like I'm really going to take that? Look at this one. $8.19. I mean, folks, are you seeing a common theme here? They're not even giving 1-to-1s on this. They're trying to get people to do this for 50 cents per mile, basically, or even less than that. You can't stay profitable. You can't stay prosperous. $5.82 for 6.1 miles. I mean, look, folks, why aren't they rounding it off to at least 6? Why aren't they giving me $6.01 for 6.1 miles? They won't even do that. And these are ones I didn't take, folks. I mean, I declined all of these. This is a Five Guys. Now, think about this. Five Guys makes you wait in most of them because they won't drop the fries into the fry later until the driver gets there. So there's an additional wait time. And so what are you really making on this? You're making nothing. You're making zero. Look at this beauty. $2.67. This is a package delivery, right? For a person's business. Taqueria estrellonline.com. Okay, whatever. It's going to Milford, right? This place called Milford for $2.67. I mean, there's no money here. There's no money. It's let's see, $2.71 for $2.71 at a really good restaurant for 8.2 miles. And this was that one I showed you earlier in the video. All right, let me go show you some more here. Okay, so here's one for $7.39 from Taco Bell, 13.8 miles. Almost 14 miles to go for $7.31. No, thank you. Let me see. Look at this. $6.32 from Wendy's. $6.32 for 9.5 miles. Now, keep in mind, folks, these are deliveries that continually come through, like constantly. Like I have to decline at least 30 to 50, even 60 or to 70 orders per day in order to even just get one that's even a one-to-one. Like if it was $8 going, like you just saw one earlier, right? Well, that one was an exceptional one considering. It's like hitting the lottery, $11.50 for what was it? 9.5 miles. That's like hitting the lottery. I mean, imagine that. Look at this one. $5.68. It's an AutoZone. AutoZone is delivering. They want us to deliver auto parts. Auto parts, right? 11.8 miles for 5.6 for $5.68. Oh, I mean, have you ever seen ones? I mean, dude, there is way worse ones. I have so many screenshots from over the past 2 years. There was one for like 89 cents going 61 miles or something like that, or 90 miles. Was it 90 miles or 61? 61 miles for 89 cents. Wish I had that to show it to you. $9 and oh, here's one that's almost matches the miles to the money. But again, are we doing rideshare or are we doing delivery, package delivery? $9.09 for 9.4 miles. Now, could this turn into possibly a little extra money, maybe $12 or something? Yeah, it's possible, and it might be. It probably is. Who knows? It's an odd number. It could be higher, but I'm not going to take that chance going 9 miles. Now, some of you might say, well, if you can pick up in any different areas, why don't you just take that and you might get another one? Well, that's true, but in my area, there's a lot of areas that are dead areas where you could drive and you're miles away from stores, and you have to drive back out to even get into civilization, because there's a lot of boonied out areas where it's just like there's no stores around. So you have to, like, you got to know your market in order to know not where to go. Because I went places where it took me 20 miles out, and I can't pick nothing else up. I mean, the only way you should do that is if it's 3 or 4 to 1, so you're guaranteed money to come back, right? All right, look at this one, $14.03. They're actually giving you 3 cents. 1 cent over the 14.2 miles. It's just wings. And they make you wait the longest time to even pick this stuff up, folks. Like, this is all base pay. All base pay. There's no tip in here, I can tell you right now. Like, I know these orders by the back of my hand. I didn't take this one. But I would be willing to bet $1 million that that's no tip. I've even done videos where I bet on myself during the live, the recording of the video, and I was actually right on the money. You guys probably remember that when I would show you these screenshots from before. Look at this beauty. Dairy Queen, right? Going to this place called Natick, $17.09 for 22.1 miles. That's 44.2 miles in total for $17.09. No, thank you. And by the way, this is another one that has no tip in it. I've done these. I've gone all the way to Boston. I've gone 40 miles out, folks, to test out, I think it was a Red Robin delivery. Remember that? About a year ago, year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago. I took it just to see what it would. I was doing it for you guys. I was testing it, and I showed you guys. Remember, it was actually it was 20. I'm sorry, it wasn't 40 miles. It was 24 miles. 24 miles for $24, and it was no tip on it. No tip. Remember that? Let's see. Okay, this one was a decent one. This one was $25.75 for 9.8, but there was no more money. Basically, that's all I have for you for this video, folks. Appreciate you coming to the video and watching. Hope you got some information out of it. I hope it helped you. And make sure you hit the subscription button, the like button, the notification bell so you won't miss any more videos. Let me know in the comments what you think and, you know, what your situation is in your market. And I will see you guys and gals on the next one. Take care, folks.
Well, heck, Brian, that was just wonderful. I think that was great. I think that was really fun. I think we had fun in the chat. As we noted, even drug dealing sucks with door trash. You can't even have fun as a drug dealer anymore. Sam Lee's now a drug dealer, I think. He's delivering drugs for somebody. Dollar General, man, that store's run like the worst run store ever run. They can't even get their pricing right, DMF. They don't know what price anything is. They don't got no employees. They just fucking throw everything in there on shelves and got a whole bunch of desperate people trying to stay awake behind the cash register, trying not to like pass out from meth, from my experience. Pretty much what it's like. Let's see what is the Pedro live tonight? Is the Pedro live? Somebody told me it was like time for Wapner. What's going on with the Pedro? Oh, I'm not subscribed to the Pedro's channel. He's live. Is he live? It's really a mess and usually no tip. Yeah, not even a tip. Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you. That was fun. We enjoyed that. Everybody seemed to have a good time. And man, it sure does make hosting a non-show a lot easier than when I got to do all the work myself. Thank you, Brian, for doing some of the work for me. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Can't do it. We all need friends. We all need friends to help us. Brian, you're a good friend. You're one of the two. We got the elite two. Let's see what the Pedro's doing. Oh, look, since Pedro won't come on our show, we'll draft him. We're going to draft the Pedro. Put a 1 in the chat if you want us to draft Pedro. Should we draft Pedro?
Kevin, my man, what's up? Let me know if you're in the house. I'll give you a shout out. Adam, Will G.
I know what we should do. We should do some fun hijinks. Like we should offer to go on Pedro's show if I simulcast his show on my show so that we're both on the show at the same time. We could do that. Somebody message Pedro and say, hey, you want to go, you want to simulcast on Jeff Black's show? You want to have Jeff Thomas Black on your show? Ask Pedro. Somebody go message the Pedro and say, hey, you want to put Jeff Thomas Black on your show? Let's have some fun. Let's have ourselves some fun on the interweb. Since Torp don't want to play, Pedro don't want to play with me. Nobody wants to play with me. Nobody wants to play. What's the phone in? Mr. Bet on You. Well, Pedro can give me a goddamn link. Pedro can give me a link. He can give me some fucking service if I'm going to go on his show. Pedro, can I come on your show? Cry night. Let Pedro. Cry night. Let Pedro know I want to go to the show. Tell Pedro I want to go on the show. I'm going to give him a thumbs up. Thumbs up, Pedro. Thumbs up. I'm going to subscribe. Subscribe to Pedro. Okay. So I subscribed and I gave Pedro a thumbs up. What's Pedro saying? All right.
We'll get into that in a minute. Okay. I'm reading this update and what they sent out, and I'm like, what? It doesn't make any sense. We're also going to get into the streak bonuses. I know the last few weeks there's been several markets that have had these streak bonuses. I want to see if there's anybody in the chat that has had a good experience with it, maybe bad experience. I don't have them.
Well,
I cannot speak of them. one way or the other, but you guys can, because I know that DoorDash is telling us about the street bonuses. They've also updated in other markets. You know how, for me, you know, if I keep above 70% for a while there, I was able to dash now. In some markets now it's 50%. Right now. You have the dash now feature if you're above 50%, and that could be a game changer for a lot of people. But the biggest one is the update of pay. And I've talked about this before, but it's going in more markets. More of you guys are seeing it, so it's going to impact us more. You know, and I'm going to roll it into what Instacart.
We're fishing for the Pedros.
A couple of months back,
for the Pedros,
lowering the pay.
See,
I'm going to roll it into what Uber.
Though. See, Pedro does this. Say, Pedro goes, "Oh, like I want to talk to that guy," and then he just never talks. What do we got going on here? I guess I wasn't live. I need to go live. Let's see. Live.
A basis of where to go, and then we can decide what we want to do with the apps and all that kind of stuff. Now, before I read this to you guys,
earn per offer mode updates. Like we don't know about this
yet? We have to understand one thing. We are very replaceable. Yes. More people come to these apps, new drivers at a record pace just about every day, every month in any market. Okay. Old drivers drop off, new drivers come in. If you're a new driver, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know that base pay used to be this. You don't know that on a stack you got $2 per order, not $2
for everyone
for both orders. 2 different restaurants by their example. Okay. Now, if there's a tip on there and it's whatever, maybe it's not a big deal. But this is a little crazy to me. Let me read this to you guys. Okay. I don't understand this. Let me just vibe with me for a second. Close your eyes and pay attention. This is from actually somebody that sent this to me. Her name was Amanda. So I want to give a shout out where credit is due. And thank you, Amanda, for sending me this.
Well, I like spontaneity, Brian.
Okay. And I
like spontaneity. Like it's always a good time to talk. I was born ready. I was born ready for the Pedro.
2 separate orders, but I'm sure it's coming. Now listen. Earn per offer mode updates. Okay. Best for dashers who value more flexibility. What the fuck does that mean?
Good point, Pedro.
Best
now, see,
for
Pedro's
dashers
fucking honest right now.
Who value
I'm
more
give Pedro
flexibility.
his flower.
Why use that word flexibility with this scenario? It makes no logical sense.
That's right, Pedro.
But maybe I'm wrong.
Good point.
Let me read this
you're right.
The scenario they give, you can see.
Okay, so look, I'm complimenting Pedro right now. Pedro, you're doing a good job. You're talking about things that are true. Why do you still have Pedro DoorDash Santiago in your name?
Per offer, the base pay for 2.
It would mean a lot. I think it would be really good. Who thinks? Put a 2 in the chat if you think Pedro dropping DoorDash from his name would add to his credibility. Put a 2 in the chat, or a 5, or a 2 or a 5 in the chat if you think 2 or a 5 in the chat if you think Pedro dropping DoorDash and Depends from his name and just calling himself Pedro Santiago would be a huge step forward in his growth as a human being. Put a 2 or a 5 in the chat.
Chipotle, first customer tip $4, other customer tip $2, whatever. It is what it is. Those could be good tips. They could be bad. Depends on a lot of different factors. They got paid $8 to do 2 deliveries. That is bullshit. That is horse shit. That is nasty. I never recommend doing orders like these. Now, this would be $10, and it should be at least 10, which to some of you,
5 for him still being a jackass donkey. Well, that's true. 69. Hey, Wild Alaska. Nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you. So we're looking at the Pedro over here, and we're going like, hey, Pedro, you want us to come on your show? And he's pretending we don't exist because Pedro's got to get himself all gussied up to have a conversation. He's just not born every day ready to talk to people like normal human beings. Pedro's got to work up to it. Pedro's got to like build himself up. Now, see, I'm even willing to go on to Pedro's channel because we're simulcasting ourselves to Pedro right now. We're simulcasting ourselves to Pedro. He didn't see that one coming. We're like Torp. We're getting all nimbly-pimbly like Torp. We're playing like 7D chess. It's my shining moment. My one shining moment, you oughta don't know. My one shining moment, you knew. You were alive the rest of your heart. Now, see, we had the Torp on here. Wild Alaska, I don't know what were you thinking about my offer, Wild Alaska, for you to be my security detail, keep me from getting whacked off while I'm in a hotel room? Have you thought about my employment offer more? Maybe Wild Alaska, you help me from keep me from getting whacked off. So 5 And 2, everybody wants Pedro to join in. See if Pedro mentions you. That would be great. That would be great. If you say Jeff Thomas Black 3 times in a mirror, nothing happens from my experience. The only thing that's ever happened if I went into a bathroom and said Jeff 3 times in a mirror, I looked and I was still there. And so that's never been the illusion that I was hoping for. But if you said Pedro, the door shut, lights off, you get Pedro. Well, the last guy's going to offer you to be my security detail for all my death threats, like, so I don't get whacked off. If we like got a hotel room, you could like keep watch at night, well, so I don't get whacked off. That's all I was talking about. Don't worry, Jeff. I'm sure he takes his time to sound out his words. You say to him, he'll accept it and want to have a one-on-one with you. Yeah, we'll see. I know you're talking about the Pedro. We'll see. It's all in good fun. We had the Torp here earlier. We had the Torpino, the very Torpino in our chat. I said, come on, Torp, come on, just talk to me. And he's like, are you mad at me? And I'm like, no, I'm not mad at anybody. And he's like, okay, well, and then he didn't, I don't know, what did Torp say, people? I don't know what Torp said, but we kept saying, Torp, come on and talk to us. Torp, come on and talk to us. And he didn't do it. Let's see if Torpino's over here. Let's see what the Torpino's got going. Torp. We got the Torp. No, we got nothing new from the Torp. Hopefully, if Torp was going to do something, if he felt like doing something all nimbly pimbly, he'd come on our show. Because, he ain't doing it. No, nothing with the Torp. There's the bet on you.
Which they get from the consumer is going to continue to go down. And as long as we hit accept versus decline, we're giving them the okay. We're signing off that this is okay. Decline these orders. Make it more beneficial for the next driver when it hits their screen. And if somebody declines it, maybe you're the next driver.
Well, look, somebody says, drop the
we cannot be taking these $2 days.
Link for Jeff Thomas.
Can you imagine?
Good job. Thank you, Ghost.
And I'm not sure I don't have the information.
Thank you, Ghostface.
Can you imagine for a second? There's no tip on either of these. Does that offer really fucking come in at $2 for 2 different places?
Yeah.
Or does DoorDash make it more because the algorithm knows
nothing's real?
Man. I have no idea.
I've been telling you Pedro for a fucking year, man. I've been telling you nothing's real. This is what I kept telling Pedro. He's all yapping about shit every day, waving his arms, talking and yapping. I'm like, Pedro, stop talking and yapping. Nothing's real. You're just like waving your arms and talking and yapping, and he just does it. Okay, so Wild Alaska, thank you. That would I would sleep so well. In every hotel room if I knew you was watching over me. Easy Prod, he banned you. Ain't that a bitch? He didn't ban me because my words are used to him as a weapon, and he didn't respond back. Okay. Charlie Manson, Jim Jones. Well, maybe. How does he decline, and then have an ADAR? Well, I don't know. That's a good question. See, that's why we need to talk to Pedro. That's why I'm here ready to talk to Pedro with you. We're ready to do it. We're ready to have the Pedro Jeff Mono smackdown.
If they continue to do these kind of things, shame on you. You guys should be ashamed as a company in 2023 with gas on the rise, back up and continuing to go up. Holiday season.
Okay. But see, it still says Pedro DoorDash Santiago. It still says Pedro DoorDash Santiago, and you got DoorDash all over DoorDash. So it sounds like you're criticizing the DoorDash, but why are you still called Pedro DoorDash Santiago? Why don't you just make it Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down the Lion King? I don't get it. I still don't get the branding. I don't get so many brands. I don't understand. It's not I'm trying to be difficult. I just don't understand. It's a lot of branding,
Olive
man.
Garden's never-ending Tossable is back, starting at $13.99.
Tossing festival. You get unlimited salad tossing at this place. They'll toss your salad over and over and over again. Okay. Oh, more salad tossing. No, this is a happy black man working for Granger. Thank you, Granger. All right, we're back with Pedro. Here we go.
And then when you couple that When you couple an entitled company with an entitled consumer, like
well, you thruple it is what you do, Pedro. You thruple it. You don't couple it. You thruple it. That's why he added the Depends. Pedro, DoorDash, Depends, Poopy Pants, Santiago. Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago. It's a lot of branding. It's a lot of branding.
I'm not paying. I don't know what service I'm getting yet. Maybe that's why some of you guys answered in my poll. 70% of you are making average to bad money since September of this year.
What? Okay, average to bad money since September of this year, and you've been advising us to do this. So what's going on, Pedro?
70%.
God damn it, man.
As a business person,
speak up.
I don't necessarily blame them, but I can say shame on you.
Shame on
it's
who?
Bad, man. It's bad. It's horrific.
Who?
$2 to go to 2 different places.
Shame on who?
It just and then the consumer, man. We have entitled consumers, entitled companies, and ignorant drivers. And ignorant is in a negative word.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's true.
Word. Ignorant is not having knowledge. You're not knowledgeable about something.
I agree with Pedro on that. Pedro's making a good point. Ignorant is not a criticism. Ignorant just means you don't know. So there's bad ignorance, there's good ignorance. That's fair.
And when you mix those three together, we got people out here working for 60 items. It takes them an hour. They're making $7. We know what's happening. We also know these companies are preying on people that English is a second language. They are. It's the truth. I've talked about that as well.
Now, wait a minute. Sounds like Pedro's found the light. Like, hallelujah. Somebody say, praise Jesus. Pedro's hair found God. Pedro's Jesus hair and flesh mask found God. What's going on here? Come on, Pedro. Come on, Pedro.
$1 base pay is here. $1 and change has been here on Uber. $1 with DoorDash base pay is here. If you are expecting to do 2 things when you accept that offer, DoorDash is paying you $1 to go to Chipotle and $1 to go to Taco Bell. If the customer tips you or not, that has no bearings on what they're giving.
Terrible word.
They're paying you $1.
I was ignorant for calling it app slavery. Now Pedro's saying that they're using you and doing bad things. Is it app slavery? We need to ask Pedro that question. Is it now app slavery, Pedro? Did you change your mind? Is it app slavery? Why do you keep DoorDash as part of your name if you no longer support DoorDash? Are you going to take DoorDash out of your name? I got a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions. Let me on your show, Pedro.
Wait for something better. It should come. We cannot be continuing to do these orders. It's making it harder on the ones out here that are actually trying to make money. The barrier of entry in these gig economy apps is very low.
Is he using the power of his hair against
me? The pay is going to continue to go down.
Did he just use the power of his hair to smite me? Did he just smite me with his hair? Pedro is glitching, but he's a glitch OG. Is that what you're saying, Jaded Driver? He's a glitch OG? I keep trying to glitch. It's tough. It's a glitch life, AZ Prod. It's a glitch life. It's a glitch life. It's a glitch. It's a glitch, bitch. But Jaded Driver, you got me there. 100%. Well, thank you for everybody getting each other there. Remember, we're all here for each other. If we don't have each other's backs, there ain't nobody gonna. Everybody sold you out. The politicians sold you out. Your local politicians sold you out. The national ones, both parties, all the oligarchs, all the corporations, all the cops, all the people in power, everybody sold you out. All the regulators, everybody sold you out. You're in the gig economy corporate sewer. We're in the sewer as app slaves because they sold us all out. Don't forget that. Don't ever let them forget it either. Sounds like Pedro over here might be waking himself up to the fact of the dipshittery that's been going on. But now, if he's going to wake up to it, he's got to speak up and answer some questions about why he did it in the first place. We're fingering Pedro. Remember, we're fingering Pedro. You can go over in his chat and go, Jeff Thomas Black's fingering you, man. Jeff Thomas Black is fingering you. He's figuring you about 98.6 degrees, but he's fingering you, Pedro. He's fingering you right now. He's fingering you. You only got so many opportunities, Pedro. Well, look, man, top fucker status doesn't come easy, AZ Prod. If you don't put in the effort, if you don't love the game, you ain't gonna be good at it. We all know we're not good at things, and if you want to be top fucker status, you got to appreciate the gift of being a top fucker. You got to love what you do. That's all I can tell you. It's really the best advice I can give you. Every day is a glitch and bitch and struggle these days. That is true, Damian Blaze. That is very true, Damian Blaze, and you say that very poetically, if you will. AZ, I glitched hard for it too. You glitched super hard. Look, you can glitch your balls off. You can glitch your balls off. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. I've seen people glitch their balls off. It's not a pretty sight. It's not a glitty. It's not a clitty sight, man. It's not a clitty sight. You glitch your balls off. Your life will never be the same again. Pedro already ditched DoorDash. He's into Instacart now. Yeah, well, Pedro Instacart Santiago, we did have a theory that he was going to be potentially having a Prop 22 trader says, shut up and drop the link for Jeff Thomas Black. That's funny. That is funny. That is very funny. I like it very much. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. Whoever did that, I appreciate you. Whoever did that, I appreciate you. Shut up and drop the link for Jeff Thomas Black. That's funny.
Had a good day. I got a lot of these emails I'm reading you. I got many of them this week. All right, let's see. All the apps are the apps, not the drivers. All the apps are for the apps, not the drivers. True. Dustin is driving. What's up? Yeah, I think sometimes situationally they do good things. They put in things that can be helpful. But man, I'm seeing more and more. When you're in 2023 with inflation the way it is,
inflation,
and you're lowering the pay,
Pedro, you just talked about inflation for the first time. Pedro just talked about inflation for the first time. Has he been watching my broadcasts? Has Pedro been watching my broadcasts? He talked about inflation. Inflation? Where'd that come from? Inflation, expenses. When Pedro worked 8,000 days in a week and made $2,000, I wrote Pedro. I said, Pedro, you didn't make $2,000. You didn't even talk about expenses, you dumbass. And Pedro's like, yes, I did. You're calling me a liar. I'm like, no, I'm calling you a dumbass. And so now he's going, inflation matters. When did somebody wake Pedro up and tell him inflation matters? Is that part of Mr. Double Down? Is that part of the Lion King? Did somebody give him some education since he became Mr. Double Down Bet on You? This is a good picture of him. That's a good picture. This is Pedro figuring out. This is a picture of Pedro. This is a picture of Pedro figuring out. Oh yeah, inflated testicular overplay. Let's get that. You need to get yourself a screenshot, right? I'm going to take myself a screenshot. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Now watch this. Everybody smile. Okay, everybody smile for the Pedro. We're going to get ourselves a screenshot. This has got to be some kind of a future thumbnail. There we go. We got a couple nice screenshots there. That's good. With inflated testicular overplay on the screen. Pedro got a nice look on his face. It looks great. It looks great.
Or maybe it's next door. You wait, you don't wait, you got to call the customer, you do this, you put it in your hot bag, you turn the ignition. DoorDash is valuing you at $1. That is despicable. Let's break it down to the bare bones. $1 is what they value at. $1.
Well, that's
$1 is what DoorDash is valuing you at. Instacart values you at $4 and change. Uber.
Well, you should be Pedro Instacart then. I cannot figure out what's
going on. My time is causing these.
If there's anything more confusing than Torp, it might be Pedro right now. If there's anything more confusing than seeing Torp, it could be Pedro at this very moment. Is Pedro awakening to the world? Is Pedro awakening to the fact that DoorDash sucks ass and is Appslavery, and that there's expenses and inflation and that base pay is dog shit? Is he waking up to this fact? Is that happening before our very eyes? Is it because we said Pedro, Pedro, Pedro so many times that he appeared and now he's awakening before our very eyes? Oh, thank you. Thank you, AZ Prod. Thank you, AZ Prod. We're going to, it'll be a good one. He's like, there you go. Me and Pedro. Oh. Well, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. Believe me, I will. I'd be happy to share those pics. You all take your screenshots if you want. You know, we can pretend. We can pretend Pedro came on my show. Hey, here's what we'll do. Now, listen. I got an idea. Since Pedro don't want to talk to us,
per offer or whatever, this person did 2 runs.
Okay.
And DoorDash paid them $2.
So this is all good. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna live in a pretend world. This will be fun, and I'm gonna enjoy it. You're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna have a good time. So since Pedro won't come on my show and he won't let me on his show so that we can be on our show together, he's pretending he don't see all his chats and stuff. He's pretending none of he sees this. But so we're gonna have it. I'll do my Pedro impression, and then so I'll have a conversation between me and Pedro. Okay. So because I got questions for Pedro. Okay. Here we go. DoorDash really sucks ass. Wait, I got to figure this out. I got to figure out how to do this elegantly. Hold on. I got a way to do it. I got to do the way to do it. Okay. You ready? Okay, here we go. Well, you see, DoorDash really just sucks. Terrible. It's awful right now. It's slavery. It's Appslavery. And I discovered inflation. Gas prices went up. The base pays dog shit. Well, Pedro, that's quite a revelation, Pedro. I mean, you've never mentioned inflation before. You've never really harped on gas prices or expenses, Pedro. It sounds like you've had a major evolution in your thinking today, Pedro. I mean, it sounds like you maybe educated yourself. Is this part of Mr. Double Down, the Lion King? Is this an evolution from Mr. Bet on You that's now in the back seat with Pedro? So I think Pedro, DoorDash, and Mr. Bet on You are in the back seat, but Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, is this part of that evolution? Well, yeah, Jeff, it's part of the evolution. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I had to go to the gas station when I was demonetized, and I said to myself when I was demonetized, money ain't as free as it used to be. It seems like this gas has gotten more expensive than last time I actually had to do gig work. Well, that's a good point, Pedro. I mean, it seems like you really hated DoorDash, man. It seemed like when you actually had to do DoorDash because you got demonetized, seems like you fucking hated it. It seems like you hated everything about it. Well, yeah, I really did, Jeff. I hated it. I discovered that doing real gig work rather than just telling people about gig work and glitching up was a bitch. And then I had to spend more time with Nugs, and Nugs is a fucking pain in the ass, man. That guy's so aggravating. I can't even stand it. It's fucking awful. And so I'm spending my time with Nugs. I'm talking about glitching. He's talking about glitching. That glitch ass bastard's making fun of us all the time. Like, oh, so let me show you some stuff. Hold on, Pedro. Sure. Yeah, no problem, Pedro. Okay, so all right, Pedro. Well, that makes sense. So you basically were sick of Nugs, right? You were sick of Nugs, and you decided, and you were bored of DoorDash, and you got demonetized. Am I caught up? Well, yeah, it's exactly right. That's exactly right. Nugs is a giant pain in the ass. His girlfriend scares me. Every time she talks. I feel like she's gonna she might be a chupacabra. Anyway, so I'm out there with Nugs, and I'm thinking I got to make a change in my life. I got to quit being this Pedro, DoorDash, Instacart, poopy pants, depend Santiago. I got to develop something. I got to get past the Mr. Bet on You. I got to move Mr. Bet on You and Pedro DoorDash into the back seat. I got to move Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, up into the front seat. You see? Well, yeah, Pedro. I mean, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, and I understand that. But now, I mean, it seems like you hate DoorDash, Pedro. Like the last few times I've heard you say, I mean, your interwebs name still says Pedro DoorDash Santiago. You got all your corporate sponsors and everything. I mean, you were doing Instacart, and you were back to DoorDash. Now you hate DoorDash. You can say fuck DoorDash. It's really confusing. You keep that part of him. Is there trouble in paradise? Is there trouble in the corporate thruple? Is there something? Did you start to have a preference in your corporate thruple between the Depends and the DoorDash and the Pedro, like the three corporate entities thrupling together in love? Did it confuse you? Was that too many people in a relationship to have a corporate throuple? Well, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a lot. I've had to go through a lot, and I had to think a lot, like about the fact if I say fuck DoorDash all the time, then people are going to think, Pedro, what's going on? How come you say fuck DoorDash all the time and then you call yourself Pedro DoorDash Santiago? And it's like I scratch my head and I think about it, and I think like I don't know. I got to think about more branding, and maybe I should go with more royalty, more leadership, expand myself out beyond the gig space into the greater cult leadership arena. Because I'm thinking like we could have islands, we could have sing-alongs, we could have beach unicorn orgies. There's all kinds of things we could do, and the key thing too is that you don't have to invite nugs. That's really important to me because I'm thinking like I don't want to do any of this if nugs has to be there. I'm really tired of nugs. That's fair, Pedro. I mean, look, Nugs is an aggravating little shit. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And he may have been one of those guys that probably blew the whistle on all your shenanigans too, Pedro. So I understand how you'd be mad at that. So, Pedro, what's your relationship? What's your relationship with Glitchard? So you had Glitchard on your show. Uh, you had Glitchard on your show. What was your relationship with Glitchard after you made him take the fall and admit that he was the bad guy, even though you were lying to everybody when you found out about the glitch? How is that? Are you guys still friends? Yeah, look, me and Glitchard, we're boys. We're boys. We know the game. We play the game hard. Uh, and we're fine with it. We're fine with it. I've moved on. Glitchard's moved on. He's sticking in DoorDash space. I'm moving more into the cultified arena. It makes me happy. I'm very excited. I feel like as a born leader, I used to run restaurants. I used to look at plates. I worked in the gambling industry. I led the gig economy. I was known for being one of the foremost shills of an evil corporation. So now I figure like it's time to expand my portfolio into greater cult leadership. Well, yeah, Pedro, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Now, Pedro, is that something that you can do in St. Louis, or is that something you're going to need more of an isolated environment to gather your people? You look like you're thinking real hard there, Pedro. So, I mean, have you considered getting your own compound, getting your own island? Well, yeah, Jeff, I have. I think about it a lot. I think about it a lot. I've got business models that I've modeled after the earn per offer mode updates. I've been such a big fan of DoorDash for such a very long time. I look at the business proposition, I think, what? I should be able to do this too. If DoorDash can figure out how to enslave people by the millions in 27 countries, I can surely figure out how to get people to an island in the Caribbean for my own personal sex cult and Pedro worshiping enterprise. No, I mean I'll buy that, Pedro. I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable, and I do see. I mean, Brad Nelson made the point in the chat, Pedro, because you've got a lot of fans over here on this side of the aisle, if you will. Brad Nelson. Oh no, it wasn't Brad Nelson. Jaded Driver snuck in there, pushing the Brad Nelson out of the way. Excuse me, Brad Nelson. Pedro and I both feel bad about ignoring you. Pedro reinventing himself daily now. Well, it's very important, and we'll talk about. That's a good point, Pedro. We're going to ask you about that, Pedro. We want to ask about reinventing yourself. JTB, you make this side of Pedro where you're scaring us. Yes, well, you know, look, we got to let Pedro say his piece. We ain't here to clamp down on free speech, and we want the truth. We can ask him that. We can ask him. That would be more probably a question. Bigfoot Dasher can smell people through the internet. You might want to check with Bigfoot Dasher. Ask Bigfoot Dasher what Pedro smells like. I think if we ask Pedro, he may not tell us the truth. Yeah, Pedro couldn't maintain an island in a creek. Well, that is. We'll ask him about that. All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, Pedro, so how do you answer the people about reinventing yourself, your ability to manage, your qualifications for being a coach and a cult leader? What do you say, Pedro? Well, Jeff, you see, I've been ready for this. I was born for it. When I thought to myself, what kind of Jesus hair should I put on myself? I thought it should be dark. It should be full. It should look a little bit greasy, but not too greasy. And then I put on like a t-shirt that says Savage State of the Mind. It makes me look dark and mysterious. I got myself tattoos. I got myself wrist anklets. And see that for me, you see that savage state of mind, you start thinking, I want to hug that guy. I really want to hug that guy. And then I look in the background and it says like on air, you got Michael Jordan there, the greatest of all times, the GOAT. It says bet on you, set goals one day at a time. And I said to myself, look, Pedro, it's time to buck up. You're a 42-year-old man now. You're 41 or almost 42. You're a 41 or 42-year-old man now. You got an adult kid, you got a little kid, you got another kid, or some kind of number of kids. I said to myself, right now, I need to set myself up for the future, and I need to do something bigger than hang out with you all dumb motherfuckers. Because I don't like you, I've never liked you, and I don't respect you. Well, that's an interesting strategy, Pedro. That is an interesting strategy. When you show so much dislike and disrespect for an audience, it's hard to believe that they would follow you to a desert island or to even a tropical island, Pedro. What kind of leadership are you going to show these people outside the environment, and what kind of hugs do you get for $49.99? And then a follow-up question from the jaded driver, the $69.99 package where you get to touch the Pedro hair during the Jesus hair during the hug, does the $69.99 include the photo, or is the photo extra? That's from the jaded driver. Thank you, jaded driver. What's the business model, Pedro, for the cult? Well, okay. So the jaded driver is just a dick. First of all, this fucker comes in my chat. He's always saying dickish stuff. He acts like two dick bags. Then he acts like another two dick bags and another two dick bags. The jaded driver is such a fucking asshole that when I think of him, he makes me pucker up so hard that I can't shit for like 2 more days. Wow. Jaded driver, he really fucking hates you, man. He really hates you. Pedro really hates you. Wow. Pedro, that was savage, man. The jaded driver's not that bad of a guy. He's a little jaded. He's a little jaded. That motherfucker wants hugs more than he knows. He wants hugs so bad from me. Every time he thinks about me, he thinks, how could I get another hug from Pedro? How could I get a hug from Pedro? How could I get a freebie with the $69.99 Jesus hair package? How could I get another freebie? Does the photo cost more? Well, see, that's part of the Pedro wonder, is I don't have to tell you that till you get to the island. That's after island. That's as needed information. All right, Pedro. I mean, that makes sense, Pedro. You are often cloaked in mystery. You are nothing if not an enigma, cloaked in a riddle, cloaked in a mystery, Pedro. Glitch Pants, DoorDash, Poopy Pants, Depends, Santiago, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago. It's a lot. It's a lot. So let me ask you about the branding. How's the king thing going? Are you going to keep the king? Are you going to keep the Lion King? Is the king going to be a key part of the cult? Or are you going to leave the king thing behind and just like be like known as Daddy or Papa Pedro or something like that? Where are you going to go with the branding in the future? And will you keep DoorDash in your name when you take the cult to a desert island? Will you keep DoorDash in the name if DoorDash goes out of business? That's a lot of hard questions, Pedro. Okay, so here's the plan. See, I need to look up at the camera. I know I'm looking down, but I need to look up the camera. It's disturbing. Here we go. Now that I'm looking at the camera, I've got some particulars for you. First of all, let me rub my hands. When I think about the desert island, I think about business models, how to earn more per offer on every hug. But that's more internal. That's more the internal politics of the situation. Now, here, let me show you something. It's really more about the hair. If you want to touch the hair, it's $69.99. You'll touch the hair, but will it really be satisfying without a picture? Look, if you go back and you can't show somebody a picture that you touched the Jesus hair, are they going to believe you? Because remember, this is the gig economy. There's so much illusion. There's so much game plan. You want to know, did you actually touch the Pedro Jesus hair? You got to have a picture. You got to have a picture. You got to have proof. And now I'm thinking this is a time for me to double down again on the cult and to move on with my greater branding, which is going to be the Lion King. And you need to follow and get on board. That's really all I have to say tonight. Well, thank you, Pedro. Pedro, you've been dodging me. I felt like, I've been in your chat wanting to go on. You came onto my show and you just said weird things and then you disappeared. When you had people on your show, you muted them and, kicked them off and stuff. So it's been great. I mean, really, Pedro, this has been the best chance we've ever had to talk. So I appreciate it. And I'd like to give you, in the fine style of Robert Reese, I'd like to give you the floor to say the final word, Pedro. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Jeff. Really, I hate you. I think you're an awful person. You're lying to people. You haven't written a book. 20 years you've been working on this book. There is no book. You're not a writer. I told people that. You're still out here yapping at people. I can't read. I don't know how to read. I've never seen a book. As far as I know, there are no books. There are no books anywhere. Thank you, Pedro. Well, I think that was Pedro's final word. If I may restate on behalf of the Pedro, there are no books. Books do not exist. Books do not exist. So anyway, well, that was great. I mean, was it everyone? I'm going to leave it to you. Was that everything that you hoped would come from the Pedro DoorDash Jeff Thomas Black SmackDown? I hope that was everything that you wanted and everything that you needed from me in that situation. And thank you, Pedro, DoorDash, Glitchy Pants, Poopy Pants, Depends, Santiago, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago, for coming on the show. Thank you so much, Pedro. Pedro. Arizona Prod's giving you props, Pedro. This is giving you, I think, what we call it flowers. What you and Hannibal the Thirsty would call flowers. Very informative, Pedro. Thank you for admitting your fraud. Well, Pedro's turned over a new leaf. Now we're now in the cult version of Pedro. This is Pedro, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago, Mark II. So it's very exciting for all of us. That was a wonderful, wonderful interview, and I cannot thank Pedro enough for joining us tonight. So let's jump back. Let's jump back since we got to jump back somewhere. Let's jump back to driving payday loans on the money trains with Kim Drive's son, Kim Drive Slow, and the Zach Drives Money plans. Because we got very much now that we know. Look, some of you may decide to take out a payday loan to pay Pedro $49.99 for a hug, or $69.99 for the hug with the Jesus hair and the photo included if you get it on the 50% off special. I mean, it's normally like $140, but on the 50% off special, they're going to give you $69.99, which is more than 50% off if you do the math. You're going to do $69.99. You're going to get the full package. You're going to get the Pedro hug. You get to stroke the Jesus hair, and you get yourself a photo, all for $69.99. All for $69.99. I think they might even call that the Cray Cray Nay package. They might call that the Cray Cray Nay package. I have to check their branding.
Oh yeah, actually, I think I have it started.
So we got more bad. This is more bad gambling and financial advice, courtesy of the rideshare guy and Zach Drives Money Trains on poor people.
So what if I use Dasher Direct? Is that something that would be a limiting factor, or?
It is not as limiting as your stupidity, Zach. It is not, it is less limiting than your stupidity, more limiting than nothing, but less limiting than your stupidity.
It's like
No,
bank card for DoorDash.
It will not. The only thing is that when you're applying, you need to add a bank account because your funds needs to be going into your bank account.
Okay.
So it cannot be used like directly to pay for your credit card or upfront to whatever you're gonna get for delivery.
Well, I guess I think they're trying to say, I mean, I can be completely wrong. Like Dasher Direct actually does have a routing number and a banking number, so it does act as a bank. So
That's so exciting. The fact that bank has a routing number that can work for your payday loans. That's amazing information. Thank you to the rideshare guy once again. And thank you to Kim once again for this amazing information about routing numbers.
I think maybe they're asking if they can use the Dasher Direct as their bank. Maybe that's what their question is.
No, at the current moment. Like we work with bank accounts.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm curious, what was the moment where you guys came together and you're like, okay, this idea is going to become a reality?
Jesus Christ. They just killed old Dad Dash. I think I just got whacked off. They killed me. They killed old Dad Dash. At what point did you realize you wanted to grow up to be a criminal? Oh my God. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me, man. You're killing me. You're making me cry. You're making me cry like Torp. For fuck's sake. At what point did you decide you wanted to make people homeless? When did the devil become your role model? When did Beelzebub become the person you looked up to? They fucking killed Dad Dash. It's attempted murder. I got whacked off. Holy shit. That was great. I gotta hear that again. Zach goes, at what point did you realize you had a great organized criminal scheme?
So, and I'm curious, what was the moment where you guys came together and you're like, okay, this idea is going to become a reality?
Well, they all came together. It was like that one shining moment. You knew it was going to happen. That one shining moment you knew you had a payday loan scheme to run train on the most impoverished people in the world. God, tell me this isn't funny. If this isn't funny, this is the best apocalypse we've ever had. This is by far the best apocalypse we've ever had. We got to hear that one more time, Zach. Do that again. Do that again, Zach.
For me, right?
Idea. What was the moment? So, and what, I'm curious, what was the moment where you guys came together and you're like, okay, this idea is going to become a reality?
A lot of kids.
For me, right? It was during the pandemic. Like we launched in 2018 and we were doing pretty good in business.
So we hit the pandemic and we went like, there's the most desperate people have ever been. They're fighting over chicken sandwiches and toilet paper. Now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time to do it. Now is our moment. It's our one shining moment, Brian. It's our one shining moment. They killed Dad Dash. It's the one shining moment that killed Dad Dash.
Business. Riders were using us. Deliveries weren't that popular back then. So it was mostly riders. But then when the pandemic hit, we start seeing like, wow, we are really doing something major, something important. We are actually changing other people's lives. Because at the beginning it was like,
remember this is wallet. This is wallet. It's not wallet. It's wallet. It's like Wednesday, but only with one U. It's like wallet. It's wallet. Wallet. It's like toilet, but wallet. Wallet. Like Wednesday, but wallet. Not like UDM though, Brian. It's not like UDM at all. It's not like UDM. The sky's the limit. Excuse me. That was another Pedro. I apologize. During the pandemic, we saw people like dying on the street from malnourishment and inability to get anything out of the supply chain. And we thought, hey, this is a great business opportunity right now. The chick's voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Does Wealthy use wallet? Well, that's what we want to know, Vartan. That's the operative question right now. That's what and remember, first of all, Vartan, you got to show proper respect. Wealthy's with two U's. Wealthy, and then wallet. It's like toilet, wallet, but Wealthy. And then you got UDM. It's different. They all start with U. But they ain't pronounced the same. It's Wealthy, wallet, Uber, or sometimes Uber, depending, and then UDM, like UDM. UDM stands for Ultimate Delivery Man. Rocket fuel rates. Well, rocket fuel may be needed, Stephen Arrow. Pedro Santiago, but no, see, Pedro's got himself a cash advance. We got to look at Pedro's cash advances too. Yeah, well, this is Porn Schlub. This is what we're on now. We decided that when we got into the whole dirty business, we decided we're going to go for this is now Porn Schlub. Pedro, Matthew. We had Matthew. I hope you did not miss. Do you know we had Pedro live on the show for I don't know how long, 20 minutes. We had a one-on-one interview with the Pedro. If you missed it, you're going to want to look back. Yeah. So we saw people struggling and drowning during the pandemic, and we thought, hey, this is a business opportunity. Let's listen in more.
We're going to provide for a market that it's kind of the underdog when it comes to financial institutions.
Oh, they're an underdog. They're a Cinderella story. The Cinderella story, underdog story of a payday loan. You got that? This is branding. This is great fucking branding. Marianne Sands, Director of Operations from Wallet. And look, Zach's look at all these money trains that Zach's got to do, like money everywhere. It's making me thirsty like Hannibal. I'm getting so thirsty just looking at all the money plans. And there's Kim, like Kim's thinking about the money plans. Look at Kim's face. Just get a close up on Kim's face. She's like thinking money plans, money plans. money plans. And Zach's like, money plans. Zach's looking all jokery. Zach looks like he's like, what's my next, who will I next tape up with the duct tape in my trunk and the ropes? That's what Zach's thinking. This lady's like, this is a great opportunity for me. And Kim's like, money plans, money plans. Yeah, well, we are. Oh, it's UDW? UDW? The M is backwards? Well, that would make more sense. That would make more sense, Damien Blaze. I get confused. Oh, good, good, good. Well, it was an excellent interview. You know, it's been the one-on-one that Pedro and I've been waiting for a long time, Matthew Arredondo. Your wallet is mine. I will take your wallet. I will take your wallet. If I had so listen, if I had a bidet, I'd clean my wallet off. If I had a bidet, I'd make sure my wallet was sparkling clean. Yeah, UDM's Ultimate Delivery Woman. Ultimate Delivery Woman. That's right. That's right. We got an egalitarian society over here in the sewers. In the sewers with the criminal mindset. Well, you know, it takes all kinds, Stephen Arrow. It takes all kinds.
But when rideshares and deliveries start to activate during the pandemic, like people willing, literally, you guys were called the heroes during pandemic. You were the ones bringing our food. You were the ones delivering our groceries, bringing medications, even taking us to hospitals when we needed to go. So the fact that we were able to still provide for you and cover those basic needs that you guys had during pandemic, even though you were working, it was mind blowing. And the fact that we still getting like these comments from users saying, you are a lifesaver. I was able to provide for my family this week because of these. I was able to.
Okay. If anybody is telling their payday loan representative that they are a lifesaver, they are in a situation where they are still drowning, so their life has not been saved. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's like somebody. That's like being in the off the Titanic, floating around in the ocean. So you're floating around in the ocean, right? And then somebody else rows over to you. They're also hanging on to a door in the ocean, and you're going, well, thanks for saving me. You're not saved. You're not saved. You're still floating around in the ocean. You're just hanging on to another person floating around in the ocean. You're not saved. Just don't stop doing this. Stop doing this, Marianne Sands. You are not saving anyone. You're lying to people. Okay, let's attempt to listen again without making me all upset.
It was mind blowing. And the fact that we still getting like these comments from users saying, you are a lifesaver. I was able to provide for my family this week because of these. I was able to, there were a lot of people that were let go from their businesses and they wanted to start to do delivery, but they did not have the mediums to do it. Like they need to invest in a car if they didn't have it, or they need to invest in a bicycle. And having all of these people saying
Did this chick just say invest in a bicycle with your payday loan? Did she just say that you was investing in a bicycle for your payday loan? How low are we sinking right here? What is the bar that we're attempting to crawl under? Exactly. Yeah, the turd in your toilet actually has better information, Vartan. The turd in your toilet actually has better financial information than Marianne Sands. Yeah, Brian, this is some nasty lying. This is some nasty lying. It's making me upset.
I was able to make it because of the help that you provide. For me, that was the moment in which
this is basically the same thing as Tony Shu, CEO DoorDash, Tony Shu telling you that you know how important you are to him and that you're making $25 an hour and all the things that DoorDash. This is just some scam artist marketing representative directly lying to you, and it's pretty pathetic. It's pretty pathetic, and it's extremely pathetic that Harry Campbell and Rideshare Guy and Kim drives money trains and Zach drives Triggered and this person are all doing this. It's bad. It's real bad.
I said, like, wow, this is real, and we are actually making the change that we said we will be making.
Yeah. Again, I just keep going back to what you said about how gig workers are underserved. And, that is really, really true. Like when it comes to finances and stuff. And, I think that I think a car is what the second or third most common expense that people will incur in their lives. And so to know that there's a backup plan if something goes sideways. And my car is not the newest kid on the block, and it's not getting any younger. So eventually something major is going to go wrong again.
Zach, are you suggesting that when something goes wrong with your car, Mr. Joker, are you suggesting that you're going to use a payday loan from Wallet? Are you suggesting, Zach, that when something goes wrong with your elderly car, you're going to use a payday loan from Wallet? Because I don't think I think you're making up stories there. Zach drives money trains.
And it's nice to know that there's a backup plan. So
I think there's always a risk in what we do, right? Like there's always a risk in.
Oh, there's a risk in what we do when we gamble. Is there, Kimberly? Is there a risk that what we do when we gamble, Kimberly? Is there a risk? Is there a risk that we take when we do payday loans, when we run money trains on people in poverty, like poverty pimps? Is there a risk, Kimberly?
Oh, it's not a matter of
It's not a matter of this. It's just a matter of that. It's not a matter of this. It's just a matter of that. Well, that's great advice, Kim. Thank you.
If something's going to go wrong, it's a matter of when something's going to go wrong. Like it's honestly the amount of driving as a delivery driver you do. Like it's in.
Well, what they've been talking to Pedro now? They've been talking to Pedro that all of a sudden we got expenses and risks and everything. So now, wait a minute. So the glitchy pants is over, and now he's talking about risks and money. And so we want to get into the banking industry with Zach drives money jokers and Kim drives kindness fast. Okay.
Inevitable. It's either you're going to get a nail in your tire, you're going to need a new battery, you're going to need brake pads because you're driving so much. Like there's so many things that can go wrong. It's really nice to know that there's, Wallet out there that.
It is nice to know that Wallet's out there. It is nice to know that Wallet's out there. It's just so nice. It's so nice. Brian, it's so nice to know that there are payday loans out there for people in poverty to go homeless with. It's just wonderful. It's just so wonderful. It's so nice to know. It's so nice. It's so nice to know. It's just so nice to know. This is good information. This is good information. This is news you can use. This is news you can use. She can buy a new set of tires in an hour, according to her. Well, we can hope so. I'm sure she's not putting them on. Okay, this is sickening.
Can really help gig workers get back on the road quickly as possible.
And
she just coughed up a Pedro herself right on the air. That was awful. Sorry, Kim. I hope you're all right after that, Pedro. Why is DoorDash using InstaWork to hire merchandisers for Walgreens? Well, DoorDash is piloting Appslavery for the entire world, Millie B. This is, DoorDash last mile delivery is just a front for labor laundering and Appslavery. DoorDash is not the ultimate scam. The ultimate scam is to enslave entire nations full of people, entire companies full of people via their smartphone with DoorDash technology. Right? This is a short-term scam. They're just running a short-term money train on you, Millie B. Yeah, Jaded Driver. How'd you look? Jaded Driver, did Pedro hurt your feelings, Jaded Driver? That Pedro really dislikes you, man. Pedro really dislikes you, Jaded Driver. That was a shocking revelation when Pedro went after the Jaded Driver so viciously. Yeah, if I'd only known these people when my car got busted up, I could be living in a tent in Bloomington, Indiana right now if I had met Zach Drive Money Trains and Marianne Sands of Wallet Payday Loans. Yeah, so that's one of the things, Millie B, that's pretty interesting. I did that with research into the book. Some of the ways I figured out a lot of things about DoorDash's engineering is I looked who they were hiring and how they did their job description and stuff on LinkedIn and everything. You look at their job descriptions, what they want you to accomplish. It's like, can you be evil and take over the world? We have a job for you. Um, it's a good market, man. It's a good market. Yeah, that's what Cherry was talking about in live. That's right. That's right. I am pissed. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm very jealous that payday loans were not available to me because, again, well, as Thomas Glitch-Schubeck said, that old Bloomington, Indiana, has actually got a pretty good housing situation. If you don't mind being homeless and living in housing that's relatively substandard, at least you won't be in a tent, which is, that's better. Anything's better than a tent. A home is good. I like homes. Millie says maybe DoorDash will get into other jobs to scam people, not just live. Well, they are, Millie. So this is the thing, right? DoorDash doesn't even tell you all the things that they're into. They're private labeling this technology for employers. They do things. They've had people taking pictures of things before. This technology is just a way you can deploy anybody via a smartphone and keep track of where they are, whether they accept your offers, whether they decline your offers. You can have the AI gaslight them in any number of ways. It's a wonderful technology, Millie B. This is hey, Jared D, how you doing? There you go, logo on the scooter. Hey, Jared D. So yeah, these Zach Drive money trains and Kim's money plans talking about, well, you could start yourself off, get yourself a payday loan for a bicycle or a scooter, and start yourself off in the DoorDash empire, Jared D. Do you need a payday loan, Jared? Do you need a payday loan? Because we might have an offer for you, sir. That's right. That's right. That's in the book. That's in the Full Dash Closure book. They're apping out stadium concession stands. That's exactly right. Yeah, Millie B is here breaking up the sausage party. We love our females. We respect our females over here on this side of the aisle. You can get paid to stock shelves for Walgreens, then use your earnings to deliver to people merchandise. Sounds great. That's right. Listen, these people want to enslave you from morning till night. They'll have you emptying garbage cans. They'll have you taking pictures. They'll have you flushing toilets. They'll have you delivering Happy Meals. You'll just have a varied career of app slavery. A varied career of app slavery. It'll be wonderful. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. There you go. Jared can get you out on the road for 300. Now that is a good deal. Jared's got some very cool stuff, and Jared knows what the hell he's talking about on electric bikes. Just don't take a payday loan for it. Jared, don't give anybody payday loans for that. Don't accept payday loans. That's all we're asking. Yeah, the sausage party is over. Sausage party is over. We got the better part of the species here. We got the better part of the species here. We always respect our women. We treat them right. That's right. That's right. We know that women start the minority of wars in the history of the planet. And we appreciate that about women. Women seem to have this knack of not wanting to kill people as much as men do. And I like that about them. They're also very pretty. I like women a lot. Just so I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan of the women. Huge, enormously huge fan. Amazing. Huge fan. I got top fucker status. I got 2 kids. I got top fucker status. You can't take that away. You cannot take that away. Yeah, we all love Millie B. We all love Millie B. She's She's always popular. You Briggs, Millie B, Red Pill, 76. All our women are popular. All our women are popular. Yeah, that's right, Jared D. Jared D's got some good stuff, man. Jared D got those lives. They talk about, they give advice. He'll teach you how to get fixed up on yourself an electric bike. You got to be in the right environment. I'd just be real afraid to drive an electric bike in a lot of big cities, including Portland, Oregon. We have a real knack of running over bicyclists around here. And I say that as a lifelong bicyclist. I just don't want to be ran over, Jared D. I worry about that. There's some cities like Bloomington, Indiana, got a trail that go like all the way through the cities. You can go all over Bloomington, Indiana. You don't even have to go on the roads. You just be on a trail, right? Portland, you got to take your life in your hands, man. It's just not a good deal to be delivering on a bicycle in Portland, Oregon. I do not believe. We have to respect women. We only have 3. That's right. Because like if all 3 of the women leave us, we're fucked, man. We have a limited capacity. We have a limited selection in our gig app world of the women. We got to be nice to the ones we got. I could scam you into poverty for a small fee. That's good. It is excellent. Well, I don't even know how to do that, Damien. I don't think I have a wrench. So that is a good point. I thought about that when I was watching that bastard glitch dash. I'm like, everybody got wrenches. Who's got wrenches in my thing? I don't know. Well, I'm just not very wrenchy. I just don't know how to use them. I don't know how to use them. I'm more knowledgeable about other things besides wrenches, I think is the answer. But you got a good point, Damian Blaze. Maybe I need to learn something about wrenches that I don't know at this point. Women want Star Wars because they're mothers. Yeah, well, let's put more of them in charge then. I want more people in charge. I want more people in charge that don't want to kill other people. That's who I want in charge. I vote for the people that don't want to kill other people. You have my vote. Who does not want to? Raise your hand if you don't want to kill people. I vote for you. I vote for you. You got my vote for the non-killing. I'm a big non-killing fan.
There's always something because we have the change on the seasons, right? And then the change on the weather. So they are things that you need to take into consideration as a delivery when it is winter, things that you need to take into consideration when we're going to spring, when we're going to summer. Even now that we're through the hurricane season.
This lady's voice is hurting my ears, hitting my ears. It's making me have a funny face. Sorry.
Like to take into consideration, and that you will need to get a chunk of your paycheck of your weekly paycheck in order to be able to cover for it. Now with Wallet, you need to do it. It's just small weekly payments. And another thing that
small weekly payments. There's only small weekly payments. Just small payments weekly. I know y'all got bills and everybody just got lots of extra money to make small weekly payments. Raise your hand. Put a 7 in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat if you got plenty of extra money for small weekly payments. Yeah. Jaded driver, you could have 1 woman and I'll take 3. Oh, no. Now listen. Just because Lisa scares us all, just leave her alone. Listen, man, you do not want her mad at you. That woman, look, I just don't want to talk about it. I like her videos. That's all I'm saying. I don't need no ladies mad at me. Wrenches for dad dash cattle drive trail bosses. Well, yeah, that's possible. Somebody's going to have to teach me something, Matthew. Remember, I'm old and you need to stay off my lawn. There's 2 rules that you got to know about dad dash. Number 1, I'm old. Number 2, get the fuck off my lawn. Oh, good. We got a 7 from Jared. That's good. Thank you, Jared. How small is the payment? I hope it's real small. I hope it's very small. 80 cents of fuel. See, now Jared's in the wheelhouse. I think if the payment was like 80 cents, I think that we're going to be all right with the weekly payment. We should ask Marianne Sands if 80 cents a week will do the job.
I want to mention is that specifically for this market and being underserved, I think
the nice thing is they keep telling us we're underserved, so there's nowhere else to go. That's what I like about it. Like there's nowhere else to go because you're underserved. So we got an offer for you. I like the fact that there's nowhere else to go. That makes payday loans all the more attractive.
There's a lot of human factor that comes into play. Like there are a lot of human situations that might influence the fact that you can work or how much money you can make on a weekly basis, right? But it will not happen if you had a fixed salary or if you need to go to an office and just comply with a schedule.
Well, see, that's an interesting question, Part 10. There can't be any collateral, right? Well, I mean, there can't really be because it's a no credit check loan. So they ain't checking on any collateral. What you're doing, I assume, is you're signing over your right to collect your funds. You're giving them the access to your bank account. You're giving them your account numbers, and they're going to make sure they collect. And if they don't collect, well, there's probably, there's probably different terms for collection agencies tracking you down and all the different things. But remember, they got your cell phone number. They know where you are. They're sharing information with the gig app companies. You're in the matrix, man. You're in the game. Now you got yourself a payday loan in the game. So you're in a virtual world of DoorDash and you got yourself a virtual payday loan that's going to make you homeless in the real world. That's a great fucking deal. That's a great fucking deal. Damian Blaze, I wouldn't worry about it. Look, man, that lady, that nice lady goes around flagging people, whatever. If you flag somebody for nothing, I don't think it makes any difference, man. I just wouldn't worry about it. It's a little wacky pants. It's a little wacky pants. Don't worry about it. Petrified cow turd. Good fuel starter, Matthew Arredondo. It's a fine fuel starter if you got to have yourself a cowboy fire. You give yourself a petrified cow turd. Works just fine. Jared D says they will stop calling and hucking when it stops working. That's true. That's true. That's true. And it has to stop working pretty soon because we hitting a breaking point there, Jared D. We hitting a breaking point, Jared D. Yeah, nobody can understand, man. Don't try and understand the ununderstandable. You just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. All right, let's listen to these folks. I need to go get myself a hot dog because it's a sausage party. I'm not joking. I'll show you the hot dog, but I got to go get myself a hot dog. I'll be right back. And then I will eat a hot dog in celebration of our sausage party. Okay, so I'll be right back. Don't leave while I'm gone. You got Zach and Kim and this nice lady, Marianne from Wallet, going to keep you company.
And we also have, and I want to brag about this, we have full staff customer service. So we do not have like AIs or chatbot only dedicated to help you.
Okay, so she wants you to know that their customer service is not as shitty as DoorDash. They don't have third-party unempowered customer service. They have real customer service for your payday loans. That's excellent, Marianne. Thank you for sharing. I'll be right back with my sausage.
You will not just get like the human face when you are trying to get a deal. You will also have it when you need to reschedule or when some situation happens. So we are humans working for humans and understanding human situations that come with this type of work that all of us do.
I love that. We're humans working for humans.
Yeah. It's so true though if you really think about it. So okay, so I know. Sorry.
So hopefully there's not a trademark there for that phrase.
Yeah. So for anybody in the chat, if you are not being respectful, you will be put in timeout. This is our show, and if you're not going to be respectful, you will be timed out.
There you go. So I know your time is valuable, and we so appreciate you being here today. So what is like just one last thing like that every gig driver, every, rideshare driver, what is the one thing that they need to know about Wallet?
That we're here for you guys. Go now, download the app. Even if you don't need the cash advance now, it's better have the app there completed and knowing that you can count on us than figure out later. So we're here for you and we are willing to work with you guys. That's it.
That's awesome.
So go ahead, Kim.
No, I was just saying that's awesome. That's it.
So the link is in the description. If you think that you're a driver who could benefit from this, definitely check it out, and you can get yourself a discount code. So
absolutely. So are you guys on any socials? Obviously you have your own app, but are you on like Instagram or anything like that they can also follow you?
Yes, we're in Instagram. We are in Facebook. And news, we are soon to be on TikTok as well. So for all of the TikTokers there, hope to see you soon.
Okay, perfect.
Right on. Well, Marianne, I want to thank you so much for taking time out of your evening to spend some time with us and telling us more about Wallet. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you for being our sponsor. We truly appreciate it.
Great thing, guys. My pleasure. And in the name of Wallet, like we are more than glad to sponsor you guys because you are making a difference and an impact on the gig workers there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let us know if you need anything, okay?
Sure thing, guys. See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So once again, I just want to say, I know Zach just said it, but the link to Wallet is in the description of this video. So please, if you're interested, go check them out.
So we were sent an article by Sergio, actually, where DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, Instacart drivers more and more are getting deactivated seemingly without cause and without explanation. So, Kim, I mean, we've seen a lot of stories like this. It seems like that's kind of on the rise.
I feel like it is. I feel like we go through waves of this happening, and this is every company. I think this is DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub. I feel like they all go through this. I feel like we go in waves. Like we go through almost like you see deactivation, especially if you follow Reddit, if you're on Facebook groups, like it's like nonstop. You see it, and then you go through a little while, and you're like, oh, okay, and that, like, must have settled down, and then it like ramps up again. So I feel like the media on this one is just kind of catching on, like, oh yeah, this does happen, and like they're now shedding light on something that happens quite frequently in our lives.
So this was picked up by Business Insider this time, and the drivers that they spoke with made a very valid point. The process that the companies follow for deactivation are often unclear, and drivers really don't know what they did. And frequently, when they do find out, it was either a misunderstanding or something that was out of their control entirely.
I personally, sorry, go ahead.
I want to pick on Grubhub for a minute. So even though they've been kind of picking up a little bit in my market, I'm actually seeing more Grubhub offers now than DoorDash because they're not as oversaturated. Yeah. But for a while there, when Grubhub released about a year and a half ago, some crazy account violation policies where you could get deactivated quite literally at no fault of your own. So for months following that, they had their pickup and drop-off times 1 minute apart in my market. And I've heard from countless drivers all over the country who are saying the same thing, right? They expect you to be at the restaurant 1 minute and delivering it the next. Anything past that is considered late, right? So if you're 5 minutes past the pickup time, you could be considered like substantially late, and you could get yourself an account violation, and you could risk deactivation. Like, how is that the driver's fault?
It's not. I think a lot of these deactivations, and I'll pick on even DoorDash and Uber Eats. A lot of them are just bogus. Like, you don't even know what you did, like, as a driver. And I feel like, especially DoorDash, and I'll say Uber Eats too, they send out that email that just, I feel like they label everything lately under fraudulent activity just as an excuse to deactivate drivers. And then you're like, what the heck did I do? And you're baffled, and how do you even fill out a proper form to send to them to contest your deactivation if you don't even know what you did?
For sure.
I don't get it.
And to add to your point there, even if you get enough information to try to fight it, they frequently won't give you everything, right?
No.
Oh, somebody claimed that an order didn't show up. Okay, well, which one? Oh, it was an order from Taco Bell. Okay, well, which order from Taco Bell? I took 4 yesterday. It's like, it was the order from Taco Bell. I can't tell you anymore. So, I mean, they can cut off, potentially our livelihood, our earning source, but they can't tell us what the allegations were so we can try to defend ourselves, right? As drivers, if you're doing it right and you're protecting yourself, you should be taking screenshots of your orders. You should be taking pictures of your delivery address. You should be covering your ass.
I just don't agree with, and this is all three of them. I don't agree, and I've never agreed with deactivate first, ask questions later. Like in any company, any company you work for, I don't care whether it's independent contractor or not, like it should be, let's investigate it first and then deactivate. Like I feel like it's just such a act of aha, I gotcha. And
Yeah.
did you really? Like you don't even know what happened. You're using AI in a computer to determine the status of my working partnership with you based off of AI and something that you
Yeah.
think went wrong. I don't know. I just don't agree
I
with it.
know, yeah, I know tons of drivers who have gotten deactivated who are good drivers. They haven't done anything to deserve it. Can we actually put up, off the handles comment, because it's really quite true in my opinion. I love how all these apps have 90% stick and 10% carrot. It's so lopsided. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, it is the truth.
So now, to the best of my knowledge, there's only one city in the entire country that has done right by drivers with this and actually taken this issue up, and that is Seattle. In Seattle, if you're deactivated, you can actually fight it. And if it's not a legitimate deactivation, chances are pretty good you're getting back on the platform.
That's awesome.
But time and time again, we hear about a driver who did nothing wrong, or suffered some kind of, they were the victim of some sort of a system glitch or something on one of these apps, and they get deactivated. Do us a favor, just a yes or no. Drop it in the comments if you've ever been deactivated from an app. I have, and it was one of those. Yeah, so in my case, I was able to get back on, but I also had a couple resources that some other drivers may not. So it worked out for me, but it was maddening to see Kim, because it was one of those like runaround type of situations. The gig app was like, contact this company was like, contact the gig app, and I've heard about that runaround.
Yeah, and some of it is even like the company's fault, the app's fault, because even for me the other day, I'm like, if I get deactivated over this, I'll know that this is the reason why. I got a $36 catering, like an actual catering, not catering bag, an actual catering order. And I get to the restaurant and it's closed. And I'm like, oh, sure, DoorDash is going to believe me that this restaurant is closed. But they actually got a hold of the owner, and the owner verified that they weren't even open yet. But it was going to take an hour for them to get into the building and to make it. So they actually canceled it for me, which I wasn't expecting them to do. And I got half pay. Okay, great. 20 minutes, 30 minutes goes by. The order now jumps up a lot more money, and it gets sent back to me. So I'm like, what do I do? Do I take it? Do I not?
Well, how was that? Was that as exciting as you'd hope? So it's kind of a fraudapalooza there. I'll stop sharing that. Thank you, Zach and Kim, for covering the dinner hour around these parts. So that was awful. And so the rest of the show, I thought it was actually a pretty interesting show. The rest of the show, if you want to go watch that, I'll put that in here for you. Here's the rest of the show. All the credit goes to the rideshare guy and Zach and Kim's Money Trains. If you want to watch yourself the full show, there is the link. And they talk a lot about all the different kind of fraud scams that the customers are pulling, and how difficult it is to make any kind of ends meet on DoorDash these days. So I can't really figure out what we're actually doing here is probably the point. How do I like the hot dogs? Well, we're going to show you those hot dogs. We're going to prove to you that hot dogs exist. That's hot dogs cut in half on a baguette with cheese and jalapeno white wine mustard. That's what we got there. It's making my mouth water right now in front of you. It's making my mouth water. It is proof to you that I am currently having myself a sausage party for the sausage party. Oh, they're excellent hot dogs, and they are all beef hot dogs, Matthew Arredondo. Thank you very much, sir, for your all beef hot dogs. I appreciate it. I appreciate your all beef hot dogs, sir. Yeah, from Uber. So what else is going on here? Let's see what that Pedro DoorDash Santiago is doing. Oh, just about broke myself another pipe. You don't want to see me cry on air. That would be bad. Okay, so Pedro, we're just cruising the internet tonight. It's like research fun time. Pedro DoorDash Santiago 5. We've also got other research. Is he still live? Let's see here. This is just fun. This is like a
bite better.
Chocolate.
Just pale in comparison to the amount of time that I end up wasting just sitting at restaurants.
Okay.
All right. Well, hey, Pedro, it's great to see you. I gotta get running. I gotta order pickup.
Always good to talk to you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Be safe, man.
All right. Cheers.
Should I be like?
All right. Let me get Kevin some final thoughts, my friend, before I go on to the. I got 3 people waiting. Kevin, you got some final words, my man?
Watch me eat a sandwich.
Yeah, I remember seeing that video about $2 base pay a couple months ago.
Man. Thank you,
how you made that prediction? Yeah, you were spot on.
It's coming, man. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
And the Stop and Pay orders, I tell you one thing.
Hot dogs.
I'm learning to love them. And one nice thing about Stop and Pay is you don't have to wait on a restaurant. The faster you stop, hey, the order is done, and you're on to your next one.
I love that you said that because, sometimes, if you don't know the place, it might take you a while. There's a lot of items, but there are many, many, many times, Kevin, and everybody watching, where I might take a Papa John's run. Let's say it's paying $8 for 3 miles, right? And I go to that Papa John's and there's a wait, and I might wait 10, 15 minutes. There are times I'll do a shop and pay Aldi, paying me $15, going less miles, and it takes me 10 minutes to shop it and 5 minutes to check out and bag. So I spent the same amount of time on it for less miles and made almost twice the amount of money, right? So the shop and pays, if you know your stores, you have control of how fast you can find things, and the cash flow is better. I mean, time is money, right? So I think that's a great point you bring up, and I appreciate you saying that. So thank you.
And I here lately, every so often, especially when it's kind of dead, I'll kind of like walk in my local Winn-Dixie, kind of like look around and have a look-see, and it's just getting familiar with your item, with your but one issue is I went to the Winn-Dixie and I had this item, and you check for expiration dates, and oh my gosh, I finally found something that was like not within date, but a lot of stuff I'm looking at it, I'm like, I can't give the customer that, and now chances are they might look at the expiration date and be like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's funny you said that. Before I let you go, I tried to shop. I was at a local chain called Schnucks in Missouri, in St. Louis, right? And I tried to buy something, and this was for a personal shop for me. It wasn't on the app, but when I scanned it, it was like on a clearance rack. When I scanned it, it wouldn't even let me buy it because it was out of date. It was like some fruit snacks or something, and the expiration date had passed. So some places have that as a fail safe, but yeah, listen, check your eggs, check your milk, like check those dates, and if it's on the 15th of the month and you're trying to buy milk and it expires on the 16th or 17th, grab another milk. Don't give somebody a milk that expires in a day or two, right? I mean, we got to be kind in that way, right? And smart. So, Kevin, I appreciate you for coming on, man. Yep. Always a pleasure. I'm gonna get to the next guest. Have a good night, brother.
You too.
All right, we're gonna wrap up the show with, I see no giggity, no clout. I see Chris Boy from across the pond, and I see Bud Soda. So, and I also see, hold on, I think there's one other person down below. Okay, I'm gonna bring in no giggity, no clout. I'm gonna bring the 3 of you guys on at the same time, because I want to round out the show with you guys. I'm gonna start with no giggity, no clout, Chris, and we'll go to Bud Soda, and you guys give me your perspective. Tell me what you think about this and whatever else you got in your mind. So let's bring these guys up at the same time. First, we got my man, no giggity, no clout. What's up, man? How you doing? Uh-oh, you're muted. Unmute.
What's good, homie?
Now we're good. What's up, man? How you doing, brother?
Doing, bro. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, man. All right, let me bring in my boy Chris. Chris, what's up, man?
G'day, Pedro. How are you, mate?
Always a pleasure. I'm fantastic. And then, is Bud Soda, is he ready? Give me a thumbs up, Bud Soda. Okay, there he is. All right, so Bud Soda, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, out working like usual.
I see that. All right, let me start with my man, No Giggity, No Clout. What do you got on your mind about these apps lowering the base pay? What do you think about it? And give me some perspective.
I got some notes.
Okay, bring it. I like it.
All right, so, in my market, when the streak and all this stuff.
Is there any possibility that lowering the base pay in Australia actually makes it go up? Because if you lower it down here, you lower it and you keep lowering it all the way through the plane, all the way through the earth, then by the time it hits this Chris Bowie feller, it's going up on the other side. So down is up and up is down. Is that possible? I'm just thinking about it. Sorry.
Not my time, but I guess you could call it a decrease in my time because all the peak pays on all the military bases seem to decrease. Not just mine, but I'm reading it all across Facebook and stuff. Like I screenshots of it. They used to be $3 or $4. Now they're $1 and $2. And mine changes throughout the day instead of being a steady $2 or $3.
Not bragging, Millie B. Bragger.
Interesting. So they're basically just shifting the money around, right? They're saying that they're giving you a streak, a promo, a peak pay, or an incentive, whatever we want to call it on these apps. And I know Uber does this.
Wait, who told Pedro that DoorDash is a fraud? When did Pedro get the fraud memo? Now he got the memo. It's great, Pedro. You're killing it tonight, my friend. You're killing it.
$5, really, it's only an extra $3 because they took $2 away somewhere else, right? Definitely crazy, man. I know Uber does that a lot. I've seen it with Uber with their promotions and surges. And it's kind of wild to me because then it doesn't become a promotion or surge. It devalues that, right? That's how I look at it, at least. Chris, what about you? I know you've had some crazy changes in Australia. I feel like the last month or so, right?
We have, yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So one
that dude should throw a shrimp on the Barbie is a thing. He should throw a no offense, Scrimpy. He should throw a shrimp on the Barbie.
That's crazy, right?
I was just looking at it. I was like, I'm outside the looking glass, looking in, and I was like, what the fuck is going over in America? Because I look at you guys first because what happens there generally 6 months later starts to move across here. So we're down to, I think our most recent changes was $6 for 2 stacked. So that was a drop down, which is about what are we looking at there? About $3 American, something around that point. So we're seeing that reduction around it, and I guess aside from that, we have got so much legislation trying to push through right now. Our government is trying to change it for gig economy, calling it gig-like as an employee status. So that's a new one for us. And as a response now, Uber Eats, DoorDash, they're sending out to us as drivers emails saying, hey, here is a template to put your name on and send it across to all your members of parliament. So they're running out of options.
Oh, yeah, they did the same thing in the U.S. They sent us all, you probably got that email, right? They gave you an email that you could just fill your name in and send it to your local congressman and say, please let me stay in Appslave. I want to stay in slavery. I demand my Appslavery. I demand it. I will fight for it. Give me Appslavery or give me death. That's the letter. That's what it says. So that's very helpful.
Increase for the cost of food via the apps, which are already raised up at this point.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, man. And aside from that,
yeah,
they've also, and this is like the crux. This is where I'm worried. They've turned around and said, cool, if this does go through as well, aside from the increase to cost, we now need to move down the pathway of where are our valuable areas, which is the cities. Regional areas may be decommissioned. So they might need to cut that loss they're having on regional areas, shut it all down, and just focus on the cities in Australia, which is opportunity lost for.
Well, that was the original DoorDash business plan before the pandemic. Is you're just going to focus on the big cities. You can't make any make any money in Torp territory. You can't make any money in Bloomington, Indiana. You got to go to the big dense cities. And so you see, this is regulation, right? So Australia is saying, you know, maybe this only belongs in the big cities, not in the outback, not where we throw the shrimp on the Barbie, right? And that's because Australia is so smart.
Because at the end of the day, we're going to look at the total number that's being paid out.
Mm-hmm.
So some of us don't have any other app other than DoorDash. I've been on wait lists for multiple apps, like whether it's Spark, whether it's Uber, whether it's Grubhub, whether it's whatever it is. Some like in my market, I don't have Flex, I don't have Roadie, I don't have Curry.
I don't know if you said Scrubhub or Grubhub, but I like Scrubhub. Scrubhub sounds pretty good.
People that have Uber, and they'll turn it on and they might see 4 offers that day, and then they may not even hear their phone go off for another 2 more days. Grubhub, same thing. I mean, it's at the end of the day, we're looking at the total payout, miles to money.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense. You just don't take the offer.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't disagree with that. Bud Soda tomorrow. I think you put I can't remember if you put. I think you put a 1 in the chat. So tomorrow, DoorDash base pays 50 cents, or let's say the base pays nothing, and they say, hey, we're going to show you offers, and if a customer tipped, you're going to keep that. And if they didn't, it's going to.
What, are they going to give you a reach around? Or are they going to finger you? What else are they going to do if they make a base pay 0? Are they going to give you a fingering or a reach around or a kiss or let you touch their hair? I mean, what's the compensation if the base pays 0? You going to get yourself some kind of a gratuity? I mean, it's got to be a big ass gratuity.
None of these programs be worth working. None of these streaks be worth doing. In my market, they tried to take away miles pay once. I used it to my advantage.
Professor Bud Soda. This is Professor Bud Soda of the famous soda family. The famous soda family. This is Professor Bud Soda giving us the viewpoint, the academic viewpoint of the gig economy.
In my area. Heck no, it won't. Now, I know there's areas like where, I know Nug's been deactivated, but like Akron, now people will sit there and take $2 for 10 miles in that area.
You know the swell thing about this Chris Bowie feller, it looks like he's a classy Australian that's maybe drinking wine down under. And I appreciate that about him. He seems more classy. I think his accent makes him seem better than me. And I resent that. He's also handsomer than me. I resent that as well. And he's all down there on the underside of the planet, just all nimbly-pimbly, shaking his head, looking all Australian. I'm not sure how I feel about this fella.
Really small order. And, you know, they tack on extra fees when it's small. I had an Uber Eats today where someone ordered 1 liter of water, and they lived 7 miles from the 7-Eleven. It's like, are you crazy?
Yeah. Well, that's DoorDash. That's DoorDash, son. DoorDash is all about shit that's crazy. That's what DoorDash is. Throw shrimp kebab on the Pedro. I'm down with throwing both. Okay. Yeah. Well, Scrimpy, we'll have to check with Scrimpy, see how Scrimpy feels about that type of service. Full service Scrimp guarantee. Glitch your ass off. You can glitch your ass off. You can glitch your balls off too, Stephen Arrow. Is Bud Soda the same person that was saying to us, tough luck that you don't know the other glitch? Yeah, he was saying something like that, that Bud Soda was decapitated by DoorDash. Then Bud Soda got undecapitated by DoorDash. And then from what I've heard, I don't know if Bud Soda still is still on DoorDash or he got decapitated again. It's hard to keep up with the Bud Soda. He's a squirrely feller. That Bud Soda, he's a squirrely feller. He's a squirrely feller. Stephen Arrow, he ain't paying attention and the ego is doing all the talking. Yeah, you got the feeling that Pedro's just kind of catching up with the rest of the world at this point. Pedro's just kind of waking up to the fact that he named himself after a dog shit corporate scam. I hope Pedro wakes up to that. That'd be pretty good. That'd be good for everybody, even Pedro. Even the Pedro.
Customers bear the brunt, I guess, of the delivery costs over here, but the company as well is, even though they're charging their margins to the restaurant, they're charging their delivery fees, charging a 12% service fee now over here on top of everything. The companies are taking that out of their coffers. So I think hot take. I think it's unfortunate that you guys are wrapped up in tipping culture because you just rely on tips. And if I guess if you kind of
those Australians think people should just get paid. That's weird.
DoorDash, you guys are working for customer gratuity at this point. You're getting paid $1 a delivery on Stacked. That's not being paid by a company. You guys are relying on customers to tip. It's gratuity only. And that needs to be flipped. If the customers paid more but didn't leave gratuity or left less gratuity, the majority would be better off. But
he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But see, this is just governmental intervention, right? So the Australian government has taken a much closer look at the gig economy corporate fraud than the American government. So the American government's like anything goes. You can just enslave and appslave our people as much as you want. And over there in Australia, they got some other regulations around the Appslavery. Still Appslavery, it's just a little bit different regulations because there are no rules in DoorDash. There are no rules. The only way there would ever be any rules is if somebody made some. There aren't none.
They cut it to 50 cents. The point is that it's based on what the client is providing us. And we can't accurately
what if the client in America was providing us more because they had to, like in Australia, with more of a fee or more of a percentage or whatever they wanted to call it? Then the money is still it's not called a tip. It's called a fee or a bid or whatever word they want to use, and the money is still coming from the consumer, right?
So I think all these apps should put bid for service.
You know what a shell game is, where you just move shit around under shells, but it's all the same? These people are all confused about things that don't make any difference. It's just all a game. This is just all a game. How much can DoorDash screw the customers out of? How much can DoorDash screw the drivers out of? How much can DoorDash screw the merchants out of? It's a three-sided, fraudulent, fake marketplace that's rigged. And so in every different country, they're going to have to screw the restaurants and merchants a little bit more in one country, screw the dashers a little bit more in a different country, screw the consumers a little bit more in another country. Maybe somebody comes up with a few protections here or there for somebody. It's just still a house of cards. It's all fraud. It's built on a framework of fraud. You can't have a fraud pyramid and then a legitimate cherry on top of a fraud pyramid. It doesn't work. These people all just waving their hands again, talking about nothing. They're talking about how do you make a fraudulent scam legitimate? And the answer is you do not. You do not make a fraudulent scam legitimate. You cannot make a fraudulent scam legitimate. You cannot make the gig economy anything but the economy and anything other than a fraudulent scam within the global economy. That's all it is, man. That's all it is, Pedro. Pedro.
Like, my app is much more, when we deliver to the hospitals and stuff. And then, like, we want you to order from the local one. We're trying to dissuade you from doing that, like how DoorDash and Uber and Grubhub tack on small order fees. So we're just more in your face with the fees and anything. And DoorDash just dropped, like, all the delivery fees to 50 cents. I looked at my consumer. It's 50 cents.
Look, man. DoorDash wants to minimize the delivery fees because they don't make money off delivery fees. They make money off the percentage of the activity. The lower the delivery fee is, the more DoorDash wins. The lower you get paid, the more DoorDash wins. It's all about lowering the cost of you and your activities. That's what it's all about, man. You're just headed for the bottom. You're headed for zero. There's no other direction, man.
On a service fee and delivery fees or whatever it is versus 50 cents and a $9.50.
Oh yeah.
Is there a difference?
Yes, Chris, because I've had a lot of my drivers say, I don't even want this because they get Chipotle or Five Guys versus the local burger joint over here or our local Mexican restaurant. So Wayback Burgers isn't on yet, so it's going to be a little harder. So they want a premium burger place. And
yeah.
My drivers don't even want it. I don't want it. There's no tip. No tip, no trip. That's a big mentality here. You can't get rid of that tip culture out of it. That where I stack, I do a reverse stack. It's what I call it. And I can make that crap work. But it's very difficult to get other drivers to understand that. And then
a reverse stack.
And for the customer side, I'm already paying $15. Why should I tip you?
I guess
Let me get Matt in. Matt, give us some perspective, Matt, on this. What's your thoughts?
Man, okay. These boys is wearing me out. The boys is wearing me out. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about tipping culture, right? Tipping culture is like religion. Everybody grows up. Everybody's got their own. Everybody's got their own viewpoints. Everybody's got their own spiritual beliefs. Arguing tipping culture with anybody's like arguing religion. You just can't win. Whatever their views are, you're not going to change them. Whatever your views are, they're not going to change yours. Everybody just holds on to the tipping culture like it's religion. Now, here's the problem. Who loses? You do. Because the tipping culture is just more gamification, right? The tipping culture is just a way to make your pay more variable. It's a surprise. You're going to take an order. Is the customer going to tip you or are they not going to tip you? Are they going to give you the tip or are they not going to give you the tip? Are they going to finger you or are they not going to finger you? Are you going to get the reach around or are you not going to get the reach around? It's all exciting. It's all intermittent reinforcement. That's what makes it more exciting for you. So it's built into the game. It's built into the game. Remember, if they gave you the tip every time, if every time they gave you the tip, you'd just never be satisfied. You just want the tip every single time. You just keep wanting the tip. You'd always keep taking the tip, but you don't get the tip every time. You only get the tip sometimes. So when you get it, you got to get excited. You got to get excited about the tip because it don't come that often. It's only so you got an opportunity. Now you don't. Now you got an opportunity. No, you don't. Now you got an opportunity, right? See? You can't get used to the tip. You don't get to keep the tip all the time. The tip just comes and goes at random intervals. Random intervals. You understand what tipping is? Tipping's just more uncertainty. Tipping's more uncertainty. You can have your religious war about it. You can bomb each other if you want to. You can go no trip, no tip. You can give customers money. You can excoriate them. You can kick them in the elevator. You can punch them in the car. Still ain't going to change anything. It's still not going to change anything. This is silliness. You see how they got us distracted? You see how they got us distracted from a labor movement into tipping culture? We ain't going to never fix tipping culture. You'll all be living in tents. I'll be living in a tent next door to you as my special neighbor before anybody changes tipping culture in a crashing economy in a failing empire. Do you understand what I'm telling you here? You understand I'm telling you? You just being distracted by all this dipshittery. All this dipshittery. There's 4 guys over here. All they got to share with you is nothing. That's all they got to share with you is nothing. That's all Pedro's got to share with you is nothing because Pedro doesn't know what's really going on in the world. Pedro's a clueless individual. Zach and Kim, clueless individuals, terribly clueless individuals, terribly clueless individuals. So it's just sad what we've experienced. So it's just about getting up to midnight on the Eastern time zone. Yeah, just about getting up there. It's going to be about time for me to get my jammies, put my bunny slippers on, get me all snuggled in with the kitty cat, get all just get all cozy and nice and comfy. Think nice dreams about nice ladies that might want to date me in the future when I have a life again. All those happy things I'm going to think about. But first, we want to celebrate the fact that we're neighbors. We're neighbors. You'll always be my neighbor. You'll always be my special neighbor. And I thank you for spending this wonderful time with me tonight. I'd like to just welcome you to leave me with a little song. Please be welcome to share along in this special tradition. If you're so moved, share along in this special tradition. You know what it is. You love it. I love it. We all love it. Everybody loves it. Everybody's always loved it. We've loved it since we were young. We've loved it since we were old. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day for this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Oh, you guys are all the best neighbors. You're all the best neighbors. I'll probably see you tomorrow. I'll probably see you tonight. I hope that bastard Glitch Dash Thomas Schubeck comes on and watches me, watching him, watching me, watching him, watching me, and puts another glitch in the matrix if we're all lucky. Thank you, Stephen Arrow, Damian Blaze, Cruising Dasher, Brian, DoorDash Sucks, Gig Economy Police, Millie B Smoking the Weed, Millie Weed Dash. Thank you, Stephen Arrow, for the nice, kind words. Arizona Prod, Jaded Driver. Thank you to Mr. Flexi Pants. Mr. Flexi Pants was one of the great stars of the first half of the show. Flexi Pants, we have you happy, you have a good time. Torp, thank you for stopping in. We love you, Torp. We love you, Torpy Torp. We hope you're not as torqued as Torp can get. We don't want you to all be torped. Huelte, get your shit together. Hualet, fuck you, Hualet. Zach and Kim and Roger Guy, we hope you do better. Thank you very much, everybody. Say hi to that bastard Glitch Dash, and we'll all see you probably tomorrow.